priorities for you at DHL?
Thanks so much, and good morning to everybody. Thank you so much also that DHL Express can also support the success of this event. So let us take the customs union between Turkey and the European Union from a very practical point of view. If you consider that DHL Express is operating in 220 countries in the world, and we can say that we are one of the most largest international company logistics service provider in the world. And with this 220 countries, we are serving 500 airports with 320 aircrafts. If we consider the relation between Turkey and the European Union, we are also very much a leader. We have 60% market share in Turkey. And as leader of the European Regulatory Affairs team, each and every time in my work, each and every day in my work, I see how important cornerstone the customs union is in the collaboration and in the cooperation between Turkey and the European Union. Our express service provider core key elements are for sure the speed, what we are delivering, the reliable service, what we are offering on both sides, and definitely a very strict compliance. In order to cover with all the volumes, with all these numbers, you can imagine that for DHL Express it is pretty important to have as much as possible digitalization and automation in all the customs-related procedures what we are applying between our countries. I'm very happy that I heard a lot of aspects already from the keynote speakers and also my colleagues in the panel, that this should be in the focus and this should be one of the main priorities to enable that service provider like DHL Express can support the competitiveness of both of the countries. In order to deliver the goods on a reliable basis, we need the reliable legal frame, but this should also be established in a way that it is also fitting to a very specific industry, being the express carriers. And if we are talking about legislative framework, then definitely it was already mentioned by my colleagues as well that the digitalization at the highest level of automation is necessary to achieve all these key aspects of the competitiveness. And in this very challenging environment of the international trade, I do believe that we have to adjust and we have to modernize the way how the customs union is working. We have very good examples in the last couple of months and years. We have seen how much effort has been put and invested in order to, for example, the ATR document is now paperless. We see much more room for improvement, even for full automation, but also we see in our daily operation how important it is that express-related and export-related rules are as much as possible facilitated between the two countries, because only that can boost the relation and the trade between the two countries. So, what from very practical point of view we can offer as an economic operator, and we can see, because we also would like to highlight how important it is to have a good cooperation between economic operators and the legislators. We have a very good cooperation with the Ministry of Trade in Turkey, and I need to express also my sincere appreciation for that. This is what gives us the opportunity to show and to prove what is in the practical life facilitation for trade. So let us work together on the 2.0 level of this customs union. Let us have experts put together also from trade, not just the legislation maker, because together we can make it stronger. We can make it even more improved.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. I'll come down to you, Pascal. Perhaps you can talk to us a little bit about the European Services Forum, your action here, and what your concerns are around this, because I know the trade flows are a bit of a worry for you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. The European Services Forum is an organization which is representing the interest of all the services sectors which are interested in exporting, importing, and investing abroad. And it is true that nowadays when we talk about trade, we essentially talk about goods and tariff. But trade in services is also a very important element of our trade in the European Union, which is 3,000 billions of euros every year. So that is 8 billion a day of trade and services, which, you know, we are talking about banking and financial services, all the professional services, express delivery and transport and shipping, and all the energy-related services, environmental services, ICT services, of course, construction services. So the services are actually covering, in the European Union, 75% of GDP. We are now representing also 37.5% of EU trade, which is growing, and 25 years ago it was 25%, so the trade in services part has been growing significantly. Maybe the most important one is that it is where the growth is. Export of services of the European Union has grown by 8.9% in 24, which is really very important compared to the 0.3 or 4% of our GDP in European Union. So trade in services is, of course, something that our members are very much keen in seeing growing. Turkey is also a very important exporter of services. It is actually the 12th most important exporter in the world, with $115 billion in 24. Where the problem lies is actually between EU and Turkey is not that big. While the total export of Turkey, goods and services, 30% goes to services, between the EU and Turkey, it's only 15%. The other way around is correct as well. I told you that 37% of our export are services, EU and goods, services and goods together. But with Turkey, it's only 14%. So clearly, we're not doing enough. And I think with our bigger trading partner in the neighborhood, we should do much better. So trading services should be improved. And one of the ways to do that is, of course, the revision of the custom union between the EU and Turkey. So we are very much in favor of that revision. We want not only the revision of custom union, custom 2.0, but we want it to become a full-fledged free trade agreement, which will encompass all the area of international trade nowadays. So our main concern, of course, is trade in services and investment and having rules which are going to be improved. But we want also market access negotiations. The fact that we should be able to establish ourselves in Turkey and Turkey company establishing themselves into the European Union in a more easier way. When we talk about services nowadays, it has been already mentioned many times by my colleagues on the panel, we talk about digital and digital trade and digital innovation, which is important. So we need to establish new rules on digital trade between the EU and the European Union to make it easier, the flow of data, not only for the clearance of the goods, but for all the aspect of the economy. And also market access on public procurement. For us, in the services sectors, one of the ways to gain new market access is often through public procurement, because when we talk about trade in services and getting better access, usually countries will bind existing regulation. But through market access, we can have access to new market, and that is also important. But I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Pascal. Yeah, I mean, the numbers sort of speak for themselves as well. I'll come back to you, Gerasimos. We've not got too much time, so we're going to sort of rush through a couple of answers if possible. What you've heard here, and this is when we have discussions about the customs union update, pretty much everyone agrees there's a lot of necessity, especially on the issue like, should we turn this one off? Is it me? We'll keep on going with it for now. That everyone agrees digitalization is fundamental, all of these issues. What's going to unblock it? What are you trying to do to really sort of move the needle forward?
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to manage rather than to unblock, let's say, as if it is not something static that needs to be unblocked. I think it is something that has to evolve and be managed. I think it's very important to have the business summit. I had last year 2 similar events with businesses, not so-called with the same banner, but I think what is extremely important is to have this constant exchange between governments and business. I am surprised, I am fairly new in this area, I was surprised that we didn't have it before. I think the vision that we had 10 years ago on how to modernize the customs union, I think it has to adapt, the reality has to adapt. And I want to highlight one issue. Here it's something, the panel is set up and the subject is set up, but this is something happening between the EU and Turkey. And there is something specific happening between EU and Turkey, but you also need to know that the things that we are discussing today, we are discussing also with other partners. The minister mentioned the steel safeguard measures. We deal with Turkey the same way we will deal with the UK, or the same way we deal with other partners. You know, the UK was a member until 2 years ago, and you know, they are moving. I think, second, I think the issues of rules of origin and cumulation, you know, Turkey has a very privileged partnership. If I look at from the view of other Mediterranean partners, when I go to Morocco, Egypt, etc., they all, you know, complain on how we privilege Turkey. I think some of the issues that lie ahead, the minister mentioned the council. You know, the council, it is true, it's not sometimes, you know, as forthcoming, and obviously being the council, it doesn't have the capacity to speak as we speak with the business community. But if I look at the 3 recommendations that are in the recent report that we have made on enlargement that we have made to Turkey, the European Union, we step up efforts to align the new legislation of the customs code. So there are some things, legislative matters to happen. This is the same, some of these issues, I open infringements in my own member states. So the fact that the Commission says to Turkey there are a couple of things in the customs code still to align with the EU, it's not EU against Turkey. I have opened last year 8 infringements within the EU. So it should not look at all these issues in a divisive way. We say to Turkey that in our recommendations that there should be a more risk-based approach to customs on how you manage your border in a risk-based approach. We have published a report this summer on our own member states on how they are failing. Some of them, it is public. The member states are not mentioned, the names, but you will look at the way our own member states mismanage, you know, the risk around our borders. And therefore, we recommend to our own member states to have a better risk management of the border. We mentioned about fraud and how it is important to manage better fraud with Olaf, both EU. So I think what this business summit allows us to do is to see that we have common projects, listen to you. I have different bilateral meetings after here on what are the practical issues that the business can be a trusted partner in solving these issues. Yeah. From my experience, both BECO and DHL, for example, can be a trusted partner in these common problems that we have, and therefore it's not one against another. We have common challenges that are much more important than the one that we have when it have legislative divisions.
So, Deputy Minister, I mean, would you agree with that assessment? Do you feel there's a way to end perhaps a sort of them against us circumstance? Your frustrations were quite clear from the podium.
Thank you very much. Actually,
hold the microphone a bit closer. Sorry.
Okay, it's perfect. So, to some extent, of course, I can agree with Gerasimos, but we have to just concentrate on basics. Since the current alignment with the legislation is, of course, important, but the basic is that the customs union which was a backstop solution, cannot be our only way to go with this current arrangement. So we have to focus on this first. The second is that the customs union update and our expectations are not political preference. This is a strategic necessity, and not for only Turkey, so for the EU too. As my colleague mentioned, our companies are already part of Europe business. Even they are in European Business Association, they are part of, they are members. We are one of EU in the company side. But when it comes to regulations affecting their operations here in the EU, we don't see their voices are being heard. So we have to concentrate on these basics when we draft our regulations on Green Deal, on digital, on e-commerce, on all other areas. We have to come together, and it is also not a choice. It is the necessity stemming from current agreement. So here you can see the expectation from European Business Association. They also want predictability and simplification. So with the EU as a partner and as a candidate and as a partner for integration, we have to secure this for our companies. As the Turkish government, we try to every time remind the EU that we have to remember very essence of our customs union, which is a step to full integration.
Yeah, and that's always the sort of the foresight process that is obviously in a difficult position itself. We are really running low on time, just to say that, and the rest of this event requires us to end. So I'm just going to go as quickly as I possibly can, and I'll come to you, Akin. The biggest concerns for sort of an implementation, what do you think can shift quickly?
Yes, let me give a brief example which doesn't concern also only Turkey's manufacturing or Turkey's companies. So we were talking about SBAM, and we cannot agree more and support more the spirit of SBAM, because as a company who is 5th consecutive year sustainable leader in global in its industry, we are supporting, we are contributing to sustainability. Let me give you some numbers. This year, where CBAM in terms of payment was not effective, the imports of refrigerators and dishwashers from Far East increased by 35%, where the market was stable. And the prices went down by 12%. So, from the naive perspective, this says to us we have to be, Europeans, more competitive. But if the payments on the, let's go again from the washing machine, 25 kilograms steel, 4 kilograms aluminum. The payments required for SBAM will make the European industry even very challenging in competition. And this means what's at stake? 1 million jobs in Europe are at stake, 130 factories. And this is very important, because coming back why Turkey is here, Turkey in this term, looking from the scope 3 perspective, if there is no SBAM payments applied to finished goods, first of all, it should be applied, and I know that EU is working on this, but looking from the emission perspective, Turkey should be at least treated differently from the Far East manufacturers, where a 50-kilo refrigerator costing emission is much more higher than higher. So I know you are looking.
No, yeah, no.
I just wanted to give a number and a very simple challenge European industries has in this to be green and to be more. So decarbonization should not come to the cost of deindustrialization. That's the challenge.
Yeah, and Louisa, this is the sort of the balance that European businesses are having to face as well. This balance with competitiveness, which has been the buzzword in Brussels for a long time now.
Yeah, I think we cannot agree more with our colleague. We have a lot of measures that have been taken in the context of the Green Deal, but also in the process of digitalization of the single market. Some of these legislations, I'm not saying we have to negotiate them with our partners, but we definitely need to be well aware of the impact that they have on trade and our close trading partners. And I think in the past we did not have. And I mean, not just CBAM, I'm talking about deforestation, for instance, that we are still trying to struggle with simplification. So it is important that in the future, when we design legislation, we take more of this into account. And then in the end, I think the simplification efforts that we're all doing in Europe will benefit the countries that have a close alignment of legislation with Europe. I think the most important thing to take the relationship with Turkey forward and also to move forward the customs union modernization, it is important that Turkey continues to try to align in terms of legislation with Europe. This is very important because, of course, legislation today has a cost for Europe, but also has a cost for its trading partners. So if we align also in simplification, I think that benefits a lot companies, it benefits competitiveness, and in the long term, it creates more opportunities as well for trade and investment.
Katalin, the other, you want to jump in? Please carry on.
Yes, of course. I will be express, huh? Right? Because I see the time. So just wanted to add to all of this. At the moment, DHL Express in the relation of European Union and Turkey has 97% success on on-time delivery. As part of our integrated procedures, we are also clearing the goods for customs. In order to keep this or to improve this, we need paperless environment. That's, I think it's clear from all the interventions today. For this paperless environment, we have to add maximum digitalization, and we have to allow all our trusted partners to automate as much as possible in customs. And in order to achieve this, we need all stakeholders to sit at one table and elaborate what is possible and what can still improve our customs union between the parties. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you very much indeed. Data flows and public procurement. We haven't really touched on that too much, Pascal, but that's a big concern as well. If I can ask you to touch on that just before we wrap.
Yeah, well, public procurement is massive between the EU and Turkey, and I think this is where there is a possibility to gain something. When we talk about public procurement, most of the people would think about buying goods for the government, but the bulk of public procurement is what I'm calling services, because the infrastructure is construction services, engineering services, architecture services, and then all the services that public entities, we call it public procurement in Europe. We don't call it government procurement. That means that we want to go much larger and include universities, hospitals, etc. But I mean, just to conclude, I just would like to reiterate our frustration that services is not included into the custom union. So the sooner the negotiation will start, the better. For us, when we talk about, it's not only about market access, it's also so-called domestic regulation, which is the possibility to discuss about the regulation, have regulatory cooperation so that we do not diverge too much. And then it's about practical issues for companies. How to get a license? How much does it cost? Where is the person I have to talk to? Can I make an appeal? All of these practical things that companies need to know if they want to invest. If that would be included, the better it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pascal. Thank you so much to all of our panelists as well. Before we give them a round of applause, I'm just going to tell everyone we're not going immediately to a coffee break. We're going to continue straight on in here. So please don't get up and leave. The sessions will continue. But for now, I want to give a huge thanks to my panelists who got tons of information out in a very short space of time. So please, a round of applause for all of them. Please feel free to take a seat.
Are they here?
Okay. Okay, so let's continue. As promised, we're moving straight on through. So please take your seats and we will continue. I just wanted to say as well, a big welcome to everyone who's continuing to join us online. It's wonderful to have you with us. Now, in the room, we're going to continue with a special remark from Mehmet Ali Yalçındağ, who is the coordinating chairperson of DEİK, the Turkey-Europe Business Council. So please, the podium's yours.
Good morning. His Excellency Minister Bolat, we know that he is online already. Deputy Minister Tuzcu, dear ambassadors, Mr. Gert Jan Kopman, President Tolpak, distinguished presidents from the EU and Turkish public and business communities. It's a great pleasure to be with you today at this important summit, organized for the first time in Brussels through the partnership of DEİK and EBS. Let's briefly look at the current economic relations between Turkey and the European Union. In 2024, the trade volume between Turkey and EU member states reached approximately $263 billion, which indicates that trade between Turkey and Europe has shown a steady growth in recent years. In this respect, Europe and Turkey continues to be one of the most stable partners for each other. Distinguished participants, both the European Union and Turkey confront various challenges as a result of the recent political and economic developments around the world. The challenges on supply chains following the pandemic, the economic slowdown across Europe, the emerging and urgent needs on security concerns, and the ongoing energy crisis form the core of these challenges. However, these developments also present a vital window of opportunity and remind us our responsibilities for the future of both EU itself and Turkey-EU relations. In this era, while all global norms are being tested, we have a great opportunity to remind and emphasize the significance of regional cooperation. I believe the finest example of such potential lies in the partnership between Turkey and the European Union. Today, the EU, with its 500 million population, represents an economy of $18.5 trillion. When Turkey is added to this equation, we speak of a political and economic power of nearly 600 million people and $20 trillion. Just consider these numbers and the power once more. A center of gravity created jointly by Turkey and the EU could make us a true game changer. With a long-term and strategic mindset, by establishing a more robust integration between EU and Turkey, we will achieve a less dependent economic structure. But if we fail, continuing with the existing dependencies as it is will be inevitable. Distinguished guests, there are three main areas that I want to highlight to design the strategic partnership between Turkey and the EU. Since the costs have climbed sharply after COVID, many EU countries faced the most severe impact and pressure on the industries. Considering there is also an energy dependency concern, Turkey can serve as a cost-effective and efficient manufacturing base and can be positioned as a strategic and reliable energy transit hub. Secondly, security and defense are one of the most important topics nowadays. Turkey is NATO's second largest army, stands as the EU's most reliable partner. Establishing strong partnership with Turkish defense industry would strengthen our strategic collaboration and contribute to regional security. We should focus on our mutual benefits. Finally, as the global trade flow has been disrupted and supply chains face new difficulties, the most crucial element for establishing new trade routes comes from the distance of trade. To minimize the risks resulting from the distance, we should take advantage of our geographical proximity to Europe. In addition to this, to benefit from the emergence of new trade corridors, Turkey and the EU should be aligned and run the bilateral trade more efficiently. In other words, in the fields of energy, security, and supply chain, Turkey is a strategic and resilient partner for Europe. Together, we can write a glorious story in global trade. We must take a more proactive approach. Turkey is ready to provide more for the EU. I kindly request from you to ask yourself, how do you approach to this plan? Dear European friends, we are fully aware of existing challenges, just as you are. We can discuss them repeatedly at every summit, in every meeting, or even in a simple exchange of greetings. Yet focusing on challenges and prejudice do not solve our problems, nor do they contribute to the prosperity of our nations. We just not allow this area of uncertainty to define our direction. Instead, we must define our own path, contributing to the security, economy, and prosperity of our region. In concluding my remarks, I sincerely hope that policymakers, business communities, and representatives of civil society shall consider our shared historical responsibility in every step they take to enhance political, economic, and all sorts of relations. We owe this not only to our past, but also to future generations. Therefore, as the business communities, we must work tirelessly, fearlessly, and most importantly, together to achieve a unity of purpose and action. I extend my warmest regards to you all. Thank you very much.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you very much indeed. Next up, we're going to hear from Nail Olpak, who is the president of the Foreign Economics Relation Board of Turkey, DEİK, the co of the event. So please, a round of applause.
Thanks so much, by the way. His Excellency Minister Bulat, he is listening us from Ankara. Deputy Minister Mustafa Tuzcu, Director General Gert-Kan Kopman, dear ambassadors, co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to address you today at our first edition, in fact, a late activity, of course, of the EU-Türkiye Business Summit we are organizing together with European Business Summit. In fact, the topics we will address today are already very familiar to all of us. Yet, if we truly want to make progress in our relations, I believe we need to keep highlighting items very clearly and constantly. This is what we believe as the business community is, and this is why we are here today. And about the panel for modernization of the customs union, let me say two things from point of a businessman. If there is a negotiation in something going on for 10 years, there is something wrong. This is the first point I want to say. And in a partnership, if there is a loss, big parties' loss is bigger, small parties' loss is smaller. And this is the second point I want to say. Of course, we know our Turkey's and US share and a long-standing and dynamic partnership built on mutual interest. We all know those things. We are always speaking on that. We know our trade and investment ties are the backbone of these relations, yes, still, and we believe also in the future EU will remain Turkey's largest trading partner, while Turkey is among the EU's top markets. Those are the key points. And also, other speakers mentioned how the global economy changed coming from 1990s. Yes, forget about that 30 years, even during the last 1, 2, 3 years' time, everything is changing dramatically, and we cannot keep the same things. From our perspective, let's say from my organizations at DEİK's perspective, we believe next stage of EU-Türkiye economic cooperation must go beyond dialogue. We are always speaking about dialogue and dialogue. Yes, it is important, but we must go beyond that. And it must translate into concrete action. Yes, we listened about and we know the importance of green and digital transformation. And when it comes to energy side, both sides, renewable energy capacity, from our side, Turkey's advanced manufacturing and digital infrastructure, those are the points why we should go together more. Of course, we must speak about climate resilience, connectivity, and defense industrial cooperation. Nowadays, we are speaking very much about that. But it shouldn't be limited only with the defense side. This is another very important point, I believe so. And in this context, Turkey's active participation in safe and development and joint projects are important. This is another point I want to mention. And also, we are genuinely committed to deepening our trade and investment relations, where we must ensure free circulation of goods, people, and services, and avoid protectionist attempts. In fact, the soul of customs union is free circulation of the goods, yes. But unfortunately, the position is that the goods seems, yes, circulating freely, but the trucks which are going to transfer them from one place to another has limits. And most important, the owners of the goods are very limited with visa. This is something really, as a businessman's perspective, I cannot understand it. I don't know what is wrong, where is wrong, but it must be solved. In this new area, we must think and act as partners, shaping the future together, because it will be beneficial not only for Turkey's side, it will be beneficial for both sides. And in figures, also we listened to the panelists just before, that the numbers are here. So we want something from the political leaders to act accordingly. We are not political people, but we are the business people. I sincerely hope today's discussions will contribute positively and constructively to strengthening the relations between EU and Turkey. And as always, DEİK stands ready to support all efforts in strengthening Turkey-EU partnership through our spirit of business diplomacy with our 153 business councils all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your opening comments. And now we're going to hear from Gert-Jan Koopman, who is the Director General of DG NS of the European Commission. A round of applause, please.
Dear Minister, dear Ambassador, dear esteemed guests, I'm delighted to be here to address you today on the occasion of this very important conference. And I must say I'm delighted to see so many people attending, given the very significant relationship that we enjoy. Now, all of this, of course, is being discussed in a wider context of the EU-Türkiye relationship more generally. And the central question here is, how can we ensure that the links are forged more closely, that we can collectively boost competitiveness and attract further investments in Turkey and boost trade between Turkey and the EU. Now let me maybe very briefly look at some of our shared strengths in this context. Of course, we know that the relationship is promising, but it's also complex. But let us face a very important point that was mentioned just a few minutes ago. We share a geography, and trade is very largely determined by geography. Our economies are already very strongly intertwined, and there are also, let us not forget, deep historical ties. Turkey is a candidate country, it's a NATO member, and a key partner of the EU in trade and many other areas of mutual interest. It's also a reliable partner when it comes to migration management, the fight against counterterrorism, and let us underline this point, a decisive actor in contributing to regional connectivity and stability. The implementation of the Black Sea strategy and the regional connectivity agenda would simply be impossible without Turkey playing such an important role. And your location, of course, put you at a geopolitical crossroads, whether on Syria, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, or creating the conditions for a lasting peace in the South Caucasus. Turkey is absolutely crucial. And for all these different reasons, I think the EU and Turkey share an interest in increasing our cooperation. Now, as you know, in the past few years, we have been working on a positive re-engagement strategy based on a communication adopted in November 2023. And we've made some progress. Let us be clear. We've had high-level dialogues on trade. We have managed to make progress on substantially decreasing trade barriers. There were 26 in 2021. We're down to 14 today. Since 2019, we haven't had a high-level economic dialogue, but in April this year it took place. And we are also advancing engagement at high level on a number of key issues, including migration and climate. We are also targeting a high-level dialogue on research and innovation. So these dialogues are important because they forge a common space for high-level exchanges and for working together moving forward. But clearly the potential is much larger, and I want to emphasize that strongly. I think that we could move forward by focusing more squarely on the powerful economic partnership that has much more potential. For example, regional trade, whilst significant, the numbers have been quoted, it could be even larger, especially if we think about the connections to the South Caucasus. And here we are prepared to put our money where our mouth is, and the Commission is stepping up with partners in the region to move forward. We've seen that through the first ever ministerial meeting on the Black Sea security and connectivity agenda on the 20th of October, which united not just the EU-27 and Turkey, but also the South Caucasus, and on top of it, Central Asia. And that shows the level of our ambition, thinking about a cross-regional connectivity agenda all the way from the Pacific Ocean through Turkey to the Mediterranean and through the Black Sea to Europe. And I think that is something which, covering trade, covering energy, transport and digital, could bring forward very significant economic opportunities for the whole region. And if we think about the EU-Turkey customs union in this context, in this way, then clearly it actually is a huge strength for this connectivity agenda, and it will also benefit enormously from this agenda, strengthening it through much larger trade volumes. And that's why we believe it remains very important to keep working on how to better implement our customs union. And I'm sure, as discussed in the previous panel, that if constructive engagement continues, and we also see progress towards resuming settlement talks on the Cyprus issue, the work towards the modernization of the customs union could also resume. And that would, of course, help reshaping the full potential of the EU-Turkey relationship. I will not speak more to the many strengths of the country, but it's very good to see the business community, which is so dynamic in Turkey, presented here today, and actually working as an engine for growth. We are going to be putting more effort into this. The Turkey investment platform, which we created with the international partners will be equipped by more funding so that we can do more, particularly on this connectivity agenda. I'm also aware that especially for the business community, the visa issue is important. It's a long-standing concern, and our recent decision on visa cascade, so favorable rules for Turkish bona fide travelers to receive multi-entry visas with long validity, should help many Turkish citizens traveling to the EU. We've been having these discussions at the level of my commissioner and Minister Fidan in July, and very recently last month in Luxembourg. And I think all of that speaks to our interest in revitalizing the EU-Türkiye relationship. Let me also say that as we advance on our relationship, focusing on the economic opportunities, we cannot look away from the challenges impacting the predictability and the credibility of the business environment, which is a factor which the business community is extremely interested in. So as a candidate country and a member of the Council of Europe, we do expect Turkey to uphold the highest democratic standards and to be very vigilant when it comes to the rule of law. The rule of law dimension is a cornerstone of the EU relationship, certainly, but it's also crucial, and I would say fundamental, to the business environment and a key factor for attracting higher levels of foreign direct investment. So in conclusion, I think there are enormous opportunities to strengthen our cooperation. We're all in for it. We look forward to working together much more closely. And I know that because ultimately this depends on the will of our societies, we know that in Turkey, not just the business community, but also many citizens are very keen to promote this, and so is the case here in the EU. I think that Europe is not only a political project, it has this vision of shared coexistence and shared prosperity and peace. Turkey, with its history, dynamism, and youth, is, in my view, an inseparable part of that vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much, Getyan, the director of DG Enest. Okay, now we are going to be joined by video link by the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Turkey, Ömer Bolat. Let's just check that he is with us. Yep, we can see you. I think we can hear you. Hello, Minister.
Yes, hello. How are you?
We've got you. So I will hand the floor to you.
Good day to everybody, inshallah. Distinguished Directors General, esteemed diplomats, business leaders, and policymakers, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey, DEİK, and European Business Summit for organizing this excellent event, and I warmly welcome all prominent participants and speakers joining us today. I would like to salute prominent directors general who are over there. I regret that I am unable to join you physically in Brussels today. I had planned it a long time ago, but in a last-minute change, due to my obligation to attend an important government meeting chaired by our president this afternoon, I am unable to join you physically. However, I am very pleased to be able to connect with you simultaneously via video link. Today's European Union-Turkey Business Summit program provides a timely platform to discuss and shape a stronger and more forward-looking Turkey economic partnership. I have been following the keynote speech and panelists with a great interest, and I would like to thank all the speakers for their valuable views. It's a great pleasure for me to open this important summit together with the officials of the EU. We meet you at a time when global trade is becoming increasingly unpredictable. Trade disputes, unilateral measures, rising protectionism, and intensifying industrial competition continue to reshape global markets. In this context, I believe today's summit will open the floor to fruitful discussions on Turkey's economic and strategic integration with the European Union, paving the way for a deeper, more resilient partnership. The growing importance of the Turkey-EU partnership is very critical in a period of global uncertainty. The Turkey-EU partnership has never been more essential. Recent shifts in global industrial policies, including new tariff regimes, subsidy programs, and defensive trade measures by major economies, have introduced new complexities to international trade and investment. Despite all these challenges, the European Union remains Turkey's leading trading partner, and we are in turn the European Union's fifth largest trading partner in the world, with our bilateral trade volume reaching a record high of $220 billion last year, and most possibly $230 billion by the end of this year. Our exports to the EU reached $109 billion last year, marking the highest level ever. The EU accounted for 41% of our total exports, goods exports. At the same time, Turkey's share in the EU's total imports rose to 4% last year. This is the highest level on record. Turkey continues to serve as a strategic production and supply hub for the EU. Nearly 70% of foreign investments in Turkey originate from our European partners, contributing roughly $70 billion annually to our goods export revenues. In that context, we attach great importance to European investments in Turkey. EU companies operating in our country employ around 1.2 million employees, and they play a vital role in the supply chains that sustain Turkey's exports to the European Union. Dear participants, our partnership with the EU stands out as a stable, rules-based, and mutually beneficial framework. With its robust industrial capacity, strategic location, and deep integration into European value chains, Turkey is uniquely positioned to support the European Union's goal of building diversified, resilient, and competitive supply chains. We fully understand that confidence is the currency of investment. Therefore, we are committed to ensuring full legal predictability and transparency in our regulatory framework, especially for foreign direct investments. Any investments, domestic or international, are considered to be equal by the Turkish constitution and by all Turkish laws and regulations. We are continually working to streamline our foreign direct investment legislation based on feedback from the European business community. I would just mention that the number of international investors in Turkey has totaled 86,000 companies until recently. As a vital NATO ally with robust defense industrial expertise and very strong army, we believe that Turkey can significantly contribute to European Union's defense resilience and capability development. Therefore, we believe that integrating Turkish defense production companies into the common procurement projects under SAFE, Security Action for Europe initiative, is a strategic necessity that will enhance overall European security. Such a partnership would be a crucial step towards building a more secure and resilient Europe. In addition, I would like to underline the importance of the Turkey-EU high-level trade dialogue. This platform has already demonstrated its value in identifying areas of cooperation, addressing pressing trade issues, and setting a constructive tone for the future. I would like to thank the EU Commission, commissioners, officials for their constructive and positive approach to establish high-level trade dialogue between Turkey and the EU. Most importantly, this high-level trade dialogue provides a strategic basis for the modernization of the customs union, a shared objective of both Turkey and the EU. In this respect, the EU Commission has been doing its best to start negotiations with Turkey on the modernization of the customs union. Esteemed participants, as you are well aware, the Turkey-EU customs union, established in 1995, has long served for 30 years as the cornerstone of our economic relationship. However, after 3 decades, global trade realities have evolved, and the current framework no longer fully reflects these new dynamics. The modernization of the customs union has therefore become essential for both sides, not only to strengthen our economic integration, but also to ensure a fair, predictable, and forward-looking trade environment. Expanding its scope to cover services, digital trade, green transition, international investments, and regulatory cooperation will enable both of us to unlock new opportunities, enhance competitiveness, and address remaining structural challenges. We must not forget that modernization of the customs union is more than a trade deal. It is an invitation for future-focused investment and deepening economic relationship. I invite our European business partners in the EU countries to specifically explore opportunities in Turkey's business environment where genuine co-investment potential lies. Dear participants, a modernized customs union would also help align our economies more closely with global standards and with the EU's evolving trade agenda. Allow me to underline another structural issue that directly affects the functioning of the customs union and the smooth operation of our economic partnership. The European Union's current visa practices and the transit quotas on land transportation imposed on Turkish commercial vehicles still continue to create significant bottlenecks. These restrictions not only complicate the implementation of the customs union, but also limit the free flow of goods, services, and investment between Turkey and the EU. Some of the speakers who spoke before me also mentioned about this critical issue. I thank all of them. Considering Turkey's strategic location, we firmly believe that Turkey is not only a reliable supplier and market, but also plays a vital role as a trade corridor between EU member states and their Eastern trade partners. To fully leverage this strategic advantage, trade and economic relations between Turkey and the EU should be enhanced within a framework that eliminates road quotas, ensuring unhindered and efficient trade flows. We also place strong emphasis on easing the mobility of Turkish citizens, particularly business professionals, truck drivers, academicians, students, to the EU. While we appreciate the European Commission's recent introduction of a phased visa facilitation mechanism, the so-called visa cascade system, which has offered some relief in visa procedures, we believe that this action is very much appreciated, but unfortunately not able to meet the need. When we consider the depth of economic and commercial integration between Turkey and the European Union, it becomes clear that additional measures are necessary. For our business community, technical professionals, truck drivers, the issuance of long-term multi-entry visas has become an essential requirement, and that will solve the long queues and waiting periods before the consulates general or the embassies of the member countries of the EU. Let me stress that further improvements in the system would not only facilitate trade and mobility, but would also help EU institutions and member states manage the visa application workload more efficiently. Our proposal, therefore, is not merely for easing mobility, it is a practical step that would enhance the administrative capacity of the EU's visa processing systems in Turkey. Dear guests, the European Union's competitiveness compass highlights innovation, decarbonization, and resilience. Turkey, one of the EU's most strategic partners, aligns with this agenda through digital and green transformation, industrial innovation, and supply chain strength. In this context, modernizing the customs union would further amplify these efforts by deepening cooperation, boosting competitiveness, and ensuring efficiency for European investors in Turkey. The European Commission's latest Turkey 2025 report, published on 4th November, provides an overview of our relations and areas of cooperation. We particularly welcome the report's recognition that Turkey is both a key partner and a candidate country, and that both sides have re-engaged constructively in areas of mutual interest, in line with the joint communication of 23rd November 2023 and the subsequent European Council conclusions. The report also acknowledges Turkey's progress in facilitating the free movement of goods, removing certain barriers, and further aligning with the EU's common commercial policy, particularly within the framework of the high-level trade dialogue. We share this positive assessment. However, as we embrace this constructive spirit and look towards further integration, we must address the next strategic step. The modernization of the customs union remains the single most important issue for advancing the economic foundation of our relationship. We strongly believe that this purely economic agenda must be protected from unrelated political considerations. It is crucial that we don't allow political expediency to slow down the mutually beneficial process of updating our trade framework, a step which is vital for the global competitiveness of both the EU and Turkey. While we insist that the customs union upgrade is a purely economic matter, we recognize the political context. Let me be frank, any continued delay to this modernization process will translate directly into a measurable financial and competitive cost for businesses on both the Turkish and the European sides. We must act now to prevent this burden. Esteemed guests, as I have emphasized, the European Union remains Turkey's foremost trading partner. However, our partnership extends far beyond trade. It is built on shared values, mutual respect, and a common vision for a prosperous future for our nations. Turkey remains strategically committed to its EU membership goal and to achieving deeper integration and cooperation with the European Union. A renewed and modernized customs union would act as a driving force for the green and digital transformation. It would enable us to confront today's shared challenges more effectively while fostering stronger, more sustainable, and more competitive economies on both sides. Turkey has already taken tangible steps in this direction by enhancing its business environment, resolving trade-related issues, and implementing reforms that prepare our economy for this dual transition. These efforts clearly demonstrate our commitment to building a more resilient economy and to further strengthening our cooperation with the European Union. With foresight, constructive dialogue, and close collaboration, I'm confident that we can take the Turkey-EU relationship to new heights, a partnership that not only promotes growth, but also ensures lasting prosperity, sustainability, and stability for our shared future. Thank you very much for listening patiently. I wish you a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Ömer Bolat, the Minister of Trade. Really grateful that you joined us and that you made time in your schedule today. Thank you so much. We're going to move right on. One of the things that we've heard already in the discussions today is digitalization. Let's work out how to bridge the digital frontiers. Jennifer is going to come up and host a panel immediately.
everybody quickly. Small little questions to begin with. So it should be one, yeah? Alper, that's you, yeah? Just take off your lanyard, please. Because, take it off, yeah. Yeah, Baron Carmen, Sabina, yeah. Sinan. Sinan. Here, good, good. The gentleman is very speechless. Yeah, there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panel is going to look at bridging digital frontiers. We're going to talk about how to unlock the potential for EU and Turkey's joint digital future. We will touch on things like AI, like the digital transformation, smart governance. So a lot to discuss, and we have an excellent panel here to discuss it with you. I will introduce you to them in just a moment. But to set the scene for us and really talk us through why this panel is going to be so important for the future of both the EU and Turkey, please welcome for our opening speech, Erdem Erkul, founder and chairman of Cerebrum Tech and board member of DEİK. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to open EU and Turkey Business Summit here at the Egmont Palace. Let me begin by sincerely congratulating the European Business Summit on its 25th anniversary, a milestone that reflects years of vision, dialogue, and relationship. Today, as we gather under the themes from dialogue to action, we have a clear responsibility to convert our shared potential into a concentrated cooperation. A new, simple, balanced approach. I like to describe the EU and Turkey as two parts of the same orchestra. The EU provides the score and strong regulators, standards, and market structure. Turkey brings energy, speed, and, as you know, the innovation. And especially in digital technologies, AI, defense, and mobility. And actually, but harmony only emerges when both sides play together, we believe that. So the key questions, we need to answer these questions, all of us. Why don't we focus more than on true win-win areas where both Europe and Turkey benefit equally? Europe and Turkey actually need each other with these questions. Europe actually needs Turkey's fast-growing tech capacity, young talent, and rising in industrial strong way. And also, Europe has a huge experience, strong brands, and mature market structure, and also good regulations areas. The partnership is not one-sided, and it's a two-way strategic economic corridor. A realistic win-win formula, maybe we can say, when we combine Turkey's actually innovation spread, strong manpower, and high-tech production capacity with Europe's industrial know-how and regulatory leadership and global market power. And we can create an economic force that is much stronger than other side, the acting alone. And this is what a modern win-win models look like. And from words to action, actually, we need to make something. Now is the moment to modernize the customs union and build joint digital and AI infrastructure and connect our supply chains and grow together in energy, mobility, sustainability, and technology side. We already share the interest, the capability, and the momentum, and what we need to have the determination and act together. At DEİK and the Digital Technologies Business Council, we are committed to strengthening the bridge and expanding cooperation across every sector. Also, we have today is very important and speakers. They will share also with us their vision and what can we do together for future. And thanks a lot, everyone, to come to here today. And hopefully, after this meeting, we will make something. Maybe we can create for future tech fund together. Why we are not creating or establishment the tech fund together with Turkey and the EU side, the technology fund, and we can invest to startup, we can invest for future, we can invest in mobility, AI, etc. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to, of course, be spotlighting Turkey's vibrant startup scene and talking about the joint projects that we can work on together. So let me introduce you to our panelists. We have Juan Jesus Garcia, Vice President, Industry and Government Affairs, EMEA, from Amadeus. Alper Tunga Burak is Chairman and CEO of Ondine. Sabine Tiofu is International Policy and Strategy Lead from Tech UK. Sinan Sahin, VP of Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability at Tendal Group. And Ahmet Kamil Gençel is Chief Strategy and Wholesale Officer from Turk Telecom. Thank you all very much. Time is tight, so let's dive straight in, Juan Jesus, and tell us from your perspective, what are the key areas of collaboration between Turkey and the EU in digital innovation? How can we leverage each other's strengths?
Good morning. Is it okay?
It's
okay,
perfect.
Excellent. No, thanks first of all to the organizers and especially to DEİK for inviting us to the stage. Allow me, Jennifer, to give a couple of small details about Amadeus. No, Amadeus we are a software company, so we develop technology. We were born in Europe as an interesting case of a joint alliance of airlines that eventually, trying to drive traffic and trying to create software in competition to other areas. No? So today we are around 22,000 people. We operate around the world, and we work with the whole, on the areas of collaboration, transport and tourism companies. So every time you make a booking, every time you go to an airport or to a hotel to check in, to board, to do some, biometrics, hopefully border control, or even in a tourism destination, the technology behind that could be Amadeus. No? So for us, the globalization and free trade and openness in trade and in digital trade is essential. So any roadblocks. Areas of collaboration of EU and Turkey. In EU, we have the biggest R&D center. We have 5,000 people developing technology in France. And the third largest site of software, we have 25 in the world, is in Turkey. We started 10 years ago with 100 people. Today, 600 people. So for us, technology
And talent, that's one of the first elements, is essential. No? The second one, area of collaboration, is institutional. So that's why we became members of DEİK a couple of years ago. So that dialogue of the industry with the public government, we believe, is essential, and the voice of the companies being heard on the private sector when it comes to some of the things we will discuss today with regulatory, landscapes. How can we align regulations? How can we make sure that this openness remains? And the third element, which I believe it was mentioned earlier on collaboration, is talent. Talent is essential. One of the reasons why we are growing, there are two reasons mainly. One is there's a pool of talent which is very attractive, so it makes a very attractive place for investment. Also the technology and tech ecosystem in terms of universities, research centers. Same as Europe, very competitive, no? But that's why it makes us grow. The second one is business, and that's one of the things I will remark today. We need to connect the digital bridges, whatever those is, to clear business objectives. In our business model relies on transactions, on bookings, on tickets issue. So for us, developing technology is not enough. We have to make sure that the technology is being used by the air travelers, by the hotel companies, and that's what makes a difference, that's what makes a positive impact in terms of industrialization and competitiveness.
Thank you. You've given us quite a lot to think about. Alper, let me come to you next. And by all means, give us a little introduction to Odin as well. But how can Turkey and the EU co-invest in these digital ecosystems, and what sort of way should we be looking at this? Should we be utilizing funds, public funds, as a base for maximizing this deployment?
Thank you, Jennifer. It's a pleasure and privilege to be here today. Odin is a publicly traded technology company specialized in building large-scale private sovereign telecom clouds with presence internationally in US, UK, United Arab Emirates, Montenegro, South Africa, and also offering software to orchestrate and operate these large-scale telecom clouds using agentic AI technologies. So back to your question, when we talk about co-investment between Turkey and the European Union, we are not speaking about technology alone. We are speaking about strategic resilience, economic sovereignty, and the stability of our region. Today, digital ecosystems underpin our economies or public services and our security. So the digital ecosystem is the base for all. Europe brings regulatory strength and funding at scale. Turkey brings engineering speed and execution capacity. Together we can move from strategy to deployment, but real deployment reliably and quickly. The EU already offers a powerful co-investment toolbox from digital transformation programs to large-scale infrastructure financing. The instruments are there, but what matters is turning them into real deployments. And the real impact comes when these instruments support deployment, not only research. And this is where Turkey becomes essential with its engineering horsepower. Our engineering talent, delivery discipline, and cost-efficient innovation culture can turn European programs into real public infrastructure deployment. A small set of lighthouse projects in healthcare, energy, mobility will deliver rapid, visible results across the region. So we also need a shift in procurement as well. So instead of investing into just hardware, buying hardware, we should be focusing on getting results like low latency, energy efficiency, high availability, and this will bring full adherence to Europe's evolving digital requirements. And Turkey's agility can make these models scalable across Europe. At the same time, recent geopolitical shocks have changed Europe's digital priorities. They have shown that data, connectivity, AI are not economic enablers, not only economic enablers, they are strategic capabilities. In moments of stress, digital systems can be an advantage or vulnerability at the same time. This makes cooperation between Turkey and the EU not just valuable, but necessary. Digital resilience now depends on partnerships that are capable, aligned, and able to deliver. So yes, EU funds must be the base, but this support must be used wisely and with shared priorities and a deployment-first mindset, that brings public financing and private investment together.
Thank you. Sabina, now Tech UK, known quite well to us here, but perhaps you can mention a few things as well. But also the same question to you. The other speakers have highlighted some of the opportunities, but where are the areas that we really need to leverage more collaboration and cooperation?
Thank you, Jennifer, and thanks to the organizers for having me. We have a voice outside of the EU, but very involved in these conversations because first, we are apparently past the worst of the divorce phase, so we are resetting the relationship with the EU, and second, because we started a free trade agreement negotiation with Turkey. So both markets, key markets for UK tech. I love the idea of, the policy professional in me loves a good dialogue, but the business community I represent definitely prefers action. So Tech UK is a trade association of the UK tech sector. We represent about 1,200 companies from the largest technology player all the way to about 700 SMEs. So what I would say in terms of broad international cooperation very much applies to the kind of EU-Turkey relationship. I think we are in a phase of both digital resilience and sovereignty and all those conversations happening in the same time as we kind of need more international collaboration. And the world is kind of splitting into blocks and fragmenting and becoming a lot more complicated for a lot of SMEs to therefore navigate. So I think the opportunities lie in kind of continuing the dialogue. I think the dialogue is really important on all these different technologies. Alper here mentioned resilience and cybersecurity, and I think having those conversations internationally will only be more important. Add AI to that, add all the emerging technologies that are coming into that, add quantum, the compute and the infrastructure. All of those are only ever going to be successful if we do have international cooperation in those. Another point I wanted to make is around sandboxing. I think maybe one of the areas that probably provide most opportunity, even when you do have kind of fragmentation internationally, is the kind of test bedding and sandboxing. Getting our regulators to work together with our smaller companies in a kind of safe space for them to test their technologies in a kind of safe space of developing compliance. I think that only becomes more important with fragmentation, and the UK has been doing quite a lot of experimentation in regulator-to-regulator dialogue that our companies really appreciate. And finally, I can't believe it's 2025 and we're still talking about it, but paperless trading, anyone? It is a long-term ask from the sector that we finally get there. In the introductory speech, we heard about modernizing the customs union. I think generally just modernizing customs procedure. There's still a lot of paperwork that goes on in trade. Sadly, it doesn't need to be, and there's a lot of technology. I think that can simplify that. I think we just need to get on with the policy to support that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and that sets us up very nicely for Sinhan's intervention, because I know as a big e-commerce platform, you're very interested in this area of digital trade relations. Tell us a bit about that. Where do we currently stand, and what might be the current barriers that you see we still need to overcome?
Thank you. So, Trendyol is one of the large marketplaces in the region that is operating across warehouses in Europe, in Poland, in Amsterdam. We have offices in Berlin, Bucharest. So we are a 15-year-old, very young company that started in Istanbul, Turkey, but has grown into a regional operator that's connecting with e-commerce, EU, European countries, and Turkey. So the point I want to make is, as it was mentioned in the previous panel, Turkey and EU has become trusted trade partners for the last 25 years as part of this EU Customs Union Agreement since 1995. And the total trade has grown almost tenfold, from 20 billion to $220 billion as end of 2024 numbers. But if you look at the e-commerce total trade between EU and Turkey, the number is much, much less. It's from e-exports from Turkey to EU is around $6.4 billion. And, sorry, the total e-commerce, e-export of Turkey is $6.4 billion. To EU, it's only $1 billion. So it's a fraction of the total trade, which tells us that there is great potential in digital area, digital commerce. It can turn into a win-win for both partners, but the potential is not taken yet. If you look into details why this is not happening, we can talk about a couple of points. Number one, the name of the game, the dynamics of the commerce is changing continuously on digital picture. And as we have heard, the discussions to renew the current customs agreement framework has started 10 years ago, 2015, which is still ongoing. In digital trade, we don't have that much time. We have to put a product today, we know if it can be sold or not tomorrow, latest. And then it goes on like this. It's a very fast, dynamic area, which regulatory frameworks should support that, should enable that. If it's not happening, then to turn it into a win-win and both sides to be stronger, using the strengths of each side to come up with a 1 + 1 to make 3 is possible, but currently this potential is not being taken. The second thing is, as we are discussing and following the recent developments that EU is trying to take actions against the risky countries, mainly low-value parcels coming from Far East, and His Excellency Director General said that there's been agreement among the finance ministers, and as of beginning of next year, there will be action in place. So this also, on top of the ongoing renewing customs union framework, looks like in the current information that we've heard, it will be in a way punishing the Turkish partners on e-trade that's trying to sell to EU and create collaboration, because while trying to limit one country, the framework, if it's done in a general way without looking into the details and taking into consideration the EU customs union framework and the relations, it might limit the potential that we are trying to increase from its current levels. If you look at the total number of shipments, which is, as it was mentioned, 4.6 billion, the number of parcels coming from Turkey to EU is around like 0.4%, which is a very low number. And if you look at from the legislation perspective, in the last 25 years, Turkish legislation, regulatory frameworks in different areas like customer protection, product safety, and digital payments have become closer and closer to EU legislation. Some of them are exactly the same. So if you look at from a risk perspective, probably from all trade partners' perspective, EU-Turkey relation, because of the tested 25 years and the trust that has been gained, of course there are ups and downs in every relationship, and it's an ongoing dialogue. But if you look at the 25 years of total trade picture, it's a great increase, and digital can only help that. We believe with open dialogue, continuous dialogue, but with dialogue that shouldn't take 10 extra years. As I said in the beginning, digital commerce doesn't have that much time. It has to happen very fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Ahmed, finally we come to you, and the colleagues have touched on the various sort of challenges that we face with regard to innovation, with regulation, with investment. I think probably everyone knows Turk Telecom, but tell us from your perspective, how can connecting those entrepreneurs and policymakers and innovators and investors really facilitate mutual growth?
Thank you, Jennifer. Let me introduce Türk Telekom first. Türk Telekom is the incumbent operator of Turkey. We are operating in fixed business, also in mobile business, and also in TV business. We have the largest fiber infrastructure in Turkey, like 515,000 kilometers is the largest one. But for the today, it's one of the most important part of Turkey. Türk Telekom is actually we have a footprint in Europe. We have a 100% subsidiary in Europe as Türk Telekom International. Türk Telekom International's headquarters in Hungary, in Budapest, and has 50,000 kilometers fiber infrastructure in Europe. For the question, Jennifer, I believe we are all in agreement on at this point, bringing together entrepreneurs, policymakers, and investors together helps to align capital, regulation, and innovation efforts, encouraging mutual growth, both national and international levels. Research shows us that the entrepreneurship drives economic growth, increase employment, enhances competition, and also improves the productivity in terms of new products and services, and also the new technologies and beyond. The strength of these effects depends on the entrepreneurs having direct access to the investors and decision makers like policymakers and regulators. Looking specifically in Turkey, it's clear that the entrepreneurship ecosystem is highly conducive such interactions. In 2014, investment Turkish startup ecosystem is reached approximately $2.6 billion, increasing more than fourfold compared to the previous year. This is the concrete reflection of the how well-aligned, well-designed policy entrepreneur-investor triangle can accelerate the economy. Bringing together these actors from both sides, such as Turkey and other countries, ecosystems, or the public and private sectors, facilitates mutual growth through several key mechanisms. What are these key mechanisms? One of them is the capital flows from the right project more quickly. When investors hear policymakers' priorities and entrepreneurs' real needs in the same environment, in the same field, they can manage risks better and make longer-term strategic investments. This accelerates startups, scaling, and creates stronger opportunities for investors. The second mechanism is the policies are shaped according to the real needs in the field. According to the World Bank or OECD's studies, effective innovation policy requires establishing regular consultation mechanisms with the business community and entrepreneurs during the policy design process. Stronger interactions between entrepreneurs and policymakers leads to more innovation-friendly, flexible, and predictable regulations. This encourages both domestic and international investors. The last mechanism that I can say is the mutual trust. The minister had talked about the trust in his speech, and long-term partnerships are important. Over time, regular interactions among entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers creates trust, a shared language, and common goals. This trust environment facilitates the establishment of cross-border investments, funds, and joint innovation programs. Yes, we have very long way to go, but I think we are in the right track. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm struck by many of the things you're saying about fostering trust, or events like today exactly help do that. Let's move on quickly to talk a bit about infrastructure, Alper, and in what ways can joint strategies in artificial intelligence, since that's the new frontier, and the digital infrastructure really help reduce the digital divide between regions?
Sure. Artificial intelligence and digital infrastructure are often seen as engines of innovation, but for Europe and Turkey, they are tools for equal opportunities and regional cohesion and fair access to digital economy. Closing the digital divide requires us to build 3 layers everywhere, not only in big capitals or prosperous cities, but also in underserved areas, schools, hospitals, municipalities, factories, and So what are these three layers? The first layer is the connectivity and the edge infrastructure layer. So the EU has programs like CEF Digital. Once this program is extended, you can extend fiber, 5G, and local edge nodes into regions where data is generated. So this is one thing. And this also keeps the services local, improves performance, and strengthens sovereignty, which is what we are all looking for. Second, federated compute capacity. This is the second layer that we have to implement. Turkey and EU can co-develop sovereign AI infrastructure with GPU clusters that are interconnected all across Europe. This will give universities, SMEs, and public agencies fair access to advanced AI computing power, reducing regional inequalities. Third, data spaces and digital skills. Digital Europe already supports sectoral data spaces in health, energy, and mobility. By expanding the European Digital Innovation Hubs network to regions with lower productivity, they can access AI resources, cybersecurity support, and voucher-based adoption programs. So using these three layers, we can minimize the inequalities.
I want to stay with infrastructure quite quickly because I know time is running out. So Ahmed, I'm going to come back to you. Since Alper mentioned the CEF, the Connecting Europe facility, and I know Turkey's digital transformation has been rapid. How is Türk Telekom contributing to this, and what role does the 5G and the fiber network play, in a nutshell?
Thank you. At the core of everything Türk Telekom does is our commitment to Turkey's digitalization, digital transformation. As a Türk Telekom, we are both the pioneer and the driving force this transformation with our 185 years of experience. To give you a sense of scale briefly, as of today we have more than 500 kilometers of fiber infrastructure and coverage around 40 million subscribers in fiber. And also, this is the important part of the 5G. If your base stations are not connected, the fiber 5G will not be good enough. So our base stations, 55% of our base stations are connected with the fiber. So this number is important for us because for the year 2020 and 30, for the Europe, the target rate of this ratio is 50%. As of today, we have already surpassed this ratio. On the other side, the result of the efforts are reflected in the international reports. I don't know you have heard about it, but the FTTH Council is the independent organization that's following the fiber connectivity and fiber infrastructure all around Europe. According to the FTTH Council data, Turkey ranks third in terms of the fiber to the home coverage among around 39 countries all over Europe. And also in the same report, Turkey is ranked fourth in the fiber subscribers. So our strongest reference point in the leading Turkey in 5G and beyond lies in our powerful fiber infrastructure and our growth in mobile. We are also strong in mobile. We see 5G not merely as a technological transition, but as a critical enabler that will carry out our country toward a stronger future.
Well, all of this, Wanjisu, requires investment. So let's move away from infrastructure and on to how the collaboration between Turkey and the EU can attract international investment, and I'm going to ask Sabina about this as well. So what is the potential as well of public-private partnerships?
Yeah. Well, definitely the potential is there. I think it's been mentioned in terms of big markets. So for example, on the areas in which we operate, transport and tourism are critical. So tourism, just to give you or to give the audience some numbers, the European Union is attracting close to 700 million international travelers every year. So imagine the transport infrastructure and technology infrastructure behind the scenes. No? But as a business, we always talk about three things in order to attract investment. One has been mentioned earlier in the panel, is legal certainty. So we have to make sure that whatever regulation and policies are going to be in place, and this applies both to Europe and to Turkey, no? Is simple, simplified. Maybe you want to talk about that later, these days. Sorry. But that's essential. And in digital trade, I think we're going to be hearing more and more. Some has been mentioned, no? In goods, we are all familiar with the customs unions, but in services, trade digital, there's this data localization effort sometimes, data localization laws, cybersecurity laws. There's a number of regulatory digital regulations that might become eventually, if not well balanced with the business needs, a burden for the money to step in. No? The second one is talent, and talent is essential. When we started our R&D center in Turkey or in France, first things that we look at is the talent, the pool talent, you know. And Turkey, not to say Europe, they have a very young population, tech savvy. That was one of the drivers of our decision to invest and to grow there. No? And the third, which is business, and I want to reiterate the importance of that, is scale. Innovation as such means nothing, sorry to be so, and I'm a tech company. If we don't manage to translate this into industrial, into services, into adoption, and scale that up, it's not going to make any difference, right? So that's one of the, Amadeus, one of the mantras, no? Also because our business model relies on the capacity that technology is spread and is inserted into the economic tissue. So three things: simplified and legal certainty, talent, and capacity to scale.
Sabina, perhaps you can pick up on those three things that he's mentioned.
I'll pick up on I have, talent and scale are very obvious business needs, but I will pick up on the predictability and legal certainty part, because it is kind of, it is essential, and it's going the opposite way of what actually business needs. And to also pick up on one of Sinan's points earlier, the de minimis conversation around customs is actually a very good example of a bad policy done for a very niche issue. Bad blanket policy. It catches everyone. You're trying to deal with one specific issue, and you're changing the law on everyone and everything, therefore catching a lot of unintended partners in there. So blanket policies never work. They always have unintended consequences. They always catch a lot of people you didn't intend in the first place to have in there. And they do diminish trade, which is the opposite of what I think both the European Commission and the Turkish government are trying to achieve. So this is, that is a big problem. Now, the other big problem is, and Juan mentioned it very briefly, is data flows. The whole digital industry relies on data flows as a basic part of infrastructure of doing business internationally. The fragmentation that's happening kind of globally, and especially, this is another blanket policy, and that's directed at Turkish government on data localization. That's not helpful. You can have data localization for all kinds of very specific niche reasons that we have in a lot, even in EU legislation and in a lot of markets around privacy or national security. When you have blanket data localization rules, those are a massive impediment to digital trade and trade more broadly. So just a comment on, caution when it comes to blanket policies.
Thank you. Sinan, let me bring you there in. We started off with the question, how do we attract global investment? And we've now gone on to, well, we need regulatory certainty. What's your take?
I think Trendyol is a good example. When you turn scale into innovation, to use cases, and when you have a strong talent base that can support this growth, and when you have a local market at scale that can grow into the region through strong distribution and supply chain routes, it can work. So as I said, it's only a 15-year-old company that has reached now over $20 billion GMV as of 2024. So it can happen. But if you look at from country perspective, EU and Turkey, I think the opportunity to create a strong collaboration is there. There are use cases that we can see from both sides that can turn this into a win-win situation. Look at how Turkey is doing in the defense industry in the last couple of years. If you have the strong talent that grows on the recent AI and technology with a strong engineering background, with a strong local talent in the country working on a specific issue, you see the results. It's going at a global scale now. Why not turn this into, with the support of EU funding on specific areas that we globally are discussing right now? From AI to data centers, from different technological infrastructural projects that can help EU and Turkey to define the rules of the new era other than being a passive players in a game that the rules are defined by other players. So I think opportunity is there if we work closely, take both sides considerations and concerns into consideration, there is opportunity.
Alper and Juan Jesus, I'm going to give you just a few seconds each to comment on this because we are almost at the end of time. Alper, this question of cloud sovereignty, this question of de-risking of omnibuses, in 30 seconds, tell us where we should be going.
It is a must. It is a must. So cloud sovereignty, it's a necessity. And if you're talking about digital resilience, we have to minimize the dependency, and the sovereignty comes in place. So when you look at the regulations, and actually the regulatory framework and the technological alignment side, if Turkey and EU alliance in such a way that we can work in harmony on the trustworthy and responsible AI, modern data governance, cybersecurity and operational resilience, unified cloud security and certification standards, then I think digital resilience will be in place. So we can also bring something Europe increasingly needs, which is engineering speed, disciplined delivery, and regional proximity. And by combining all these, I think this is doable, like digital sovereignty and cloud sovereignty will be possible.
Juan Jesus, are you optimistic? And
Well, by nature, I'm optimistic.
Okay.
And having said that, there's definitely, I'm going to start with the current geopolitical environment. There is, I think every country, every region, every zone is looking into that. No? Now the question is, how can you strike the right balance between business needs and attract investment with a regulatory or policy framework that doesn't damage that? In our company, we have, as I said, our business is global by nature, not our business, but also there are many sectors, I don't have to go through the list, which are global by nature and compete globally. So for those of us that we operate and compete globally, our, let's say, pray or our motto is, let's try to balance between this autonomy that wants to be reached, say, by the EU or by the Türkiye, and by the business need. If we're going to strike, I think I would refer to the Digital International Strategy by the European Commission, and one of the reasons why they are trying to cooperate or reinforce cooperation with certain zones is because there's an opportunity to create marketplaces eventually in which business will invest and business might grow. So I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Ahmed and Sabine, I'm going to give you 10 seconds each in one sentence. What are you most optimistic about? What are the big opportunities? Ahmed?
The
Yep.
The big opportunity, I think, the cross-border interconnection with Turkey and Europe, and also Middle East and Asia. We can connect Europe to these areas. The second one is the cloud and AI cooperation will be good, and also the innovation ecosystem and the startups. We have also a subsidiary, Türk Telekom Ventures, investing in startups. These are the major opportunities, I think.
Sabina, a quick takeaway headline from you.
Yeah, just very quickly, I think there is also huge opportunity around the economic security agenda. We've touched upon it in various bits of the conversation this morning, but I think you know, if you think of what you're trying to achieve with economic security across the board among, you know, Europe and our allies, I think there is a general opportunity for closer cooperation there to achieve similar aims. So, and it's slightly less controversial than maybe some other areas, so we can probably push forward there.
Thank you. Still a lot to cover, a lot to talk about, but do follow up with our panellists bilaterally over the course of today. Thank you so much for your input. Can we have a big round of applause for our panel? And we will next go on to highlight some of those business opportunities in a fireside chat with Rosie Burchard next. Thank you. Hi.
To the EU-Türkiye Business Summit. My name is Rosie Burchard and I am your host for this next part of the day. We're going to be diving into the topic of trade. I know you've already discussed the customs union and digital aspects of this relationship. I am a journalist based here in Brussels, and joining me on stage is Bernd Bierwert, who is the head of cabinet for Maros Šefčovič, who's the European Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security. So trade is very much the word of the day. Bernd, let's start by just zooming out a bit and talking about where we stand. So a state of play when it comes to trade between the EU and Turkey. Paint us a picture of where we're at today.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now you can hear me. Many thanks, Rosie, and many thanks for the invitation. I'm really very pleased and honored to be with you in this beautiful room. It's called the session Fireside Chat. I came by bike. It's freezingly cold, so I was looking forward to.
So did I.
To some fire, but I look here in the audience. Nice to see so many people I know. So I'm sure we'll have a very warm friendly discussion. And if I can start by saying happy birthday, 25 years of the business summit with Turkey, and I think it's a very good occasion to take stock. If I can say so, 25 years. It's a bit like in a personal relationship. You take stock, you look back, and you of course have also to look forward. But if I can say, Rosie, in all in all, it's a very rich, mutually fruitful relationship. Of course, here we are going to focus on trade aspects. If I can I just had a look before I came on the latest figures.
We can dive into the figures. So just check first of all, do you want to sing happy birthday, seeing as you brought them? We'll save that for later perhaps.
I can sing under the shower, but I don't dare to sing.
So let's dive into some of the numbers here then. So when we're talking about this trading relationship, let's put some quantities on that.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the figures, it's a pretty balanced mutual relationship with a slight, but a very slight surplus for the EU. So we are talking here about around 210 billion. Latest figures from 2024. And I think it's important to stress the mutual balance, because in nowadays geopolitical context, we hear a lot about unfair, unbalanced trade, and I think this symbolizes that this is a relationship which is very mutual. If you look at some of the sectors which are very important for both sides. I just before I came, I spoke with a representative of I'm not saying the name, but of an important automotive company. So indeed, the automotive sector, for instance, hugely beneficial for both sides, 20 billion in terms of supply chain. But if I look at machinery, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, energy, so really hugely beneficial. The service side is a little bit lower than if we are looking at merchandising goods, and there, by the way, from the perspective of Turkey, we are the biggest trading partner, and Turkey for us as a trading partner is number 5, so really in the top 5, and I think that's really an extremely good performance. Service is a little bit lower, but still quite important, in the order of around 20 billion. If you look at foreign direct investment, EU is investing still a lot. Is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, investor right now. The other way around, it looks much less. So I think there are still a lot of opportunities on both sides.
Okay, and we'll certainly dig into some of them. One thing I've certainly been picking up on in my journalistic work in the last few months is this real what looks like a desire from the European side to the EU side to cooperate more with Turkey, whether it's on defence, which I think there will be a panel dedicated to that later on, but there's been a lot of analysts saying that it's a kind of moment of the Turkish geopolitical star rising. Has that desire for collaboration in some of those areas translated into trade so far?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think we have to see trade always, of course, in the geopolitical context, and we are right now. It's quite a shift over the recent months, and geoeconomics, of course, play also an increasing role with the renaissance of mercantilism, if I can say so, and therefore it's extremely important that we cherish and we support relationships and trade relationships of trusted partners, rules-based, and that we look also at new areas of cooperation which are adjusting also to the geopolitical context. And of course, Turkey plays an extremely important role geopolitically, geostrategically, not only in the Near East. and where there's really untapped potential to work with, including the defense sector. But of course, there are many other areas we can work on. I mean, if I look at an area I've been working in the past with Commissioner Šefčovič when he was in charge of Energy Union, we've been traveling a lot to the region, to Ankara, Istanbul, and so I mean the area of energy, not only in the East Med region, but far beyond. And I think where, as we speak now, of course, we have BLM. I think we all have to work together on the sustainability area, on decarbonization. I think there are a lot of opportunities there.
Well, maybe let's pick up on that a bit, because I did read the press release after the high-level trade dialogue earlier this year, and one of the things the two sides spoke about was further cooperation on the green transition, carbon border adjustment mechanism as well. We know, you mentioned the COP climate conference, but just in general, it's a bit of a tense moment when it comes to cooperation on these kind of green files. You worked on them extensively in the past. Now, a lot of the work from the EU side is kind of, I think critics would say, cutting it up, right? Those with a more positive point of view would say it's about making things simpler and making life better for businesses here in the European Union, increasing competitiveness. So what could that kind of further cooperation that was outlined or pledged in that release after the high-level dialogue on trade, what could that look like when it comes to cooperation on green transition?
Yes, I mean, if I could start by saying and by underlining that that for the European Union and the Commission and for the President in her second mandate, the sustainability agenda and decarbonization agenda remains a top priority. Of course, we have always depicted this agenda also as a growth agenda with a huge also business opportunity, if I can say so, and just look at China, what China is doing. So I think this agenda is in the interest of all. I've been often reminded of the Nokia or Kodak moment. So if you miss the development of a technology, and here I'm talking about clean technologies, you are out of the market. So I just wanted to say that this is not only about pursuing green objectives, which are super important to save our planets, but if I can say so, but really to drive our economic agenda. But it has to be done in a way which helps our economy, and this is something we've been putting more now in the second mandate, that the focus on, as you know, with the competitiveness agenda, with the clean industrial deal and the sectorial plans, including on the automotive, and we are designing some measures also to match our carbon pricing system, so CBAM. Which I know from the external perspective has raised some eyebrows, but it's matching simply what we are doing on the ETS sector, and we have been engaging here, like on some of the other sustainability files, on a simplification. This applies also for CBAM, where basically a huge more than 90% of the previously affected companies will be carved out. We are coming with some further ideas still by the end of the year. And I'm happy also to say that what was agreed between my commissioner and Minister Bulat in Ankara in July to intensively engage on cooperation on the implementation and simplification of CBAM is taking place as we speak. So I think this is a very positive sign. And of course, they are, apart from the simplification agenda, I mean, we have also other files where you've seen there has been some movement on the EU side, such as CS-DDD, but we are engaging very closely on the renewables energy side, on the diversification side of energy supplies. I myself have still vivid memories of working with Turkey and TANAP on the southern gas corridor. So also to help diversify our gas supply as an intermediate step towards decarbonization.
So the direction of travel seems pretty positive there. We've talked about a lot of the aspirations and a state of play which you seem to be overall positive about. When you're looking toward the future, a road, if you will, what are the hurdles along that way? What needs to be overcome if we want to be sitting here in a year's time, or in 2 years' time, or 5 years' time, talking about a deeper trading relationship? What are the challenges?
Sure. If I can start by saying we have a very solid foundation, which is our customs union. I understand you discussed already a lot this morning, including with our Director General Gerasimus Thomas, and it's a very sound and firm foundation. But as I said, 25 years of a relationship needs also to make some stock taking looking forward, and there's clearly a need for modernization, and we are ready to do so. We have also the task from our European leaders, but as you know, there are some stumbling blocks from our side, in particular the application of the association agreement to all member states, and I mean here Cyprus. So we are ready to engage. I think there's really a need for the modernization, because here we can then enter into areas which are not yet subject of our preferential trade. If I look, for instance, at services and some areas, some agricultural products which are extremely important for Turkey, but also for the EU. So apart from the modernization, of course, it's about since we are, if I can say so, a little bit stuck here. Let's benefit from further implementing the current customs union. We discussed some of the hurdles with Minister Bulat back in July in a very good meeting in Ankara. We have reduced already the number of hurdles from, I think it was from 26 or so to 14. So there's really some good progress.
When you say 26 to 14, can you give us an idea of some of those things that have been eliminated? What do you mean by that? Yeah.
Yes, sure. I mean, I'm not going to bore you now with with technical details, but there were some areas, for instance, in the agricultural sector, which were extremely important: beef meat and bovine. Then there were issues which are under a customs union very important when it comes to imports surveillance and import controls under a system which is called TAREX, and where we have really done remarkable progress to enable a better flow of goods which have been hindered at our borders, if I can say so.
Yeah, and these things, of course, as you said, they're very technical details. But thanks for explaining, because I'm sure as many people in the room know, those really do translate into whether or not and how easy it is to do business, to increase exports, to make an investment decision for the future of your business. So thanks for explaining it. But I think you were talking about challenges and hurdles, and if I might just press you a bit there on you talked about the geopolitics of the relationships. You also talked about trust. I looked into the enlargement report for Turkey from a few weeks ago that was unveiled, or even last week, I think. Some of the questions that came up were around democratic standards, rule of law, media freedom, obviously as a journalist, something that's close to my heart. Is that kind of issue also coming up as a hurdle when you're talking about trading relations and deepening them?
Yeah, yes. Thanks for the questions. I mean, I'm sure most of you have read, or it just came out, our annual enlargement report, which indeed have been painting a mixed picture, if I can say so, in areas which are not under the competence of my commissioner. So, as you know, where we are kind of currently halted, or it's not progressing as I think both sides would wish when it comes to the accession negotiations, with some progress such as in economic, financial areas, research. But indeed, when it comes to fundamental rights, and in particular judiciary, rule of laws, there are some concerns which have been explicitly expressed in the report. And when you look at, I mentioned the I mentioned the investment flows, and if I look at the latest figures from the EU to Turkey, although it's still very important, but it's declining. I think the overall FDI percentage objective of Turkey, which was around 1.5%, has not been achieved. So investment, of course, has to do something with trust in a stable environment. I mean, there are economic factors, of course, like inflation, etc., which are also a challenge. But it's also about securing expectations of investors, and you can see in the more prudent behavior of investors that there's certainly some concern which is related to fundamental rights and rule of law.
I saw on that high-level dialogue, it was also the issue of sanction circumvention was discussed. That's also, I imagine, an issue of trust, but it's important to note that trust goes both ways, right? So are you happy with how you get a sense of how the EU is perceived by the Turkish side in terms of that kind of values, trust, a bigger question there?
Yes, thank you. And indeed, for us, for the international relations or the EU relations with a third country and a close partner like Turkey, and also given the geographical location of the country, sanctions and countering sanction circumvention play a big role. We have a war at our border. Sometimes even already transgressing our border. So for us, this issue is of extreme importance, because if we don't efficiently work on this, of course, it will further fuel the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. So I just wanted to state that for us, it's extremely important. I wanted also to here at this point appreciate the very good cooperation with Turkey on sanctions. We've done a lot of progress, and we see willingness to address these issues. As you know, we have come up with a new package, the 19th. So of course here we would like to see alignment with our proposals. And there are some areas where we have concern, such as so-called fake trading, where parcels or goods are supposed to go to a third destination, but you wonder where they end up. Okay. In the end. So I think there's still a need for further collaborating, but the spirit and the willingness is there.
So we've talked about the hurdles, but let's talk about the opportunities. Where do you see, you mentioned those words earlier, untapped potential. So where do you see potential for more trade, deeper collaboration? Are there any key sectors that you're looking to? You talked a little bit about clean tech and energy. Anything else that's on your radar?
Yeah, thank you. I have a look here at my screen because I discussed with the team just the latest our latest assessment. Again, this is against the background. We have the customs union, which is working well. We can abolish some of the hurdles. But if you look towards the modernization agenda and what is not covered, I think this is a real incentive to work on the modernization. I mentioned already service and digital trade. I understand that you discussed this already this morning, and of course, in nowadays modern world where more and more is being digitized, digital trade plays a big role. I was traveling with the commissioner recently to Singapore, where we negotiated a digital trade agreement, and we want to do it with many of our trading partners, because our agreements are basically pretty much outdated if it comes to this. I mentioned services, which is an untapped potential. Look at IT, software, logistics, finance, and consulting. I think public procurement is also a big area. I mean, if I look at the benefits of economic benefits of public procurement, where of course the public entities try to steer public investments into a certain direction. I think companies on both sides could benefit here. I know, I mean, this is not now for this panel, but I spoke with a participant before the panel that there are concerns about made in Europe, and indeed the Commission is currently reflecting to come with some proposals still this year in the context of the Industrial Accelerator Act, but I cannot say more at this point of time because we are still discussing. I mean, here the issue is, of course, that we want to basically a little bit control and channel where public funding goes. If I can say the last area, which I already mentioned, I think where particular, if I look at the opportunities from Turkey, agriculture and food is a sector where we could do a lot in the future.
So interesting what you said there about something maybe coming up before the end of the year. I can imagine you have a very, very busy agenda for the next few weeks. Let's just take a moment to, I know when you go into these rooms and you're talking about trade and sometimes the accusation in the past is that the EU has been there sort of wagging the finger, telling another side what to do, whether that's been from many countries that I've spoken to officials from in the past. But of course you must also be there in listening mode. Are there things that you think the EU can learn from the Turkish side, from Turkey, that you would like to see implemented in this union?
Absolutely. As a German, I would of course start by quoting the food, but that's just at the on the side. I love Turkish food.
I'm sure you're not the only one in the room.
But there are many other things. We talked about geopolitics, and I think Turkey plays an extremely important role also to stabilize some of the crisis regions. So there's an interest to work very closely. I've been visiting Turkey myself quite a lot, both professionally but also privately. I've seen the enormous progress and also modernization of the economy. I know that, for instance, there's more and more health tourism towards Turkey. I know a lot of close colleagues and friends who are traveling there. I just recently gained a little bit weight, and I was advised I should also go to a wellness destination in Turkey to lose weight. So I mean, I think the service sector, the tourism sector, the modernization of trade relations, regulatory frameworks. I think when it comes, we discussed the simplification. There certainly we can look a little bit left and right. Even if we are not here talking about deregulation, we have our legitimate public objectives. But to make the life of businesses, be it small enterprises, medium or large enterprises, lighter, because we all depend, of course, on jobs and growth, and that's something we certainly can learn from. I think everyone who has negotiated, be it on a marketplace or on a different place, knows how extremely good Turkish negotiators are, and that's something we can definitely learn from, both in terms of hospitality, but also, if I can say, assertively, and I don't mean it negatively, assertively pursuing own interests. And we are heading, unfortunately, into quite rough waters, if I can say so, geopolitically and geoeconomically. We have to look more assertively at our own interests. It's not about selfishness, but we are simply living in a time where also more use, for instance, of trade defense instruments, to come back to the trade agenda, play a role, such as safeguards. I know that, for instance, the steel area is something of concern, since Turkey is the biggest has the biggest imports to the EU. But this is an area where we simply have to look a little bit more on our interests, whereas of course we cherish and want to still have a very, very good relationship with our closest partners.
Okay, good relationship for the future then. That seems like a nice moment to end on. So thank you very much. This was Bernd Bierveld, who is the head of cabinet of Maros Šefčovič. Please give him a round of applause. And I've been your host, Rosie Burchard. That's a wrap for this first part of the day. Now we stood between you and lunch. Now we'll liberate you for that and see you after the break. Thank you very much for your time and your presence. Also to those of you who joined us online, watching from home or from your offices. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after lunch. Hope everyone enjoyed their meals and come back to our session re-energized to take part, because in this session, we have a luxurious 90 minutes. So I very much want to involve our audience in our debate and discussion here. Now, we are going to be discussing defense at a crossroads, EU-Turkey cooperation in an unstable world. My name's Terry Schultz. I'm a journalist that's been covering EU and NATO for many, many years, and also pleased to be part of EBS summits for many of the 25 years we're celebrating here today. So thank you to all of you for joining us, and also those joining us online. Now, let's get started. As everyone knows, the world is changing, sometimes at a breathtaking pace and not in the right direction. Every country is a frontline state. Just this morning, we get word that a Turkish ship may have been hit by a drone off the coast of Ukraine. I won't expect you to address that because, of course, I'm reading the wires and you may not be, Ambassador. But the point is that everyone is at risk, and that's why cooperation is more important than ever. And cooperation with Turkey, such an important, strong member of NATO, aspirant to the European Union, is more important than ever. We're going to start with our Turkish ambassador to NATO, Baset Öztürk, and he is going to lay out for us whether EU-Turkey relations are at a crossroads, need to be redefined. What is the status now, Ambassador? Set the tone for us in this discussion today.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you on this occasion, first of all. And it's so difficult, of course, to really talk about this matter. As Turkish ambassador to NATO, in an audience where we have journalists, EU representatives, but nobody from NATO except for my old friend Camille Grand, but he's also not with NATO anymore. So I am, in a way, representing the voice of the alliance, the voice of NATO allies, but also I have to be careful about the press and the EU community, not to hurt anybody. But therefore, we have to start with a foundation, which should be concrete. You asked a very pertinent question, whether this has to be defined or redefined. I think we have to start by remembering what was defined and what is, in my opinion, is still valid. The idea, I would take you to 25 years ago in Paris. There was a summit of Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe. 19th of November, 1990. It was the summit heralding New Europe. Europe as a whole, free and at peace. This idea, Europe, whole, free and at peace, is so important and is still valid. It doesn't have to be redefined. I think all Europeans must be asking for a Europe whole, free, and at peace. We cannot ask for a Europe which is divided, which is not free, and which is at war. So this was important. But it's not about the Paris summit alone. In May 1989, President Bush was talking about this concept of Europe, whole, free, and at peace. And he was, in fact, responding to the idea of President Gorbachev, who was talking about common European home. I think we should remember the foundations of Europe, European security, on this basis. Because geography, geostrategic, geopolitical realities don't change often. Tactics may change, narratives may change, but the foundations of European security are still intact. And in this context, NATO is the most important instrument, platform, alliance for the security of Europe, with the participation of all European allies. Whether they are members of the EU or not is not important, and North American allies get together for the security of this continent. I don't want to go back to centuries ago, because we have been trying and testing our new ideas, and each and every time after failing and after exhausting all the wrong options, we always come up with the right one. I hope this time we can discover or rediscover or redefine it quicker, so that we will not see a Europe divided.
So you are saying there needs to be a redefinition, Ambassador. There needs to be a redefinition, but you're not giving us a prescription for what that should be.
Thank you. I should.
Is that right? Please, go. I'll give you a little more time if you can do that.
You are taking me to dangerous territories, of course, but I will be brave and in approaching to this issue in sincerity, because it's also important to be sincere at this critical time in history. No country, no organization, no bloc, no entity in this world can be prosperous, happy, and peace without security. This is also correct for human beings, even individually. If we don't feel safe and secure, the rest is detail. So in the context of European Union, which is nowadays trying to be also an organization going in the direction of a European Defense Union, I think it's important to remember also the foundations of European security from those times which ended the Cold War, which resulted with the reunification of Germany. This was so important, but reunification of Germany was only one essential, important step. But the idea of Europe whole, free, and at peace cannot be complete without involving all European allies in the same platform, in the same organization, with the same understandings, and with the same vision. Without this, it's not possible. And also, there will be a bifurcation danger. My good friend also knows it from NATO. It's a terminology from NATO, but it means that if we have one set of forces, one set of resources, one set of people, in fact, the European has 500 million, NATO has 1 billion. So we cannot have an alliance within an alliance. We cannot have an alliance in the form of European Defense Union for 500 million people, and at the same time, we will have another 1 billion people around it, which will not be treated on the same basis as the European allies. So we are not more precious than any one of us. We are all precious. We should be together. We should stay together, stick together. Otherwise, divided, we will get weaker. Divided, we will fail. Divided, there will be, in fact, waste of resources and energy. So these are my initial remarks. I hope I have not crossed the red territory already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And you have, in fact, teed it up for the EEAS. My next guest, Gabriel Munuera Vinals, I mean, I don't think we're talking about enlarging the European Union as much as perhaps the ambassador was suggesting to all the NATO allies. But of course, it's a big question for Turkey. And of course, there are a lot of elephants in the room when we have this discussion, and feel free to invite them up on stage with us so that we can talk about them with them here. I'm not sure that's part of your plans, but where do we stand now? And do you agree that the relationship needs to be redefined between the EU and Turkey, or are things going well on your end?
Thank you very much.
I know, it sounds like the mics, I think it's just that we can't hear them well, but I presume they're fine out there.
Thank you very much, and of course, obviously, thank you very much to the ambassador, whom I know from my time also in Ankara. A real pleasure. I think that I can only reiterate what has already been said by more distinguished speakers this morning. Turkey is a candidate country, is a NATO ally, is a country of fundamental importance for the security of Europe, for our common security, We have been engaging with Turkey. It's a long-standing engagement that we continue trying to reinforce and deepen. Of course, it is very important in this engagement to try to find alignment in security policies, to ensure that this engagement addresses the security interests, the fundamental security interests of the European Union and its member states. But the common goal is very clear, to try to strive to the extent possible together, of course, to a more secure Europe, to a Europe that managed to address all the security challenges that we have. In Europe, in the neighborhood, whether it is southern neighborhood, eastern neighborhood, of course, first and foremost, the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine, where, of course, our engagement with Turkey is of fundamental importance. All these matters we are regularly discussing with Turkey at very senior level, and we will continue engaging with such a fundamental country as Turkey is for all of us.
And has the instability that we're all facing, the increasing threats, do you sense inside the negotiations, the ongoing talks about opening chapters and so on that has been going on for so long, as you mentioned, rather euphemistically, has this driven the recognition that Turkey needs to be part of the European Union's own security and vice versa? Have you sensed more of an urgency in these discussions?
That's a factual matter. Of course, there's the enlargement process when it comes to Turkey, and this is a factual point, is at a standstill. Although, indeed, Turkey is a candidate country, and this is very clear. When it comes to engagement on security matters that are of particular concern to both of us, this is happening in many different ways. It's happening bilaterally, and it's happening in different frameworks where our member states and Turkey are all often members, be it NATO has been mentioned, OSCE, or, of course, Council of Europe, contributing in other ways also to the security of the continent. This engagement has to continue. It is very important because the circumstances in the region smaller and broader, have been changing in recent times. New challenges have been emerging, but new opportunities as well. There are new opportunities for peace and stability in the South Caucasus, very clearly. There are new opportunities for peace and stability when it comes to Syria, and obviously Turkey has been playing a very important role in those developments. There are now, fortunately, finally, new opportunities for things going in a better direction when it comes to Gaza, the ceasefire, and so on. All these are developments and matters where interaction with Turkey, interaction for us with Turkey as a partner, as a candidate country, as an ally, are fundamental.
Okay. I'm not sure that answered whether it's lending any urgency inside the negotiations, but we have plenty of time to talk about that if people want to do it. And now I'm going to turn to Camille Grand, who used to be just an analyst on my panels, and now, of course, is the Secretary General of ASD. So, Camille, Turkey, of course, is an important member of ASD, an active member. How much can this country help in the rearmament of Europe that is now underway? Do you see any divides there in Turkey and the other European countries?
No, indeed, the first point is to remind everyone, but because that's interesting also from a political perspective, is that Turkish industries are part of ASD, of the Aerospace Security and Defense Industries Association of Europe. And in that context, our Turkish colleagues are actively participating in our work and are perceived as genuine partners on par with those coming from industries from EU countries or other non-EU countries. So it's from this perspective, it is a factual situation that is also bringing both diversity and a different perspective into many of our conversations. I think my starting point would be to say that we're in a moment where industry is more important than ever to meet our geopolitical challenges. As Commissioner Kubilius has put it, generals win battles and industry wins wars. And that is something that is a challenge for all of us. You know, we have to get this right because we cannot afford losing this particular challenge. And we know very well that the Russian economy has turned into a war economy, is producing more and faster all sorts of critical capabilities, and so we have to look at this also from this perspective, whether we look at it as NATO, as EU, as the whole of Europe, from a European security perspective. So this challenge does lead to put industry at the forefront of many of the discussions in the NATO context, in the EU context, to get this right and to make sure that industry is perceived rightly as a capability, I would argue. It is a capability on its own merit next to other, and some have even argued that it is a domain for competition, just like air, land, sea, space, cyber, that there is a competition ongoing there. So what we do need is all the potential cards we have in our hands to do that. So that leads me to my point about the role of Turkish industry in that particular context. First of all, it is obviously part of the ecosystem by the numerous partnerships that exist with European companies. There is a number, and I'm sure my colleagues from industry will highlight some of these partnerships, but that's a reality, that's a factual reality. Those partnerships exist, are in some instances part of the supply chain. In some instances, it's much deeper of developing joint development of technology. So a lot of these partnerships do exist, and that's again makes Turkey part of this industrial landscape in Europe that we have to look at when we reflect on this. And let's also be honest, having been in my NATO capacity, not yet in the new job in Turkey for some of the air shows, it is also an industry that is developing extremely fast, and that is very active, and that is a priority. So this is something that we have to take into account when we look at this. The situation is not the same one as 10 years ago or as 20 years ago when we look at that. So where does that leave us more on the political side of the conversation? And of course, it's no longer my role to reflect on this, but I'll just share a bit both based on my experience and how I see the current situation. First of all, let's be honest. You mentioned the elephants in the room. There are a number of political hurdles that remain. And that make cooperation between the EU and Turkey on the one hand, between the EU and NATO, which can be a framework that facilitates that cooperation, more complicated. So this is something that we have to admit. Some of these are way above my pay grade today, but I would still recognize. I think it's important to recognize that those frictions exist, and to be honest and open about them. Having said this, should it mean, and that was often my frustration as a NATO official, that it should mean that we don't do anything, that we just say, okay, there is a problem, and Ambassador Öztürk, my friend Bassat, will remember me coming into his office to say, please make an effort on this particular thing to facilitate something. Sometimes it would work, sometimes not, but I would always try and push to get this right. And I think this is really important to keep this mindset of saying, okay, how can we move the conversation with all the stakeholders, with those that have reservations on active Turkish participation in the EU context, with those that are supporting it, with, of course, Turkey in its on an everyday basis. So this is something that with that. And last idea is that, of course, this requires efforts on all parties. It's not a one-direction effort. It's a bit of everyone sort of recognizing that there is value in this cooperation and then working hard to make it happen, including sometimes by toning down the rhetoric or toning down or looking at very practical ways of solving the cooperation. So these are my initial thoughts to get the conversation started. Thank you, Terry.
And you did tee up the fact that industry is very active, and I'm going to turn to Renzo next for your views on the increasing cooperation that you have at Leonardo. You have a long history in Turkey, and you've just signed a big new deal. So things clearly, the tensions that may exist on the political side don't seem to be hindering industry.
Yes, we live in a context. Indeed, here with my paper, I have a list of collaborations with the Turkish industries and with Turkey in the past, since '89. So what should industry do? Industry should deliver the best possible technology, top-notch, world-class solutions, the best possible human-machine interface for those who use the products of industry. And in doing this, industry should be competitive. What does it mean, competitiveness? It means innovation. So industry must be innovative and competent. So when industry wants to innovate, either we do everything at home, in-house, which when it's possible, but nobody can do everything at home and by himself or by herself. So we need alliances. And then, which are the alliances? The best possible. And this is why Leonardo is looking at Turkish industries. It is looking at Turkish partners because of the high competence that has brought this collaboration, as you were saying, Terry, to grow. Because collaboration started, I would love to read here, but I would be pretty boring in this, but okay. And started in '89 and started with some projects, some programs, but now it is structural collaboration. It is something that wants to stay, inshallah, wants to be permanent and to grow and to develop. In doing this, what do we need more? We need competence, technology, innovation. We need mutual trust. Because otherwise, without trust, we cannot do things. So it's important that Leonardo has been able to build with Turkish counterparts this mutual trust on the base of the common interest, because nobody has to be overwhelming, winning in any common enterprise. And indeed, if you see, you were mentioning, Terry, the new Baikar Leonardo joint venture, it is a 50-50. Okay. It's absolutely 50-50 repartition. Mutual trust, what do we need? And this the ambassador was mentioning, in Camille Grand, President Camille Grand, Secretary General Camille Grand was mentioning, is the political context. And the political context. This alliance by Baikar Leonardo was announced in June 2025. What did happen in April 2025? Happened that President Erdogan was with Prime Minister Meloni, and they were discussing exactly this alliance between Turkey and Italy, and this interest of cooperation between Turkish industries and Leonardo in this case, because we are talking about defense and about Leonardo. So we have the political context that is exactly given the frame. We have the mutual trust that comes from 35 years of working together, I said, from projects, programs to structural collaboration, and we have the competence and the industrial strength. So these are all the good factors for delivering to our armies, armed forces, to whoever wants radar or unmanned vehicle, in this case, the best possible technological solution.
And I'm interested also in the hurdles that you may face. A lot of times when I do these industrial panels, they talk about things the EU could do to make it easier to make these kind of deals with a country that's outside the bloc.
The rules, the simplification. Defense has not a single market of defense products, but there is a point of exchange, of transfer of defense products, and for this, the rules should be made easy. The point of the antitrust, this is something that is important, that we look always at the Commission, that the antitrust is read on the basis, of course, of the treaties, but also on the geopolitical interpretation. President von der Leyen said this commission, her first commission was the first geopolitical commission, and is exactly this. I mean, in the case of, for instance, of the Leonardo Baikar joint venture, the market is the European market, Mediterranean market, Central Asian market, but it's a global market. So we have to see, of course, all the what is done by our world competitors, and normally we use the word United States, China, just to say the most important, not necessarily on this business case, but in general, yes. So this is essential that the Commission helps in this.
David, I would like to ask you some of the same questions. As head of the Brussels office of Indra, you also similarly have a long history in Turkey, and you wanted to bring forward some examples of what more could be done to make this relationship win-win. It sounds like it already is, a lot of win-win compared to some of the other contexts of EU-Turkey relations. But from Indra's perspective, what more could be done to ease the business side of things?
Well, thank you, Terry. First of all, thanks to the European Business Summit and to the Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think it is a good moment to have these kind of discussions, especially when it is about win-win. Well, my colleagues have said a lot of things. For me, putting into the context of the EU-Turkey relationships, being aware that everything that we say within the European Union in terms of defense has to be in line with the NATO framework, and this is something that appears in every
which automatically includes Turkey.
Political communication, whatever you like. There's always this caveat that I think is providing coherence to the system. I would like to say that, as Camille said, we are now living a certain degree of transformation in defense in Europe. I mean, we've been under a lot of years of underinvestment. Now there is a new wave of investments. Industry is realizing that we have to transform ourselves. We need to invest in preparedness, in resilience, in deterrence. Industry has to play a significant role. As Camille said, we are part of the national capabilities in defense. And if the EU wants to become relevant in this system, I think that the box of tools, of incentives, of regulations has to be coherent with this ambition. If we want to be relevant, we have to have things on the table that can provide this opportunity for industry. I think nowadays Indra is making a strong effort in this context. We are investing heavily. The Spanish government is investing a lot. This very year, there was a plan, a security and technological plan, investing 15 billion euros in 2025 for modernization programs, for
You mean in Turkey, or modernization? Are you talking about specific money directed toward this relationship?
No, directed to the transformation of the industry. Now I will make a point on how we can how I can respond to your question on the relationship. But the idea is that we are transforming, we are investing, we are putting money on the table, we are doing our job in Brussels in order to incentivize as well a systematic cooperation among member states, among industries and member states with different tools, be it the European Defence Fund, the SAFE, etc. And then there is the dimension with third countries. And Turkey, in this regard, I think is a very interesting opportunity. We need to be, in uncertain times, I think we need to be pragmatic. And pragmatism has been always difficult to define, but I would say now that we have an opportunity to really develop this win-win relationship. Just one single concrete point that you wanted to hear, maybe. Spain decided some weeks ago to buy a air system from Turkey, from Turkish aerospace industries, the Hürjet, which is a system to train the future pilots in Spain after 40 years of having the F5. So I think this is a very good message from Spain to Turkey in order to set up a first step into this collaboration with Turkey. And I hope that this is as well a win-win relationship in terms of the return on investment that it produces in the Spanish ecosystem as well.
But in a sense, that's a very natural decision, being that you're both NATO members. So that it's sort of, we're hopping back and forth between EU-Turkey cooperation and NATO cooperation, which is quite natural, of course.
It sounds natural, but the reality is that it didn't happen in the past.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, I think we have good opportunities to set up now a new tone in the relationship. This is one example. I'm also playing a role in ASD under the
Yes, I didn't tell your ASD title because I think
supervision of the Secretary General. And so I am very much involved in the security domain, not in the non-military security angle of
it gave you too much power on my panel, if I can.
No, but the point is that we have been always had Turkish industries in the security business unit that I chair. some Turkish representatives have been even vice-chairing from in some periods in this group of working groups. Turkey is a potential beneficiary of security research programs that are funded by the European Commission. By the way, one of the potential opportunities we have for the future is everything related to the security of the critical infrastructures, of the European network of critical infrastructures, where Turkey and the European Union are more and more connected. We heard this morning about mobility, about energy. These infrastructures are connecting us further, and there is a point there in the security of this network. And maybe there are future possibilities in the short term to work together between European Union and Turkish industries.
Well, certainly that's hoped by at least Turkish industry, isn't it? We'll talk more about that, I'm sure, with the safe money. But I want to bring in Håkan Aydemir with the Turkish aerospace industries, and that, of course, is one of the sectors that actually has been mentioned now already, and it's one of the places where the EU and Turkey certainly cooperate. And your country has just signed a deal to buy Eurofighter Typhoons, a deal that was long in the works and finally came through. And I wanted to know whether you think that this signals that relations are warming, or at least that some hurdles can be overcome once it's mutually beneficial enough. I mean, how did that deal come about, and what does it tell us about the possibility of more such agreements?
Okay, so thank you first of all to give opportunity to discuss this important and timely topic, the defense industry collaboration. And when it comes to your Eurofighter question, short answer is of course yes, because selling an aircraft or buying an aircraft is not just a trade. It is just a beginning of a long-term relationship. For example, about the F-16s, we are using these aircraft for more than maybe 30, 40 years. But as Ambassador mentioned, to discuss defense things is really good, but it's challenging because every word you say, and you should be careful. So of course I have a lot of thoughts, but lots of them classified, so I will try to make an public summary here. Yes, Eurofighter thing is good, and I will return to this topic, but I will just talk in general about why collaboration is really very important for the defense industry. This is a reality. Today's and tomorrow's battlefield are becoming increasingly complex, deeply asymmetric, and multi-domain. So we are witnessing for the last few years how cheap, rapidly produced, and also highly effective drones can change tactical balance just in days. Because it's not important you can manufacture a high-end technology or low-cost one. Now this day, it's also important how many you can produce just in days or in weeks. Because it's not something that, okay, you can just initiate a project, but it will take 5 to 6 years. The world is not a thing like we were living in maybe 10 years ago. It's really changing. But on the other hand, you need to have the high-end technologies like the 5th generation, 6th generation aircrafts because of to have a total and the full air dominance. But the modern defense planning should not be, in a position that to decide between this low cost and the high-end technology. So we need to build all these one together. Only nations can produce these two technologies at the same time will be successful. So that's why we need to make this collaboration. For example, Turkish defense industry is, especially in the last 15 years, really made a huge improvement on that. For example, now our company has 13 indigenous projects at the same time. It includes UAVs, the helicopters, general purpose helicopters, attack helicopters, and also 5th generation aircraft and jet trainers. And for example, as Mr. David mentioned, we are about to sign a contract with Spain to provide them an advanced jet trainer aircraft, for example. And of course, we have in collaboration with Airbus DS and Indra for training systems, for example. So in parallel, buying a Eurofighter is something, selling Hürjet is something, but we need to see what will happen next. So how we can expand this collaboration on the technical side. The political context, of course, sets the stage for all of us, but on the technical side, we need to work together to find some solutions, to trust ourselves, and also to find some frameworks with all the private companies on the defense industry. Because And in air warfare, there is a term kill chain. Kill chain is a cycle of detecting, deciding, and acting. So to be successful in this kill chain, we need to talk about another chain, it's the trust chain. So we need to build a trust chain between the countries and the companies. Because we need to build it together, we need to share all this information together. Because the last wars in the world showed us all the systems should be updated maybe daily. For example, electronic warfare systems. We all witnesses that how these drones or the other asymmetric threats really showed a huge challenge for the electronic warfare system, for example. So to provide this dynamic and also this powerful collaboration, this on the technical side, we definitely work together and we definitely find to work together, for example, on the artificial intelligence side. So every company, every country just make huge investments to the artificial intelligence. But when it comes to sell a product with the AI-based, so how can we trust them? How you trained it, for example? What's secret in this product, for example? So to know that, we need to share these frameworks to each other. Because a country maybe trains something with a test data, but the other country needs another test data, for example, because purposes are different. So on the strategic side, maybe our political context will show us a final target, but to reach this target, we need to find some other ways. So that's why we need to share our data, we need to share our knowledge. For example, in the AI world, there is a term like the transfer learning. So why there is a technical term as transfer learning? Because it really saves you time. So we need to do the same thing. For example, if we have an experience on the battlefield, we need to share this with the countries, with our technological assets, for example. So, okay, we can buy Eurofighter, but we need to interoperable this aircraft, for example, with Hürjet. If we can do it, Spain also can use it. So the Khan or the other aircrafts should work together because we all really see that interoperability is really very important on the defense industry. So again, to answer your question, yes, it's a good thing, but we need to see it how we can expand it. So it will be important in the following years. So we will see what will happen.
Ambassador, maybe you could come back in on that. How do you bridge these political, military gaps when the politics perhaps are not working as quickly as the industry, but you do need to build trust and you need to have the legal basis also to share these systems?
You are so right. Thank you for the opportunity.
No, I just made that up off the top of my head, too. That was pretty good.
One fact, the fact that we have a treaty signed among allies from 1949. We have to take it very seriously because we are allies, treaty-bound allies. There are, of course, treaties by the European Union, and they are also equally important and precious.
But not enough, right?
But they were not in the domain of defense and security. Because security is indivisible. We cannot have one set of security, one set of standards for NATO enterprise, and then we will have another set of standards for another type of security within the European Union. It's a deadly kiss.
And then yet another perhaps for third countries, which puts third countries outside the EU, so it's quite difficult.
And what I'm saying is not personal words of Ambassador Öztürk. It happens to be a Turkish diplomat, and maybe reflecting also the views and sentiments of Turkish people. But I should like to refer to 1967 Harmed report, which was initiated here by the initiative of Belgian foreign minister of that time, which concluded in 1967 that, in fact, this first function, the alliance's first function, is to maintain adequate military strength and political solidarity to deter aggression. And it has concluded that since its inception, it has successfully worked. These are still valid because we can have only one political solidarity as an alliance to deter any type of aggression. Deterrence will not work if there is a lesser level of deterrence with less capabilities, with, in fact, smaller geography. How can you be sure that the European continent can be defended without the NATO enterprise, without non-EU European allies, not only Turkey, like also the United Kingdom, United States of America, Canada, Norway, Iceland? Can this continent be defended? Can an EU exclusive defense be deterrent enough? These are, really not political questions. It's mathematical. It's geometry. You can calculate it with mathematics. What are the number of armed forces in Europe? Which is the second largest army of the alliance? Which is the first one? But the second one is Turkey. Yeah. We are the third in terms of contributions to NATO missions and operations. We are the seventh ally in terms of contributions to common funding. But beyond all these contributions, there is geography. You cannot change geography. You like it or not, this geography unites us forever. And also history has brought us together. We have tried in the past, we made wars and we made peace, but ultimately it has all ended up with greater reunification, greater interaction with each other. So without this, we cannot really go anywhere. And the standard setting is so important in NATO that also for European allies, and in this surrounding, there was this famous, beautiful Western European Union, which included all European allies under one roof. They were forming the European wing of the alliance as European allies. It was not a coincidence that Turkey, for example, is now having one of the largest A400 fleets in Europe. 10 of them now, and we can have another 10. Why? Because we were able to participate in this program from the outset. Design, development, manufacturing, joint use, maintain, supply. So altogether, we make a better whole. We make a perfect company altogether.
So I want to bring it back to Gabriel now, because things do work better. I mean, well, on the defense side. I mean, and one of the tasks of our panel, which we were given, was to come up with concrete ways that we can improve the cooperation, the integration. So are there lessons that can be taken from these successful bilateral multinational defense deals that, I'm sorry, I know you look at me like, don't do that. I mean, that can be taken into the political side, but I mean, there is a lot of cooperation, there's a lot of coordination, there's a lot of integration.
Absolutely. And I have to thank the ambassador for mentioning the Western European Union.
I know.
I started my
only the old people will know this. I remember.
I started my professional career as a research fellow in the Institute for Security Studies of the Western European Union.
Oh my gosh.
Paris, Palais de Chaillot. Beautiful place, by the way. Now it is the EU Institute for Security Studies. Yep. There is indeed plenty of engagement and cooperation already. I mean, Turkey contributes for years now to EUFOR Althea, which is, of course, one of our operations under the common security and defense policy. Of course, talking about the security of Europe and security of our immediate, obviously, dimension. KFOR, which is, of course, NATO, is led by a Turkish general at present. There is cooperation when it comes to Black Sea security. I mean, it's impossible to think of Black Sea security without, of course, engaging very, very closely with Turkey. Turkey is part of the coalition of the willing in the context of our common support to Ukraine. So there are many dimensions of cooperation that are happening in different contexts, none of them necessarily being exclusive of the other, and ideally all being complementary of each other, and where the European Union or European member states are interacting very closely with Turkey. The aim here is to deepen this engagement, to continue discussing, identifying the areas where we can do more or even much more together, and of course addressing the challenges that we may have so that we can maximize the potential of this engagement that is long-standing.
But I mean, you made my point. There are all of these good things that are happening. So why can the negotiations, why are they at a standstill? Why cannot, or can such lessons be brought over and to try to unstick the political negotiations? I mean, I know that's not up to you.
Well, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm
way
alleviating you of that full responsibility. But you know, we haven't talked about it so much. You know, other things have been in the headlines. So what is still completely blocking progress?
Well, there are different dimensions of this relationship, of course. I mean, one, more distinguished speakers before me today were referring, and you will always hear the same. Turkey is a candidate country, is a NATO ally, is also a member, together with many members of the European Union, of other institutions that are relevant for security in Europe in different ways. OSCE being one of them, Council of Europe very much being another one in a different dimension. And of course, this engagement is happening in many different contexts.
Back to my question, why isn't it happening in the context we're talking about?
You're talking in the context of enlargement.
Yes.
Well, of course, enlargement has its own criteria. Notably and foremost, the so-called Copenhagen criteria, relevance of rule of law, obviously independence of the judiciary. There's a number of criteria there. It has been felt and assessed, and you find this in enlargement country reports on an annual basis, the last one coming out very recently, that in the case of Turkey, there's still work to be done. And of course, this is important. But of course, the fact that Turkey is a candidate country has never changed, is still there. We continue hearing from Turkish top leadership the importance they attach, and we heard this morning from including the minister, the importance they attach of its candidate status, of the perspective of accession to the European Union. And this is of great, great importance. And this is very much appreciated and valued. And in that particular context, this set fundamental basis for continuing discussion and continuing engagement. Of course, when it comes to the security field, which is a little bit what this panel is referring to, as we were saying, a lot of engagement is happening already. To maximize the potential of this engagement, of course, there are some, it's important to align security policies to the extent possible. It's important to address the security interests of both of us, and in our case, is the security interest always of the European Union and its member states. But as I was saying, as we're always saying, the engagement is ongoing, and the willingness to address the differences, the challenges, I believe is there. And that's a very, very important thing. But the ambassador wanted to come in.
2 minutes. I'll grant you 2 minutes.
Short, in fact, but also we have to relieve Gabriel, who is a good friend of mine.
I know, I did.
If he was the commissioner in charge, I'm sure there would have been a better response from the EU side if he could have been the commissioner of the European Union. Because I know he knows these topics. He worked in the WEU. He, by heart and mind,
just aged you.
Fully aware of what is needed. But the reality is this, that you don't have to be aligned with the CFSP of the EU, or it can be a target. We have NATO. NATO is the essential forum for consultations on all matters related to security and defense of all allies. There is no impediment for any European ally to come to EU or NATO, ask what Turkey needs or what they do not like with Turkey, what they expect from Turkey, could always be discussed at any moment. In half an hour, we can meet at the NATO Council and we can discuss any issue among ourselves. So this is a totally different thing, that the EU candidacy, Turkey's EU membership is another track. But the security and defense is something cannot be deferred. It's now or never. It does exist or it does not exist.
Camille,
There cannot be, really here, half security, half defense. Terry. So it's so important that I had to make this intervention.
Okay,
Thank
allowed.
you for the opportunity.
Okay, I want to hear from the industry side. How do you see any obstacles to Turkey helping to rearm Europe? Are the big drive now in military mobility? I mean, how do they play a role in military mobility? How do they play a role in perhaps these new funds that are available to EU member states?
Maybe
you can take pieces.
I also started my career at the WEU Institute, so we're
all distracted.
Too many experts on the WEU for a single panel. But the reality, I mean, first of all, I think we have to recognize, and that would be maybe my nuance, is that a lot is changing. We see a European Union that is more active in the field of security and defense, and we need to take that into account as we discuss these matters. You know, so the and what is even more interesting from the perspective of our conversation when I look at it is that if I look back to, I left NATO 3 years ago, what I hear is that the EU-NATO relationship is much deeper than ever before. And it opens venues for cooperation, it opens venues for deepening the discussions on many, many fronts. It is true, and I think it is something that Ambassador, you're right to stress, is that the security is indivisible and NATO has the core responsibility for it. But it is also true that the Commissioner for Defense and the HRVP do recognize that in numerous statements in the conversation between EU and NATO, the central role of NATO, the effort by the European Union to bring on board NATO capability targets in its own development plans and all of that. So I think there is a much clearer understanding. You know, I think things have moved in the sense that I don't think it is right to frame this in terms of competition, but there is a huge effort on both sides to make this conversation move forward. Then the issue is, how do we make it inclusive on both sides? And that is always very, very sensitive, because then you start touching on both organizations when it comes to those to security and defense are ruled by are operated on the rule of consensus, and we know it is sometimes more difficult to achieve consensus on how open will be the formats. Now, rolling it back to very practical steps. I think the reality is that we have numerous frameworks for cooperation. We have everything that's operating under the NATO umbrella. That is happening no matter what. The NATO agencies are a framework for cooperation where Turkish industry, Turkish government are extremely active, and I remember that very vividly. Then there is at the other end of the spectrum, the whole business cooperation, which, as David and Renzo were saying, is extremely active in multiple domains. And it's true that over the last 10, 15 years, there's an enormous corner that has been turned with Turkish industry becoming a genuine partner and not only a supplier, a second-tier supplier. And then there is the EU projects, and we know from experience that many of the EU projects, it's always very complicated to open funding, to open, you know, and there is a reason for that. You know, the argument is not necessarily Turkish specific. It can be about, you know, EU taxpayer money goes to EU companies. It can be about, so we see that the conversations about SAFE, about all sorts of other projects are complicated. And that is, and in a way, it is a fair statement on the part of our EU colleagues to say that it's not something that happens, you know, just by a simple decision. It does take a lot of energy to think through this, to accommodate the rules and regulation, and we know the EU is a house of rules and regulation in order to accommodate further cooperation. But let me close in on you raised military mobility, which I think to me is an interesting case, because there is a big need to align the efforts, because we know that there is a huge demand for military mobility in the NATO context, which is based on NATO requirements, and we know the European Union is ready to help facilitate the improvement of military mobility across the continent. I think there is a real need. It's a bit outside industry, but there is a real need to make sure that there is proper alignment in terms of the direction of travel. Because that is, as you were saying, Bassat, the geography is what it is. When it comes to more specific industrial cooperation, I think a number of very successful cooperation have been mentioned. The A400M is an example of a major European project that has a very direct involvement of Turkey and with the Turkish Air Force being one of the prime customers of that. There are others in development. And the interesting thing is to see in some instances, including the deal with Leonardo recently on drones, which see a very balanced cooperation, not only the one where there is in that particular case, both in terms of who brings in the technology, who brings in the investment. It is an incredibly balanced cooperation, which is something novel that we have to watch for. So we see, I think it's, and I'll close on this, it's fair to recognize that the landscape is changing very rapidly, both the global security landscape, to a degree the institutional landscape. And so what does it mean in practice? Because of course, when the enlargement negotiations were started, defense was not on the agenda of the Commission, for instance. So what does it mean today to bring this into this? So I'll stop there, but I wanted to stress, because sometimes we tend to start from, where we were a long time ago, and I'm amazed myself, based on my own experience, to see how much has happened both in the business side and in the institutional side.
Well, it sounds like things have already been redefined. I mean, the title of our panel is Defense at a Crossroads. It seems like that crossroads has already been crossed, and to the benefit of both sides when it comes to industry. David nodded and said, yes, or no, you're agreeing or you're disagreeing. You take your pick. And let me also let our audience think of questions. Anybody who wants to come in on our conversation now, please raise your hand. No, go ahead.
What was the question?
What was the you agreed
because
with
I didn't start my career in the ISS.
It was just, I pointed out that we were talking about whether defense is at a crossroads, but on the industrial side, it doesn't seem like things need to be redefined. You have already charted your path, and it seems to be going well. That's what you wiggled your head in an undefined way.
Well, I would align with what Camille said. We are precisely now under a very stressful situation in the defense industry in Europe, because we need to transform, not to redefine, to transform. And to transform means a lot of things. We need to be competitive in the way we design, develop, and manufacture things. And we have to be competitive in a global market that is managed through a strategic competition criteria, and where other powers are very strongly betting on new technologies, on disruptive technologies, on artificial intelligence, on I mean many issues that are on spot now. We need to gain scale, to be to deliver, because we need to deliver, because demand is increasing, because there is a challenge for industry that hasn't been that active in the last decades. So now we need to make a real effort in this regard. And as I am concerned, in Europe we need to have a much more coherent organization structure of the ecosystem.
But this is shared with Turkey, of course. This is not, there's no
I'm not saying that
this is something where I'm saying perhaps we focus too much, and I'm interested in my other panelists also view on this. Maybe we focus too much on the fact that enlargement is stalled. Would that make a difference to you in your fields if it weren't stalled? Because you found ways around it. You found ways to harmonize legislation. You found ways to share intelligence that you don't, I mean, Turkey doesn't need to be a member of the EU for this to work, obviously.
Industry can do things with the respect of the political masters, but industry can do things. And in some cases can even make some steps ahead. and this is interesting to see which steps ahead are, of course, allowed by the treaties, by the rules, and so on. For instance, you were mentioning also, Camille kindly was mentioning again the joint venture BayCar Leonardo. Leonardo brings excellence in electronics, in crewed, uncrewed teaming, in integration of effectors, in knowledge of European certifications, which is not bad for the Turkish partners. And of course, BayCar brings the excellence in terms of manufacturing or developing unmanned platforms. And this means that we can do things. We can prove that things can be done, and we can do this. In doing this, then we discovered probably, this I don't know, it's just a guess, but I was thinking of what Bernd Biewert was just saying in his speech half an hour ago, some bottlenecks. And the bottlenecks, of course, David was mentioning ramping up. We have to increase capacity. Yeah, this is one of the things. You were asking what the Commission can do. But the Commission can help in defragmenting the industry. Because what we have to do, we have to defragment while increasing capacity. So the member states want to increase capacity. The Commission, with the Commissioner Cobillo's office, says we put millions and the member state put trillions. Yeah, okay, but the millions put by the Commission are for defragmenting, and the trillions put by the member states are for increasing capacity. So this is something. We can have the bottlenecks of the raw materials. We can have the bottlenecks of the people. We don't have always enough students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we need the young people.
Again, a shared problem, though.
This is important. This is absolutely important that we have to make the point with our alliance. Was mentioned before. It was mentioned in the availability of capital. The capital market union is not yet a reality, but in particular not Leonardo. But smaller enterprises may have a problem. This was also mentioned by Bernd Biewert just before. So we have some bottlenecks that we can tackle together. And these we have to go to our political masters asking for creating the frame, appropriate frame, but an industry can take some initiatives as Leonardo is doing with BayCar. Always on the principle of the technological excellence, because industry has to deliver.
And Håkan, would it make any difference for you if Turkey were to already be a member of the EU, or do we make too much of this logjam? You find a way to get around it. Sorry.
I understand the question, but this is a question that it is difficult to reply if we don't have the political frame sur place in place. So what we have to do the maximum possible, and we discovered that in doing things we can do a lot of things already. And this is what we have to do. We have to deliver in a as-if situation.
You mean an as-if security situation?
Yeah, it's an as-if situation.
Yes, and of course being a member will help, but when it comes to defense industry, it needs to a different mindset actually, because as Mr. Renzo mentioned, for example, Leonardo BayCar cooperation. So we can do this kind of cooperation for all aspects, for all the technological side. For example, on the digital engineering side, we just made Hürjet just in 5 years, from the scratch design to maiden flight, with the help of this kind of digital tools, because Turkey has a huge young engineer population, for example, and they are really very good to use this kind of digital tools. For example, the engine installation just took 2 days for the Hürjet because of these tools. Really helped us. So that's why I always say the rapid production is really very important. So you should also be dynamically on the battlefield, because while the war is continuing, you should be updated yourself. So these kind of things we need to make these collaborations. But I think it's more than maybe somehow political. So it's really out of our scope. But on the technological side, we can do it. We can easily integrate to your frameworks, and also we can open our frameworks to integrate it. because for example, especially for the air warfare and the land force, now the interoperability is everything. The communication in the battlefield is everything. So if you just had an information, you should forward it immediately to the related parts. And in some cases, maybe you need to decide on aircraft or on the land vehicle immediately. So this will change everything on the battlefield. And to feel ourselves secure on this point, so we need to solve all these issues. I think, again, being member will really help, but it really needs another mindset. So Turkey can help, for example, on the UAV side. So Turkey has a lot of experience for the UAVs, and the leader country, in my opinion, also. When you look to the numbers, it says the same thing. For this UAV thing, so we can do this collaboration, for example, with the Europe. So, and then otherwise, all this Eurofighter sale, Hürjet sale, these are the opportunities. But of course, we will continue to manufacture our own fighters, of course. So we need to find a way for interoperability. Interoperability is the topic of the NATO. Maybe it has been discussed for the last few years. This is very important. So we need to define standards together. We need to define all the interfaces together. Otherwise, every country will waste its human resources, will waste all the technological stakes, because it is not something, okay, this is the product, just use it. This is the product, just buy it and then use it on the battlefield. It's not something for us. We need to find a way for a huge and deep collaboration, and this collaboration should start from universities, should start from private companies, should start from the huge companies. And all these kind of collaborations should be in every aspect of the nations. And then that can really bring the success. For example, start on the AI side. The huge companies may stay heavy to make this kind of improvements, but there are lots of startups in Europe. For example, in Finland, we are working with a private company. They are really very good at their work. It's a startup company, for example. So we need to find some way. And for example, this Finland company could not send its products to Turkey directly for the last 5 years, for example. We were working with them, but now they solved it last year.
For export control reasons? Or,
yes, sure. For example, they solved all this issue last year, for example. So we need to just make some steps to solve all these issues, but we need to do it now. Actually, we had to do it yesterday, but we missed this day, so we need to start immediately.
And did Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO solve some of those problems? I know that was an issue on discussion for their membership, so I presume some of that went away.
Actually, maybe our ambassador just explained it very well. Again, yes, and I'm trying to find the correct words again. So I will try to stay on the technical side.
But let me just address one thing you just said. I mean, Europe is crying out for innovation and for young people. And on some of my panels, we're discussing about how they don't have that young labor pool, young trained labor pool. So if Turkey has it, that seems like something that could be easily solved and would be a very concrete positive step for both sides. Are you telling me that the universities are not working together as much as they could, and the labor market is not easily mobile?
Yes, for example, we need to start to solve all this issue from universities, but there is the visa problem, for example. Lots of the Turkish students could not go to Europe, for example. So if we start to talk on the basic side, we need to solve all this issue, because we all know that lots of the engineers move to Europe, and some of them return back again because of the innovation side, because these young people really want to deal with the engineering problems, with the huge engineering problems, because they of course take care about the world's problems, about for example, healthcare or the nation problems, but all these people need to work on the engineering challenges. So we need to provide them a really peaceful and very relaxing environments. So we need to, of course, solve all these political issues.
Okay, I will call again for questions. Does anybody out there not want to ask about Turkish participation in SAFE, or do I have to do it? I have to. Okay, I will do it. The ambassador's ready. On the previous.
About the issue just mentioned, in fact, what we were asking from Finland and Sweden before they joined the alliance were two things. Take the threat of terrorism seriously, as you take the threat you perceive from Russia. And second thing, remove all sanctions and obstacles on your future ally, Turkey. So they were all related to core security issues. They have, in fact, adapted themselves to follow these paths. But the interoperability thing is so important, and it has been #1 issue and #1 objective in NATO. That's why we have NATO standards. That's why we have so many NATO committees working on these interoperability issues. We cannot have but interoperability if the EU is developing its own standards, its own.
But that's happening less and less. There's certainly a lot more attention.
Yes, there should be one single set of
There
standards.
is. I mean, they say there is. Right?
They say, but it's not happening. Because three things happening at the same time, even if the people say that it's not happening. The three things which are happening are duplication. There is duplication. There are so many NATO projects, work strands, which are being replicated and duplicated by the European. I am sorry to say this. The second thing which is happening, which is also being said that it's not happening, is discrimination. There is clear discrimination against Turkey, for example, and against, so many projects we were being discriminated against. Even the EU PESCO military mobility project, we were excluded from it. We are the second largest army in NATO, and in time of worst case scenario, the reinforcements will come from Turkey. Well, we will not be able to travel throughout EU territories.
But Turkey was allowed to participate in PESCO.
This is unfortunate and incredible. How this happens, we don't know. The third thing which is happening is decoupling. Decoupling is between NATO and the EU. It's also happening, unfortunately, because so many projects which have been mentioned recently are really replicating, duplicating NATO. It's going to be waste of resources, waste of money, waste of energy. I hope before it's too late, there will be a new, really, redefinition of what kind of EU defense union is to be created, whether it is in our collective interest or not, so that we can move. And the final thing, 100,000 Turkish engineers work in Turkish defense industry, 100,000. And for example now, 32 military ships are under construction at the same time in various Turkish shipyards. The only country having a larger capacity in the whole world, other than Turkey, is China. And I'm not going to mention more because you will think that I'm making propaganda of my country, but these are facts. Thank you very
much. Welcomed by the audience. Later this week, I do panels both on military mobility and on Eastern Flank initiatives. So I'll keep that in mind for my next panels. Camille, you wanted to come in? Please.
No, it's a fascinating conversation, and of course the way I always look at it is that on the one hand there is a sort of bottom-up approach, and there the issue is to get things right. I did chair the Committee on Standardization at NATO for too long. And indeed, the issue of standards, it is absolutely critical for interoperability that standards are developed in the NATO context. I honestly don't think this is challenged by the European Union today. And I think the NATO standards are the rule for everything that we produce in the Western world as of today. And it is even explicit in some of the calls from the European Commission to say that they have to abide NATO standards. So I think on this, interoperability is being guaranteed by NATO standards, and this is something that is not challenged. Then, of course,
and has changed a lot in the last year. No, just on that, it has changed. The rhetoric has changed so much that the EU does mention this constantly.
But to be fair, when I was chairing the Committee on Standardization, I had EU colleagues sitting in the room. We discussed this before. It was, and Turkey was facilitating this, recognizing that it was important for the EU colleagues to be in the room. So this is something that has been in the making because everyone recognized that it is there. Second thing is that, of course, the devil is in the details, and Renzo was mentioning airworthiness, for instance. So how do you have a Turkish design drone fly in the European airspace? There you start touching sensitive issues that have to do with civil aviation, with how do you insert something in the European airspace. And by the way, this applies to an American design drone. It's not Turkish specific. So there is a responsibility of the in that particular case of the Italian airworthiness authorities, to authorize this and to facilitate this. And that is happening eventually, but it is a complex journey. I mean, for a European-made product, for an American-made product, or for a Turkish-made product. There is the old conversation about that we are just having about business-to-business cooperation, which is very much existing. There are issues about revolving around export control, but that is a national responsibility of every single state in our systems, and there the EU or NATO have a limited role, except to restate principles that it should be facilitated. So at the end of the day, then at the complete other end of the spectrum, we go back to politics. So what are the issues that are making steps feasible? So there, my judgment as an observer is to say, okay, on the bilateral issues, and with Cyprus, with Greece, to name names, there are those bilateral issues. I think we are probably at a better point than some years ago in terms of tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean. So that is something that has to be taken into account as well. And from that perspective, our collective focus on Ukraine, on the consequences of the war in Ukraine, has also helped everyone being there. Does it mean that everything has been resolved? Obviously not. But it means that there are things there. Secondly, there are issues that have to do with the domestic political debates and the judgment on the domestic political scene both ways, in a way. So that cannot be completely ignored, and that remains part of the points that make the relationship more complicated at times. So all of these things are there in the background. It's very difficult for industry to sometimes to operate in that particular environment. It does create complexities. It also, but this is where, in my starting point, I was really flagging the fact that it is important for both parties in that conversation, that we know can be very sensitive, need to make an effort to look at every problem one after the other and to try to solve them in order to facilitate and to create a playing field that allows to deepen the cooperation. Thank you very much.
David, I'll come back to you, but just a quick question to Gabriel. Yes, yes, can you stand up and identify yourself? And and he asked Cammy, not you.
Let me. I'm not privy to the negotiations around SAFE, so I will not give you a direct answer. The only thing I can say is that it is not a secret that there has been tensions with a number of European countries and Turkey over the past few years. So I think it is easy. And when I was at NATO, so let me just take a step back. I always thought the notion that it was, that the conversation was about when the EU colleagues were saying you have a Turkish problem, or when some of the NATO colleagues were saying you have a Cypriot problem, I thought it was always reducing a little bit and narrowing the conversation too much, and that, of course, the conversation is much broader than this.
Gabriel, he saved you from me asking the question. No, I just wanted to go back on military mobility, though, because the new, and I'm really forcing you to take sort of the job of everybody in the EU right now, but the new military mobility package will come out on Wednesday, the proposal, and it is a point that if the EU is following NATO standards and if they would depend on NATO backup, but the second biggest NATO army couldn't, for example, come to help fight in Europe, how do you navigate those things under the current set of restrictions that are there? And I mean, I haven't seen the paper yet, but for Wednesday, and you probably don't even work on it, so I'm really asking you to do something you shouldn't have to, but it does raise the question of if NATO and the EU's security plans are as integrated as they need to be, you run into some pretty serious problems if a crisis really hit.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there are many other colleagues who are much more competent than I am to address
No, I didn't say that part. That's the part I'm right on. No, I didn't mean to.
But I think that Camille said it all. I mean, obviously, and I tried to say it before as well. Turkey is a fundamental country for us. I think that the European Union is a fundamental country for Turkey as well. Definitely in the security field too. There is plenty engagement and plenty cooperation in different frameworks, in different dimensions. Europe is institutionally a very complex setting, as we know. I mean, there's probably no other continent with as many institutions, including institutions that address security in different ways, present for historical reasons. There's plenty of cooperation and engagement in all of them in different ways. And of course, I think that to maximize the potentiality of what we can do together, a number of, it's important, a number of issues need to be addressed, a number of challenges need to be addressed. And it's important that when it comes to security, the security interests of the European Union and its member states are addressed. And the security interests of Turkey as well. And of course, in my view, the only recipe for this is engagement, discussion, and an interaction as much as possible, as long as it takes, which is, as you know very well, the very standard practice of the European Union. We stop the clock and we continue negotiating until we'll find solutions. And this may take a long time, this may take years, but there's no way around it. We are facing fundamental challenges, security challenges, the European Union, Turkey, and we need to address, to the extent possible, these challenges together in as joint a manner as possible. But we also need to, candidly and in a spirit of partnership, address the challenges that we have. And I think that, and this is the way forward. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how challenging it is, many things that many of us considered would never happen have happened. I take the Southern Caucasus. Yeah. For 30 years, you had a situation where people said, well, this is going to stay for another 30 years. That has not been the case. So sometimes things that are, think of Europe.
Sometimes the unimaginable happens in the positive.
Think of Europe for 1,000 years and think of Europe in the last 70 years. Sometimes it required enlightened leadership to look past the challenges that have been there for perhaps decades, and to be visionary and strive towards something that is of mutual benefit to everybody.
Okay, David, you want to answer? We have only 2.5 minutes left, and I want to warn the others. I want to finish our round with just one idea from each of you that could be a quick win under the circumstances that we have now for both Turkish and EU security. But David wants a quick, like 30-second response to something.
Just to reinforce the message from the External Action Service, I think we need to be optimistic. As far as this sector is concerned, the good thing now is this industry has been in a certain way normalized. We haven't had this industry at the top level of priorities of our political authorities. So now we have an opportunity. We have to take advantage of it. And and I can maybe take advantage and finish with one single idea. For me, the important thing now is that under this normalization and optimistic view of things, governments have an opportunity. In this sector, politics weighs in much more than policy. Government-to-government relationship is of the essence now. So I think that Turkey has a good opportunity to engage, as Ambassador is saying, to engage also with the European Union.
Okay, engagement, that's your one word. I have to lift. Okay, what's your quick win? We have 1 minute left, Ambassador.
Very, very quick, I would like to go
No,
back.
Renzo, this is your last, we have 1 minute left and they will kick us off the stage. What's your one-word idea?
In Europe, we have to work on defragmentation and
Okay, fragmentation.
Defragmentation and top technology.
Okay, Håkan.
So again, I'm really very optimistic on the technological side. For example, they mentioned about certification.
One idea, one sentence.
Okay, so let's not to try to sell each other something. Let's build all these things together.
All right, Gabriel. One-word idea, 2 words maybe.
Engagement and vision.
Engagement and vision. David basically said, oh no, you already had your turn. Camille?
I haven't said anything.
No, you said you were going to wrap up. No, you did government to government. That's what you said. No, you can have another turn. Okay, what's your one?
My sentence would be, we are in a different era. The United States has told us, dear Europeans, you're in charge of the security of Europe. And we collectively, in the NATO context, have to be more responsible for that. And for that, we need Turkey, we need the EU, and we need everyone to really try to work on delivering those capabilities.
Okay, we're over time. Ambassador, last word, and I really mean word.
In word. In any case, EU must now focus on its own collective interest rather than the petty interest of its member states, because it works in NATO.
Yep.
Any issue, please raise it in the Council, in NATO. But in the absence of Turkey, when these issues are raised, and in fact they are blocked. For example,
we have to go, Ambassador. Inclusion, I think that's your word. Exactly. Inclusion, how's that? Okay, sorry for having to wrap this up so quickly, but we did have an hour and a half. We were very lucky. Thank you so much to our audience. Stay in your seats because the next panel is on supply chains, which of course is absolutely essential to having solid defense. So you don't want to miss it. Thank you very much. Sorry.
No, excellent, excellent.
You have to get very sporty here.
and welcome back to the EU-Türkiye Business Summit here at the Egmont Palace in Brussels. I'm Andy Bounds, an EU correspondent with the Financial Times, and our next panel is going to discuss the very important issue of Turkey's role in the EU green transition, and how the two countries or the two blocs can work together in many of these important areas. So we're very lucky to have, as ever, an excellent panel who will discuss this debate, and there will be time to ask questions afterwards. So I'm joined by Ebru Özdemir, the chairperson of Limak Holding, Elisabetta Falcetti, who's the managing director for Turkey and the Caucasus of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Giles Dixon, who's chief executive of Wind Europe, and Elchin Ibadov, who is the chief executive of SOCAR in Turkey. So I'm going to turn to Ebru, if I may, first, just to tell us a little bit about your company and how it's working, what Turkey needs, I guess, and how the EU and Turkey can work together on building some of the green infrastructure needed for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I hope, it's working. And I'm very happy to be here in this panel sharing with you. And great to be in this palace. I mean, this is an amazing palace to be in Brussels. So thank you for to the organizers. So I'm the chair of Limak. This is going to be hopefully our 50th year next year. So we are, I'm the second generation. We are trying to be more global. And this is the aim of these days in our company. And we are in construction, we are in infrastructure, we are in energy and building materials, and we own and operate hotels. And in Europe, we started in Kosovo. We built the airport 10 years ago, and we are operating it, and we are distributing electricity. We have some projects in Macedonia, but our first project in the big land Europe is the mainland Europe is the Barcelona Stadium, Camp Nou, that we have been rehabilitating for the past 2 years. And I'm in the board of DEİK. I am the chairperson of Spain this term, and we are working a lot to increase our relationship with Europe. And this is the first time I'm really optimistic. I love the vibe, the energy, the atmosphere here a lot, because I feel like there is really an optimism, and there is a lot we can do together as business. So this is the first time I'm seeing that we have clear goals, and hopefully we will be able to have these bridges, and we'll be probably more forward than the policy. So I'm very hopeful about that. And shall I go with my European aspects? Okay. So in 24, the Draghi report was like how Europe can be competitive. And, and it just showed why Europe is not competitive and so forth. And since then, we have been working on how Turkey could be a partner, because we are the nearshorer. I mean, we are so close to Europe, and our geographical location, being the energy hub, being the logistical hub, and so forth, we are just so close to Europe as we can do the nearshoring. So nearshoring, I think, right now is the remedy to this relationship. Now, I've been in numerous meetings these days. I was in FII in Riyadh, I was in Berlin Dialogue, I was in the United States, seeing China, seeing US. I realized that Europe has to partner with Turkey, and this has to be done now. Since the past years, we have been talking and talking. We are talking about the policy, as also said in the Draghi report, about the bureaucracy. But I think right now is the time to invest, time to collaborate, and time to join the forces, because otherwise we will definitely lose the competitiveness. And the important thing is the infrastructure is the most important. And what I'm seeing right now is, okay, let's build the infrastructure. But who's going to build in Europe? Who's the blue collar till we have the robots? So I think here Turkey could be helpful. The other thing is the energy. I mean, all the energy lines, the Trans-Caspian, everything is going from Turkey. So for the energy security, also Turkey is needed. And I was in a lot of defense conferences, and the defense collaboration, it's going well. But right now, I think we'd like to use Turkey in the more industrial way. So because we have the industrial power, I mean, we have the young talent, we have industry, and Europe is our biggest trade partner. Why shouldn't we not increase that? And as a last point, I think we are in DEİK, I'm a board member in DEİK, as I said. We believe in commercial diplomacy. So we really want, and this is the reason I'm here one more time, is business to drive policy. So as business collaboration increases, we have to push the policies, we have to push the bureaucracy to have better relationship in the business-wise, because this is the one that's going to increase the welfare of the people, the happiness of the people. And this is the reason we have to put our hands under the stone as business. We have to increase our collaboration, and we have to show best practices so that this is going to be a win-win situation for both sides.
Thanks very much. And turning to Elisabetta, tell us a little bit about what EBRD is doing in Turkey and how that might develop in the future. Thanks.
Yes, so thank you and good afternoon. So I'm responsible for the EBRD operations in Turkey. And as you may not be fully familiar with the bank, we are an international financial institution. Our group of shareholders goes from US and Canada to Australia. But Europe, of course, represents a majority of our shareholding. And we are one of the largest institutional investors in Turkey, and Turkey is the largest country of operation for EBRD. So for the past 5 years, we achieved record business in Turkey, and Turkey is on top of our investment destination. Just to give you sort of a few figures, since 2009, when we started operations in Turkey, we invested more than 23 billion euros. And on a yearly basis, over the past few years, it's been in excess of 2.5 billion. The majority of this investment goes into financing projects in the private sector. So more than 90% of what we invest in the country in Turkey is to finance concrete projects with private sector clients. And about 60% of the total investment as either a green element, so it's a green finance, or a gender and inclusion element. And sometimes we have both in the same project. Our priorities in the country are very much aligned with what we discussed today. So it's to support the green economy transition in Turkey, to build human capital, to support the competitiveness of the industries, which is at a critical juncture, given the macroeconomics and the developments in the labor markets, and also to look at connectivity. So all these topics, I think we touched upon today in the previous sessions. And of course, we have a strong presence in infrastructure, be it municipal infrastructure. We supported the reconstruction in the earthquake region that was affected by the terrible earthquake of 2 years ago, but also in energy. And I think from an investor perspective, what really matters to us and what has enabled us to have such an important track record in investment is, first of all, seeing a strong commitment on the side of the authorities on their green targets. And I think the current Minister of Energy has set a very ambitious target, for example, in terms of renewables by quadrupling the amount of capacity from now to 2035. And that, of course, is a big push to invest, but also having a stable regulatory framework. And this can become really one of the points where Turkey, as Ebru was saying, can be a very strategic partner for the EU because of its location, but also because of the development of the industry that we have seen in the past few years. From a regulatory perspective, I think there are a few elements that are very important and we are watching to enable further investments into the country and give the comfort to investors to continue to be present in the country. First, of course, is the alignment with the EU taxonomy, because this will allow consistency in defining what we define as sustainable activities and incorporate also this climate-related risk into the regulatory framework. And this is important for financial institutions like us, because every time that we invest, we need to look also at the possible risk that are associated with this. The second, of course, is the introduction of a carbon pricing mechanism. We heard this morning about the soon to become effective CBAM, and of course for Turkish companies that mainly export to the EU, it's very important to align with CBAM to be able to continue to export towards this important market. So CBAM compliance and clarity on this point is very important. The third point is, of course, to have a stable legal environment and having transparent governance and disclosure standards to reduce the uncertainty and also avoid greenwashing risk. The fourth is to have a well-targeted system of incentives, especially if you want to attract investment in riskier and more innovative areas, be it, for example, hydrogen that has been talked about, batteries, carbon storage. So I think there has been a lot of focus until now on providing support to renewables through the IECA systems. I think we need to now look forward at the next stage and move on different technologies. And the final point is, of course, capacity building for regulators, because we want regulators that are able to implement and monitor green policies effectively. So I think aligning with the EU standards will transform the green transition in Turkey from simply a matter of complying with EU policy into a strategic opportunity given the strong trade ties between the two countries. So we need to see basically Turkish producers and positioning CBAM compliant Turkey products in the overall nearshoring, which is what Ebru was referring to, but also better leverage the strong Turkish potential in certain industries that are strategic importance to the EU, not only in defense, as we heard earlier, but also renewables, for example, so that the EU can see the advantage of having a very strong parliament close to their border.
That's great. Thank you very much. And some issues to discuss in the panel, definitely afterwards. Giles, we heard the talk about the renewable targets in Turkey and the big scale up. What does that mean for Europe, and what does that mean for manufacturing supply chains and so on for Europe as well? Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So wind energy is 11% of all of the electricity consumed in Turkey today, and the Turkish government want to treble the amount of wind energy that Turkey has in just the next 10 years. Fantastic. Turkey also has an outstanding supply chain making components for wind turbines. There are over 80 companies involved in manufacturing of wind energy equipment in Turkey, making towers for the turbines, making blades, making generators and other electrical equipment. And most of what those 80 companies manufacture is exported to the European Union. And that's great for Europe. And we, as the European wind energy industry, see this Turkish wind supply chain as an integral part of the wider European wind industry. The Turkish government says to the wind farm developers, if you buy equipment from these 80 factories, then the tariff that you will get for the electricity that you generate will benefit from a local content premium. And there are times when this has been a little controversial with some non-Turkish lenders, but now this is very much the mainstream of policy making. The European Commission is going in the direction of European preference made in Europe, and so policy will be aligned across the EU and Turkey. But there's one important thing we must avoid in EU policy making, and that is to fall in the trap when we're defining the rules on European preference or made in Europe of saying made in the EU. I have a particular national interest in saying that, and there'll be colleagues at your newspaper, Andy, who will share that interest as well. But this really matters, because Turkey's wind energy industry is an integral part of the wider European wind supply chain, and it should not in any way be penalized by narrow-minded EU rules that say made in the EU rather than made in wider Europe. And they can define it however they want. Made in the EU and the EU's friends, allies, candidate countries, countries in the EU customs union, call it what you want, but there has to be a clever formula identified that brings Turkey and of course the UK into the remit of these new EU policies. Two other things that it's very important that Turkey should replicate in its own law, which are things that are now part of EU law. First, a level playing field. Law should not allow for unfairly subsidized equipment for renewable energy to be imported into and sold in Turkey without there being a very severe penalty on that. EU law does not allow it now under the EU Foreign Subsidies Regulation, and in fact there is an inquiry currently ongoing under the EU Foreign Subsidies Regulation against what the Commission believes are the unfairly subsidized prices and financing terms that Chinese wind turbine manufacturers are offering here in Europe. The second element of EU policy, which Turkey, we would encourage them to replicate, are the very strict and vigilant EU rules on cybersecurity and data security. You cannot export data from any sector of the EU economy to countries that are not considered safe for data exports. And currently that list includes China, which is not considered safe. And the very good reasons for this. If equipment is imported from China that has Chinese sensors on it, and wind turbines have a lot of electronic sensors these days, then data could be exported back to China, which would not only give entities in China lots of information about the performance of components in Europe's wind turbines, but would also give them the power to control the functioning of those wind turbines. And the EU is very clear it does not want that. And I've spoken to many ministers and officials in the Turkish government who agree that that would not be in Turkey's interests. When you're trying to establish a greater degree of energy security and independence, to give people in China the power to press a button and stop the functioning of your wind turbines. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm old enough to remember when the European Union threatened to take UK to the WTO for having local content rules in their wind turbines. That was all of about 2 years ago, but anyway. The world changes fast. We'll now turn to Elçin Ibadov of SOCAR. Tell us a little bit about what SOCAR does and your thoughts on this subject. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should start with what SOCAR is, because I get that question many times, particularly in Turkey. So SOCAR stands for State Oil Company of Azerbaijan Republic. So that's as easy as that. However, although it's called an oil company, it's converging from a conventional oil and gas company to a modern energy company. SOCAR has got representative offices in more than 13 countries, but is doing active business in more than 20 countries. But Turkey has got SOCAR's largest investment. So we have been active in Turkey for the last 17 years and have invested approximately $18.8 billion into Turkish economy, which makes us by far the largest foreign direct investor in the country. Our portfolio includes an oil refinery, a petrochemical facility, storage facilities, connectivity assets such as cargo terminal and fiber optic assets, etc. And this actually is an integrated platform that helps us serve both the Turkish customers and also the European customers. But in that sense, because of that footprint, we have triple role. So first role is that we are an investor and supplier from Caspian. The second role is that we are a long-term industrial partner in Turkey. And the third role is that we are taking an active part in European Union facing value chains in petrochemicals, in fuels, and also in connectivity assets. What we are currently focused on is petrochemicals. We are very realistic about energy transition, and I personally believe petrochemicals is an enabler of energy transition. Why I say so is because today many materials used in clean technologies, they are made of petrochemicals. The solar panel components, electric vehicle parts, then insulations, etc., they still originate from petrochemicals. If you take the statistics, 60% of the materials in Europe's clean technology assets, they come from petrochemicals. That's why we believe in the future of petrochemicals and are largely focused on that. We believe energy transition should be smart. When I say smart, it means not just thinking about the next movement of the molecule, but the entire adventurous journey of the molecule. Yes, molecules, they travel more frequently and more than many of us do. Yeah? And if I lament a bit, now that we are in the European Union, molecules face less visa issues than we do. Yeah? Therefore, their adventurous journey from A to Z is important to plan and implement. That's what we do at SOCAR. When I say adventurous journey of molecules, I mean the following things. A molecule, it becomes a mineral, then it becomes a metal, then it becomes a material, then it becomes a machine, data centers, etc., and other equipment made of metals. Then it becomes the movement of electrons in data centers. But most importantly, they become a meaning. If you ask me sometimes I get questions that what is the most important skill in the future, I would say finding meaning under uncertainty. So molecules help us find meaning in the uncertain energy markets. If you have noticed, all these stops in the molecule's journey, they start with the letter M. Yeah? And I call it the M's journey, and I have an article on it I would strongly recommend you to read. So to cut it short, at SOCAR, we are making sure that at every element of this journey, there is a right plan, there is a right technology, and there is right investment financing in place to make it happen successfully. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Good reminder of the role of chemicals in this whole transition. I'd just like to ask the business members of the panel about, Elizabetta's remarks about the need for, aligning with European standards in order to trigger more investment flows from the EU and European financial companies and so on, and obviously the CBAM question and so on. I mean, is that something that as business people you embrace, or do you feel Turkey is moving in the direction to match European standards, or indeed those standards may be going a little bit backwards? So do you think there will be a sort of a meeting there, or is it seen as a bit of an imposition that actually, we shouldn't have to raise our game to these levels?
I'll just make an introduction and give it to you for the molecule part. So the CBAM is, what the business really wants is clarity, and what the business wants is the predictability. Currently, seeing everybody's fighting for the visa issues that I'm going to refer to again. It's a little bit, like we have to really establish the trust, and we have to really embrace the future together with Europe. So a lot of business people struggling with visa and so forth, first of all, is really hurting this trust. But on the CBAM side, currently what I see is companies individually are getting ready for CBAM. There is no collaboration or working together, but for example, our company is working towards this, trying to see how we will survive as we are exporting to Europe. But we definitely need, as the Turkish exporters, a little bit more clarity on how CBAM will function, what is expectancies from us, because, I mean, we are not only near-shoring, but also we are friendly-shoring for Europe. So basically, our request will be definitely more clarity and transparency.
Maybe I'll add to it just a couple of good things that is going on in this alignment and a couple of challenges we are facing. So on the good things is that European Union set the direction on the European Green Deal, CBAM, ETS, etc. And Turkey is following that very well. Yeah, it has a climate law very recently enacted. There's a local ETS, and also the green taxonomy has been developed. I give a lot of importance to taxonomy because many times we think we say the same thing, but they mean the different things. I call it a pasta trap. Yeah? Why pasta trap? I'll explain. Pasta, the word pasta, in Azerbaijan, in many former USSR countries, it means the substance we use to brush our teeth. In Turkey, pasta means a birthday cake. Yes. And in Europe or in Italy, it means pen. Yeah. So see, the same thing. We think we are talking about the same thing, but we are talking about absolutely different things. So therefore, getting the taxonomy right, and that's what Turkey has done very successfully, is very important. That makes sure that when we say this project is green, then probably that project speaks the same dialect in Brussels. Yeah? Otherwise, we can easily get distracted. The second good thing is happening is the reporting and accounting side. It might sound a little bit technical, but that's what investors and banks are really, they do really care about, particularly in Scope 3 accounting. If that is not properly managed, then there are issues like double counting, improper reporting, etc. I can even visualize to have a carbon tariff code in the future. Imagine when your declaration is asking, not only asking where the product is coming from, also how green it is in the customs declaration. Of course, that will make customs officers work a little bit more, but that's for a good cause, so shouldn't be a problem. And the third is transition finance. Yeah. The capital chases good, reliable projects. And Turkey has got many of such projects. But what is missing is considering the local realities. Many Western financiers, they have their set of rules that they require to finance certain projects, but that they do not speak Turkish language. The rules don't speak Turkish. They don't take into account the realities. EBRD is doing a great job there, so my congratulations, but has got a lot of responsibility to persuade other financiers, teach other financiers on the same thing. On the challenges side, again, very briefly, three things. First is mutual recognition between carbon markets. So we set a carbon market there, we set one in Europe, but they don't there is no reciprocity. If they are not aligned with each other, they don't recognize each other, then there is a challenge. And second is big project, refineries, hydrogen hubs, petrochemical facilities, they need certain bankability. And for bankability, you need predictable offtake, you need political backing, so that's currently missing. That's why energy projects are not moving forward. And the third, probably the most important one, is the human capital. Yeah, as Ebru Hanım also very rightly noted, university curricula they are unfortunately not aligned with the realities of modern energy markets. I'm talking about energy markets only. I'm not familiar with other markets very much, but university curriculum should also align themselves to meet that increased demand.
Did you want to say anything, Giles? Do you have Turkish members in Wind Europe? I guess.
Yes, we do. So Wind Europe is the industry association for wind energy across wider geographical Europe, which includes Turkey, Ukraine, the Western Balkans, and the UK and Norway. So we have a lot of Turkish members, both wind farm developers and members among these 80 wonderful companies who make up the Turkish wind energy supply chain.
So I just wanted to move on to the question of, Turkey's role in the supply chain. We briefly touched on it on things like critical minerals, integrated supply chains for green transition, rare earths possibly, and even, dare I say, fossil fuels, given that, that looks as though we're going to need gas for longer than we might have expected. So, yeah, what's your view, Elisabetta, on that? And is ERB involved in that side of things, or just in the green transition sort of domestically for Turkey?
So, no, this is an area that is very important for us. And we do that by a combination of not only providing financing, but also we are deeply engaged in Turkey on the policy side and on the technical advisory side. And this is the beauty, I think, of working for EBRD. It's not a simple commercial bank that structures a project and provides the financing, but also we have a strong relationship with the authorities, and we try to change the regulatory frameworks whenever we see some obstacles to more private sector participation and more investment in the country. And when we are talking about integration of value chains between Turkey and Europe, we have a number of frameworks and facilities that facilitate that, with a focus on aligning with ESD standards, for example, when it's up to SMEs, or supporting the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. Just to give you a few examples, we launched last year a sustainable supply chain financing facility. So we work with what we call aggregators, so large corporates that have an extensive chain of suppliers. Because what we heard from these corporates is that it's very challenging for them to bring the SMEs up to standards in terms of the ESG compliance. So not only they lack financing, but also they need to learn how to report on ESG so that the aggregator and the big corporate that they supply to can also report on up to scope 3, for example. So this facility targets exactly that. So we work with banks and with aggregators, and we provide advisory to the SMEs so that they can improve their ESG reporting. On another topic that was touched upon, which is critical raw materials that are so important for the development of the industry, be it renewables, be it digital, we launched a 150 million facility that targets equity and quasi-equity investments in small to medium junior mining companies this is across all countries of operation, but it applies also to Turkey, because we see that there is a lack of equity financing towards this company. And this is associated with this facility, which we call JUMP, Junior Mining Program. There is also an EU EBRD co-investment facility that targets critical raw materials companies, including in Turkey. We also tackle bigger challenges, which is, for example, the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. And when I talk about cement, steel, fertilizers, and aluminium. So last year we launched, together with the Ministry of Industry and Technology and the World Bank Group, this country-led platform, and it's the first example of a country-led platform that focuses on industry and decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors, where we want to bring together the financing side, the technology providers, the companies in Turkey that need to make these important investments in order to decarbonize and be in line with some of the EU requirements, to accelerate the investment in these sectors. And we committed that we will at least finance up to provide investment for up to $5 billion from now to 2030. And we will launch these platforms in the first part of next year, and I hope that this will really accelerate the investment. And this is on top of standard bread and butter facilities that we have been the Green Economy Financial Facility, where we finance small renewables or investments in energy efficiency in residential buildings, for example, or the trade facilitation program that has also targets the trade between Turkish companies and global counterparts on the green side. So this is as far as sort of the investment is concerned. But also, as I said, we are deeply involved in policy, not only on the renewable side, and I have Shule in the audience who has been engaged together with the Wind Association and some of our investment on the local content requirements, but also, for example, and very important, in the context of the Middle Corridor, which is a very important agenda for the EU in the region, is we are working towards supporting the digitalization of the paperwork. And we heard this morning from the visa representative here in Brussels how important it is to digitalize the trade documents, because at the moment they are still, in Turkey, is still very much paper-based, and this of course is a source of inefficiency and delays in the cross-border interoperability of the trade. And we did first a pilot by using blockchain technologies to look at trade between Turkey and the US and the Netherlands. And through this pilot, we first saw that you could reduce basically the operational steps needed to clear the trade by up to 40% with respect to the baseline. But also it would result in significant monetary savings in terms of trade for Turkey. So now we are working with the Ministry of Trade to support them, align the Turkish legislation with UN Citral, and hopefully we will see progress in this area, which is very important.
Thanks very much. Giles, you mentioned earlier the sort of, the question of China, which is seizing everybody in Brussels, this over-dependence on China for inputs. Is Turkey part of the answer to that, and what needs to happen to make it so?
On critical raw materials, certainly yes. There are very good deposits in Turkey for the rare earths that we use in permanent magnets that we put into many wind turbines. I'm talking here neodymium, dysprosium, praseodymium. And we've discussed this with the Turkish government, and they are willing, with the right sort of EU support, to exploit these resources and to help the rest of Europe diversify away from the today 99% dependency we have on China for these rare earths and permanent magnets. Turkey is doing one other thing really well, in fact better than the EU today, and that is the development of battery manufacturing. There are many new battery factories being built in Turkey by companies such as Maxen Energy, really good companies, using not exclusively Turkish technology, but a lot of Turkish technology. And these investments seem to be going better than Northvolt went. And we hope that the EU, in its wisdom, will be able to think about the sourcing of batteries from this emerging, expanding ecosystem of factories in Turkey to feed our automotive industry, of course, for EVs, but more broadly, battery technology that is increasingly being deployed in the energy system. By the way, Turkey is one of the few countries in the world now, if you bid into a government auction to build a wind farm, you have to promise not only to build the wind turbines, but to build batteries in or next to the wind farm as well. And it's 1 megawatt of battery storage capacity for every 1 megawatt of wind that you install. Yeah, we thought this was extremely ambitious. We would normally say to a government, maybe 1 megawatt of battery for every 4 megawatts of wind, but it seems that people are bidding into the auctions on this one-to-one basis, and it's working, and no doubt it's helping to drive the battery manufacturing in Turkey.
Terrific. Would you like to come in, Evan?
Yes, I was listening to the ambitious Turkish targets, but yes, I mean, yes, if one thing, we are very ambitious always, and then we have a big industry, and I think if one country will do it, we'll be able to build these battery factories, because we have huge industrialization power, and the government also supports these. What I would like to add is, you know, depending 99% is China in today's world, I think it's not the smartest thing, as you said. And having a country close to you, as Turkey, who has huge rare element deposits, I think it's the way to move forward. So I think what we should do first is that we also declare that, to at least start by low-hanging fruits, which is the modernization of the customs union agreement. If you could have had some steps there, then maybe, you know, these low-hanging fruits can be obtained, and then we can look for a bigger collaboration. And this is, I think, should be the first step at least to move forward. And the other thing is, now we have the similar objectives. Yes, we're always talking about the decarbonization, sustainability, digitalization, security, defense. So all the aim is, I mean, we share the same purpose. So what I don't understand is why we are not taking enough steps to move forward faster. And also, Europe has magnificent ECAs, and you know, there are MDBs like EBRD next to me who are doing a lot of things. I think we can achieve much more. And the other thing that we had a round table today, and I said a lot of Belgian companies were interested to invest in Turkey. I said the best ways is to invest in Turkey is to make local partnerships, maybe as in the energy and in the rare elements as well. So I think we can achieve much more. I think we have to go back and establish the trust again, because the objectives are there. And we are 80+ million country. I mean, we have huge young talents, huge domestic demand. This can be used as a hub to export to Europe. And you said, you know, we have many wind manufacturers, equipment manufacturers as well. I think now we have all the elements. Now the time to cook, I said. This is like very Turkish way.
And Elton, if I could maybe ask you to address the fossil fuel question. Obviously, the EU is quitting Russian. Azerbaijani is growing. There's new routes coming in, to help places like Hungary, get off Russian fuel when it wants to. What do you see as the future, given that the policy framework is sort of still trying to wean Europe off fossil fuels? Is it a place you want to invest? Is it a place you want to supply, or not?
Yeah, certainly. As you might know, there is a pipeline which is called TANAP, and the continuation is called TAP, Trans-Anatolian Pipeline and Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, that takes natural gas all the way from Azerbaijan to Italy. And in TANAP's capacity is only 16 billion cubic meters, and it's working at its full capacity. Sometimes I say it's at 101% capacity. And therefore, there is no way to increase that capacity unless there is an investment made to increase compressor stations. But there is an opportunity to bring that capacity to 30 billion cubic meters, from 16 to 30, almost doubling. You don't need a new pipe. You don't need to make the pipe thicker. All you need is compressor stations. But for that, Azerbaijan needs Europe's commitment to purchase. Without such commitment, it's not going to be bankable, and if it's not bankable, nobody's going to invest in it. Let's be realistic about it. So this issue is beyond my paycheck. It's being discussed between, it's an intergovernmental discussions being done at the moment. I know there are fruitful discussions going on, and I really hope that as an energy specialist, I hope that one day this would materialize. Very briefly on critical earth materials, if I may. Yeah. So sometimes they say it's not only important what you do, it's also important how you do it. Yeah. Time will come very soon because of the advancement of generative AI and the increased demand on data centers, time will come when how is not going to be important anymore. Just producing the energy would be important. And because demand for electricity is going to increase, you know, our expectation is that demand for data centers will triple between now and 2030, and that also means tripling the energy demand for those data centers. And rare earth materials, they actually they help that enable the production of renewable energies. Yeah. One particular idea is that rare earth materials, they have the exploration part and they have the refining part. I was reading International Energy Agency's report, and I found something surprising, which says that although there is an increased demand for such materials, the exploration and new project developments have decreased by 4%. So whether it's a structural demand issue or any other issue, it has to be explored further. But that opens up a significant significant opportunity for Turkey and European Union to do something together to fill that gap. Finally, a junior colleague of mine asked one day that we say we are focused on scalable, you know, big impact project, and now we're talking about rare earth material. If they are rare, how come they are big? And I answered that they are not really rare. They are only rarely processed in a responsible way. Otherwise, they are in abundance. Yeah? But we have to find responsible ways to properly process them to meet the energy demand of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very good point. So we have time for maybe one or two questions. If everybody has one, just put your hand up. I think we have a microphone that will come to you. Anybody want a chance to test our panel? Otherwise, I'll have to ask another one, which is fine, but we want to give you the opportunity. Oh, we have one here. Yeah, gentleman there with the glasses. Thanks. Just to introduce yourself as well, if you would.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibadov. My name is Martin Slavko from Global Diplomacy Bridge, and I would like to ask you one question. So, how should the EU and Turkey jointly scale non-fossil carbon sources and build a circular clean tech materials base for their green supply chain, given, as you say, the fact that we're very much dependent on critical raw materials and we're trying to achieve net zero by 2050 in the European Union, but we still seem quite dependent on them. And thank you very much.
I think the circularity issue is very interesting as well,
right? So thanks for a very insightful question. So European Union's Critical Raw Materials Act is actually asking for reliable partners. Very clearly, there is this word, reliable partners. And if you look at the region around the European Union, and if you have to name one country as reliable, sorry, I'm biased here, it would be Turkey. Yeah? Therefore, in this reliable partner scheme, if the mechanisms can put in place in terms of financing and also offtake arrangements, because one cannot be done without another. So there is really great opportunities to help Europe and Turkey meet the targets of 2050s. Very easily and very comfortably, I would say.
Does anybody else want to come in on that one?
Yeah, well, just to add, the UK is quite a reliable partner.
But it's Europe. It's not European Union, but it's Europe.
Sorry, Elizabeth.
Do you have the critical raw materials?
Not as much as Turkey.
No, but there are increasing similarities between the two, I think, in terms of policy challenges. I mean, I think we all have to accept, we take the point, but there are still nervousness about some of the things that have happened in Turkey in recent years, which investors have. You know, I say that as a Financial Times correspondent who reads our own coverage, and, you know, it's just a statement of fact. So I think there is a massive willingness to engage more, and, you know, there are still some hang-ups, some obstacles, which I'm sure can be cleared.
This is the reason what we say is, as business, we have to create the best examples or good practices, so that this can create, good examples for future businesses. I mean, I think business should take the lead, probably before the regulation or the policies. And if you can prove that, where I saw the enthusiasm this time, then I think we can have better collaboration. So it's kind of a business diplomacy should lead.
Yeah, and
with EBRD, of course, with the banks.
Any last question from the audience? Yeah. So we have a lady. Oh, sorry. We'll try and get two then. We'll get this lady here. We'll ask them both and see how far we get. Yeah.
Hi, Nimal Sadakul-Navaki. I'm director at Grayling. So my question is going to be around CBAM. As we're looking at the supply chains and how we increase their resilience, do you have any concerns about how CBAM is going to get enacted and how it might impact the Turkish market?
Okay, thank you. And lady over here, next to the gentleman who asked the other question. I think we did a little bit of CBAM, but we can come back.
I'm Shoina from Global Diplomacy Bridge. I have open question. Do you think the private sector is moving faster than the political framework when it comes to the EU-Turkey relations? Thank you.
Okay, so I will let you choose which one of those to answer. We'll start with Elçin, yeah?
I'll take the open question. And I think yes, and that's how it should be. Business should be the driving force. Business always has to run in the forward place and take the politics and everything, drag it, so that the policies and policymakers adjust themselves accordingly to the business needs.
Okay. I'm going to build one more step on it, because as this is one of the reasons what DEİK is here, why DEİK is formed and so forth. But I think we have to really push the governments and push the relationships of the governments to have bigger collaboration. So as business, we have bigger responsibility there. I mean, this is the reason we are here, except our businesses. We have to work and plus come here and share our opinions with you, because we really believe in the good collaboration, good relationships can affect the political level, and this is what we should do.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Maybe just to add on CBAM, you have heard earlier from Ebro the request to have more clarity from the business of what this really means. But just to say that this is another area where we engage with the authorities on their request a couple of years ago to do an assessment of the impact that CBAM will have on the industry in Turkey. So there was already quite a lot of awareness at the time on the ministerial side that this will be a game changer. And that's also what drove some of the changes that have happened. He was referring to the new climate law. The initiative to introduce probably a sort of carbon market in Turkey that would be also related to that. And of course, we know that there is a lot of preparatory work that we need to do with companies to make them even more aware that this is coming, and it's coming very soon. It's very important given the links to Europe in terms of exports for Turkish producers.
Bit of self-publicity. If you read the FT today, you'll see there's a story where the EU is saying to India, you cannot have an exemption from CBAM, but we will take into account if you have your own carbon trading price and so on. So that's probably a guide for Turkey. Giles, I'm going to give you the last word. We have less than 1 minute.
Answer to the lady's question over there, yes. Answer to the question on CBAM, as Elisabetta has just said, it's played a key role already in helping to incentivize Turkey to introduce CO2 emissions trading. Very good. But CBAM will not work, whether it's vis-à-vis Turkey or any other country outside the EU, until and unless the Commission resolves the 3 big structural issues around resource shuffling, circumvention, and exports.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to thank the panel for keeping to time, keeping their answers brief and in telling me stuff I didn't know. I hope you learned a lot as well, and engaging with each other and debating the issues openly. It's now time for some coffee and hopefully some tea. I don't know if we have Turkish tea, but if not, the next time we have this, we should definitely have Turkish. In fact, we should have Turkish tea up here with us. No, we should have, and Turkish coffee indeed. So thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.
welcome back to the EU-Türkiye Business Summit. My name is Rosie Burchard. I'm a journalist and I'm going to be your host for this panel on accelerating electric vehicle and mobility innovation. So I'm joined on this panel by a number of people eminent in their field, experts that are going to dive into this debate around innovation and how to make life easier for the sector in a way, or to accelerate this transition within all of the limits in the framework which are seen as so necessary. We just heard that panel about the green transition. We'll be very much bearing that in mind. So over here on my right is Nicola Walker, who is Director of Government Affairs for Europe at Ford Motor Company. Mita Schulz is Vice President for European Affairs at the German Association of Automotive Industries, which we'll refer to probably from now on as the VDA. I have next to me Lucas Casey, who's Regional Manager for Manufacturing, Agriculture and Services at the International Finance Corporation. And I have Okan Bash, who's the CEO of Karsan Automotive. And last but by no means least, over there on my left is Jean-André Barbosa, who is Director of Public Affairs at Renault Group. So once again, a warm welcome to those of you who are here in the room and also to those of you who are joining us online. Now, just to give you a quick idea of how this is going to go, we are going to dive into some questions of conversation among us on stage, looking at some of the state of play of for the industry just now. Then we'll look at key challenges and hurdles and make sure that we spend plenty of time also talking about opportunities and ways to improve things from all of your point of view. But I will also reserve some time for your questions. So if you hear something that piques your interest, or if you want to contribute to our discussion, please make a mental note and I'll call on you toward the end of the panel, and at that point you can be very welcome to raise your hand and contribute to the discussion. So maybe let's just first take a bit of a temperature in the room. This is all about electric vehicles and mobility. Put your hands up if you've been in an electric vehicle in the past month, let's say. Keep it up if it was in the last week, probably, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that's obviously by no means any sort of a representative sample, but this is definitely an industry on the move, and what we're trying to look at in this panel is how to get it to move even faster. So Nicola Walker, let me come to you first. Tell us about your electrification plans at Ford and overall how Ford fits into the EU-Türkiye automotive nexus. That's one of the other words you'll hear in the title of this panel. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So perhaps just to say a few words about why EU-Türkiye relationship is so important to Ford. So we have a very well-established joint venture, Ford Otosan, in Turkey. It's our oldest joint venture, several decades old now, and went through rapid expansion in the immediate aftermath of the customs union in the mid-1990s. So we really do see that relationship as the basis for our success in Turkey. It is the home to our commercial vehicles business, Ford Pro, and we produce all our transit vans. It was an electric transit I was driving earlier this week. We produce diesel, hybrid, and electric vehicles there, so a very flexible industrial footprint. And that's why it's so important to Ford when we think about our electrification plans. You know, Ford has invested an awful lot in the last few years towards an electric future. We've invested €2 billion in our Germany, Cologne electrification plant on passenger vehicles, another €2 billion in our Turkish facility, another 400 million in the UK. We've transformed our Romania plant. The reality is that everywhere I look, our industrial footprint is undergoing change, and the figures are eye-watering. We have 9 electric models in the market in Europe at the moment, but the reality is that demand for electric vehicles is not keeping up with the supply that we are investing in. So the challenge for us at present is how do we work with policymakers to close that disconnect between what we're seeing in the market and, of course, what OEMs have invested for. Now, this is a very live debate in Brussels, and I think we'll get onto that subject a little later probably about what we can expect to see in the next few weeks. But the reality is that the industry is doing a lot to invest in that electric future, and we need a little bit of a recalibration, a bit of course correction about where the targets are taking us and where we think demand is going.
and you rightly pointed out, this is coming at quite an important time. I think we're just a few weeks away from a key date, which we'll come on to later on. But Okan Baş, can I turn to you now? You're CEO of Karsan Automotive, so very much in Turkey. Take us to Turkey with you. Tell us about the role that Karsan plays in the electric vehicle market in Turkey and beyond. What role are you playing in this EU-Türkiye relationship? No.
Thank you. Karsan is an automotive company. We are in the commercial vehicles manufacturing. It's a 60 years old company, but our business model has been always contract manufacturing for the big OEMs of Europe. But in the latest 10 years, we focused on our own brand, Karsan, for urban transportation. We have started our journey on 2018 from scratch. We started to focus on electric vehicles first, electric buses, city buses. From zero, today we have arrived up to 2,000 buses running in 37 different countries all over Europe and also in North America, but mainly Europe. The second area of our focus is autonomous. We are also putting effort to have autonomous buses in the field. Up to now, we have 13 different pilots running in Europe, in different countries. This is also already a preparation for the future. It's also a future technology coming for buses in the next few years, I would say. But mainly, our starting point was electric buses, and there is a big demand coming up from European targets, because Europe is targeting for decarbonization of urban transportation, saying that 90% of the new bus registration should be emission-free by 2030 and 100% by 2035. That's going to be a big demand coming up, and we have been experiencing the demand increase every year, which is reflecting also to our numbers. Every year we are increasing our manufacturing by 30% minimum. And that's how we come to this point. Turkey is the largest bus hub of Europe. 1 every 2 buses running in Europe is produced in Turkey. This is a general quote that has been shared by everybody. So the bus production is the vital part of Turkey being integrated to the EU automotive market. I'm talking only the bus side. This is something that is going to also give us motivation also for the other bus producers in Turkey for electrification, which is going to be increased every year.
Thank you very much. Jean-André Barbosa, can I bring you in here? So from Renault's point of view, the words, the title you'll see in this panel is all about mobility innovation. Where does Renault stand when it comes to mobility innovation in these 2 markets, the European Union and Turkey, and all the crossover that gives? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with you to discuss this very important topic. Renault is doing well. I think we have today one of the best lineups in our history. Actually, the 2 latest car of the years are 2 Renault, and the 2 are electric. Those are the Scenic and the R5. And the R4 is nominated for the next one. So I think we have shown in Renault Group that we're able to go into the electric vehicle market and to do it in a way which is in according with the highest standards. Now, when you tell me how is Renault going, I'm saying it's going well, but it also depends what is coming further. Renault Group has been developing as well very much in Turkey, and Oyak Renault, I want to mention it, has been operating since 1969.
with a capacity of almost 390,000 cars per year on capacity on the plant, almost 6,000 employees, cooperating with 150 companies at local level, and accounting today for, I think it's 45% of the production of passenger cars in Turkey, and 11% of market share in passenger cars in the country. So I can say it's a significant footprint. Today we are waiting very much for what the Commission will deliver as a proposal for the automotive package on the 10th of December. You know that on the 10th of December we have the big automotive day, on which a certain number of texts are supposed to be released. Among these ones, you have the revision on the standards, CO2 standards, but you will also have the greening of the fleet. You will have a small car initiative, you will have an omnibus on simplification, and you will probably have some indications about local content here. And of course, this can have very structural consequences in terms of the decisions and operations that we as OEMs will be able to do in the coming months and years. So I will say for the moment we're doing fine, but we are waiting for the 10th of December to be able to tell you that we're really fine.
Yeah, it's a moment of kind of bated breath. Mitra Schulz of the VDA, give us an idea of how important Turkey is for German car manufacturers, and what elements does that include? Are we talking about production, export markets, research, all of the above?
Does it work? Yeah, perfect. So thank you very much for this very good question. First of all, I mean, the VDA, the German Automotive Industry Association, we are in a very good position, not only representing the manufacturers, but also the suppliers. So our membership is, 620 companies in total. Many of those are small, medium-sized, family-owned companies. So we represent the whole automotive value chain. And in terms of how important is Turkey for the German automotive industry, it's very important. It is an interesting market. So since we have a very productive relationship since the custom union, especially since the custom union put into place 30 years ago. The trade at the moment, automotive, between Germany and Turkey is 13 billion euros. Into both directions, and this is cars and components. And the interesting part is that actually Germany runs a deficit in supply. So there's more coming in from suppliers while we sending more from the manufacturers over there. So this is very interesting and beneficial for both sides, especially for our very strong supplier base. When it comes to the market, there's 1 million passenger car market is Turkey. 3 out of 10 new vehicles registered in Turkey bear a German brand logo. When it comes to electric vehicles, it's almost 1 in 4. So it is a very interesting market, not only for the passenger market in general, but also for this transformation we already talked about.
Thanks. That is really interesting. And thanks for all of you for giving us some of these numbers to paint a picture of just what kind of an industry we're talking about here. Lucas Casey of the IFC, I imagine numbers are also a big part of your day-to-day work. Your work is about investing in the private sector. So what does that actually mean in practice when it comes to Turkey and the automotive industry and electric vehicles specifically?
Sure, no, thanks. This is a great opportunity. And in a lot of ways, the EV space for IFC in Turkey is kind of a good microcosm of what we try to do in general. For those who don't know, IFC is part of the World Bank Group, where the private sector investment arm of the World Bank Group. You heard earlier from Elisabetta from the EBRD. They said 80% of their business is private sector, 20% public. Well, our group, IFC, just does the private sector stuff. So we support privately owned businesses in emerging markets. I personally am based in Istanbul. I manage the team that invests in manufacturing, agribusiness and services companies, including electric vehicles. And just to give you a sense of numbers, as you were asking earlier, IFC, we have a portfolio about $6.5 billion in Turkey. About $2 billion of that is in my group, the Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services Group. Last year, we booked about almost $5 billion, of which about $1.2 billion was from our group. So basically, we provide financing, long-term financing, and this is very important, to privately owned businesses in emerging markets, and Turkey is one of our key markets. And the idea of IFC is just to support the development of of our client countries, in this case Turkey, through our investments in privately owned companies. And I'm delighted to be here today because I've got two of our esteemed clients between Karsan and Ford Otosan here. We've done financings with both to support them. And both, as you've heard, they export significantly and to Europe. And if you look at IFC's strategy in Turkey with our manufacturing, agribusiness, and services clients, it has been primarily or not primarily, but in large part, with exporters of Turkish manufacturers who export to Europe. So we pay very, very close attention to what's going on both in country, so in the manufacturing, but also with their customers. And in this case, the EU is critical for the manufacturers. I cannot speak more than my colleagues from the industry about what's important to them, but we pay attention to that too as bankers, and so we're very excited about the space.
So then let's find out from the industry exactly, you said, what is important from them. I'm going to turn back to you, Mitra Schulz of the VDA. So one of the demands we often hear from all sorts of industries, private sector, is predictability in policy making. So you can think about long-term investments where to open factories. There is a predictability insofar as we had a target of 2035 for electric vehicle production in the European Union, for phasing out combustion engine cars. That's not a predictability that you're in favor of. Am I right in putting it that way? Why do you think it's so crucial that there's a review of that plan?
I think, first of all, it's never a good idea if policymakers or politicians try to set a target and then, because they think they know best how to achieve it. We have a very clear commitment to climate neutral mobility. As automotive industry, we say by the mid of this century, we want to have climate neutral mobility on the roads in Europe. So there's no question about this. And we also make very clear that we're committed to this. We invest, German automotive industry, manufacturers and suppliers, over the next 5 years, 320 billion euros into research and development. This is mainly electrification. Another 220 billion euros goes into remodeling our production facilities. So again, a strong commitment. And then if you look at what we produce in Germany already in last year, 1.35 million vehicles that we produced in Germany were electric vehicles. That is 1/3 of our production in Germany was already electrified. This year we are going towards 40%. So the commitment is very clear. So the question is, do we really need a strong 100% reduction target in 2035? While the commitment is there that the main pillar to go for climate neutral mobility is electrification. But the assumptions that we did a couple of years ago, why policymakers decided on this target, are very different than where we are now. Demand is not picking up for electric vehicles in the same way than it was expected a few years ago. Same is there geopolitical challenges that have not been the case a couple of years ago. If you look at the EU, China, EU, US, China, trade conflicts that are going on. Plus, the competitiveness situation as Europe is worse and worse over the years. So there certainly has to be something done, build up charging infrastructure, reduce the charging prices, make sure that consumers have the right incentive to buy electric vehicles.
Okay, I'm going to bring in you brought up the question of competition from China there, or this bigger geopolitical debate. I'll bring you in here, Jean-Henri Barbosa of Renault, because of course I imagine competition from China is something which is a very a hot topic for you in the company in general, and also part of what factors into your asks from the European Commission when you're looking ahead to this 10th of December date.
Well, yes, competition is of course something we think is good. First of all. So we are not against competition, first of all. And I'm going to give you a good example because I think what we need today is more of a reality check. And this is more or less what my colleague from VDA was saying, is that targets do not create markets as such. And this is something we need to understand at regulatory level. We need to change the software on which we are regulating the automotive industry. Part of it is exactly targets do not create markets. And second, we need to check where are the issues. Today, the European automotive market has lost 3 million cars per year since pre-pandemic levels. These 3 million cars, we have never recovered them since 2019, and we are the only region in the world that has not recovered these volumes. So today we are from 13 million to 10 million, and now the question is, in 2030 and 2035, what will be the levels of these markets? But where did we lose these volumes? Is in the segments A and B, in the small segments. There are no more segment A and segment B in Europe.
And explain to us what segment A and B means.
It's the small cars. It's like Twingo is a segment A, Clio is a segment B, to give you an idea. We have lost these cars. And we have lost these cars because there is no business case anymore for these cars, because regulation has increased the costs that cannot be reflected in the prices. Because if you reflect it in the prices, you take out the car from the market because people cannot buy them anymore. And therefore, if there is no business case, you take them out. And that's why we have a premiumization of the whole market and therefore a reduction in the demand and of the market. So the question is rather, how do we do to be able to provide, again, affordable cars? And that is exactly what we are trying to do with the Twingo. You might have heard that we are releasing the Twingo, beautiful car, by the way, electric, which is actually will be under 20,000 euros. And this, it will be made in Europe. Sorry?
Just launched.
Just launched, yes, last week. Now, how did we do that? Actually, normally you develop a car in 3 to 5 years. That was before. But you have to take examples from people who are leading today the game, and these are in China. And this we have to admit that this is the case, and we have to go and learn. And this is why we open an engineering center in China to go and try to learn how they do it. And Twingo was developed in less than 2 years. And I think it's rather by doing this kind of reality checks and being able to bring into our ways of manufacturing the winning methodologies today that we might be able to face competition. But as mentioned, we have to be very, very careful, because predictability, if actually what is predictable is that we are going to hit a wall, then it's better not to have predictability.
That's an interesting way of putting it. Lucas Casey of the IFC, we heard some ideas that demand has just not really met what the expectations were. What kind of trends are you observing when you're looking at how consumers are adapting or not in terms of electrical vehicle
we're seeing the same patterns. And you know, going back to what I was saying earlier, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And I think at the end of the day, it's not that complicated with electric vehicles. It ultimately will depend on the customers, and the price points. What are they willing to pay? Are they and right now, well, first of all, are they truly without the incentives from governments and other things like that, or without too many of them? Are they incentivized to buy the electric vehicles, and are they at a price point that makes it attractive? Whether your customer is a municipality, as in the case with Carson, or your private customers, and Ford Otosan and Renault, or whoever, it ultimately boils down to that. And one thing, just again, sort of the plug for IFC. I mean, we are the our shareholders are the governments of the world. So if there are things where legislation is needed, and let's face it, I mean, we look at the case of Tesla and other things. I mean, legislation has played a big role in success of EVs. You know, IFC has some ability, I mean, to talk with our shareholders and try to help with that. But ultimately, it's the market. It's the market that determines these things. And we're again, I can't speak beyond what my colleagues from the industry can say. They know better than us, but we certainly ask them these questions about how are your customers, what are things looking like with that. But overall, the trend is still, I think, is still quite impressive. If you look at where we were 5 years ago and where the incentive is, I really like your comment about you know, why do we need a zero target if I'm paraphrasing, that's the way the direction of travel is going anyway. I mean, that's really a consumer-driven thing, and if we're seeing that more and more, then it's going to happen.
I mean, just to put in the counterfactual or the counter-argument, do you think we would have been having these trends if you didn't have the kind of regulatory push from government in the first place?
It's a bit of chicken and egg. I probably not to the level that you've had today, but I mean, again, this is more of a question to consumers who have the EVs. I mean, are they happy? Are they happy with with their choices? And I think for the most part they are. But that's ultimately the test. I mean, you can only go on the basis of subsidies and or support for so long. But it seems to me the train has left the station, I was going to say, but the electric vehicle has left the charging point, I guess.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I was wondering how many kind of driving change or the road ahead sort of puns I could squeeze into this. I've been accused of too many puns in my scripting before, so I'm trying to keep it in. Okan Bash, CEO of Karsan Automotive. We're trying to dig into kind of what are the key challenges facing the industry just now to get an idea of them and then therefore look at what solutions might be. One of the things that we discussed before this panel was these Made in Europe initiatives. Tell us, what are they and why are they so such a source of concern for you?
It's, as my friend is saying, I would like to, I'm also very interested to hear what's going to happen on this 10th of December. Because it's an important day for Turkish automotive industry. I just would like to say that Turkish automotive industry is an integral part of European automotive sector. It's definitely, we see our friends from Renault, Ford, and the words from our friend from VDA is telling us that the Turkish automotive is fully integrated in Europe, not only in production, also supplier base-wise, market-wise also, as in terms of numbers, we're talking about 1.4 million vehicles produced in a year, which is putting Turkey as the 4th largest producer of automotive in Europe. In terms of market size, we're talking about 1 million. This year, we're talking about 1.4 million, which is a very big market for, especially for the European OEMs. And also, the supplier base-wise, it's serving also European OEMs for their European production. We're talking about 10 million euros of turnover per year to be supplied by the biggest European tier 1, tier 2 suppliers having their plants in Turkey. So we're talking about a sector, automotive sector in Turkey, which is totally, fully a part of Europe. That's why Made in Turkey is also made in Europe. And for further challenges of automotive industry of Europe, Turkey is the most important partner for Europe to get rid of these challenges and be successful in the future of this new transformation of the industry, especially in the electrification, especially in the battery manufacturing, as Mr. Giles was saying in the previous panel. Turkey is going to be the biggest battery supplier of Europe, which is going to be a very big plus for the European automotive industry. With all these in mind, I think Made in Turkey, business-wise I'm talking about, Made in Turkey is made in Europe. Otherwise, is going to not help the European industry, automotive industry, in the near or medium or long-term future. And I would like to underline this fact that with custom union, it started. At the time when it started, I remember very well, it was a big fear from the automotive industry in Turkey that the Turkish industry would not resist to this free trade agreement. The other way around happened. From 400,000, every year the increase of production, we have come to 1.4 million units this year, last year. So it's been progressively increasing, the business is increasing. Why? Because this situation in all areas of automotive industry, starting from the design, supplier base, logistics, manufacturing, market-wise, the whole business is creating value for both Turkey and Europe. That's why this increase happened, and that's why our partners from Renault, Ford are in Turkey for decades long.
So let me turn to Ford then, Nicola Walker. What do you think it is that's holding back, from Ford's point of view, deeper integration when it comes to the EU and Turkey and automotive markets and electric vehicles, of course, specifically?
Thank you. Well, I couldn't agree more with the comments from my fellow panelist there. I mean, for Ford, we have been proponents of modernization of the customs union, of deeper integration between the EU and Turkey for years, and the benefits were really crystallized in the Draghi report last year, which talked about, you know, innovation, energy, talked about supply chain resilience, talked about those kind of assets that Turkey can bring, and the benefits that we can reap from that deeper integration. You know, the forging of greater strategic partnerships, the breaking down of some of those older dependencies. And, you know, let's face it, when we look at the fragmentation of the global economy, we need to be thinking about the European region as a deeper, more integrated supply base. And for us, you know, more of a single factory floor. The reality is that the conversation we find ourselves having at present is coming from a very different perspective, as was set out by by our panelists, and that's deeply worrying. You know, we shouldn't be talking about closing off opportunities for the EU-27 from an automotive perspective at this, in that case at least. You know, we need to be thinking about building more competitive supply chains, boosting the sector's cost competitiveness in order for us to compete internationally, compete competitively, and that means casting the net a little wider than the EU-27 and making best use of all the assets that the wider EU region, European region, has to offer. That includes Turkey. I would also argue it includes countries like the UK, where there are, as I say, assets that these countries have to bring to an automotive sector based in the EU.
Let me just stay with you there, because we don't want to just talk about challenges, but also opportunities. So I get the sense there that you think there might be some real areas of untapped potential. I mean, Ford has a global footprint. I wonder, when you're looking at a map or thinking about what happens next, what are the things that make you optimistic?
I'm a very optimistic person.
Oh, good to know.
Very optimistic person. So I think the reality is that policymakers recognize that reform is necessary in order to support the sector, and we will see incremental reform over the course of the next few years. I think that the opportunities from more of a tech-neutral multi-energy approach to decarbonization are really exciting. I think the role that some of the technologies that we're seeing elsewhere in the world really proliferate, technologies like extended range electric vehicles, you know, which perhaps try to meet some of those customer range anxiety issues, you know, challenges around the rollout of infrastructure, you know, really kind of get us a long way towards some of the decarbonization targets that the sector is facing. It's not perfect, it's not necessarily going to be 100% at the times that we would like, but it gets us so far towards those targets that it has to be something worth exploring. So I think there are real opportunities there. I also think that these are areas where we can actually be really competitive as a European sector. You know, we know how good the Chinese are at electric vehicles. We know the levels of their innovation, and if you go to China, you know, every time my senior execs go to China, they come back regaling me with the, you know, the wonderful tales of the technology that they've experienced, and it's fantastic and it's really exciting. The reality is that we innovate here as well, really, really well. And in some of those hybrid technologies, we have a really good game. And I think there's a great opportunity for the sector to really lean into that if the regulatory environment allows it.
Okay, so that's I've heard some really clear asks, I think, here for the regulatory environment. I'm sure there are decision makers who are in the room and if not, also watching online. We're going to continue our discussion about the potentials for future solutions. I just want to take a moment to see if we might want to get some questions from the room, just that I make sure that I've heard from those who want to chip in. Do any of you who are sitting here have a question for our panelists? If so, you can raise your hand and we will get a microphone to you. There's a gentleman in the row here. Could you introduce yourself and tell us who you're addressing your question to? Give it a... Great.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. My name is Martin Slavkov, and I'm from Global Diplomacy Bridge. And the question is directed towards Mr. Casey, but feel free for any of the panelists to add up to the answer. So, Mr. Casey, as Turkey becomes a key hub for long-term automotive and electric vehicle investment, how is the IFC supporting Central Asia's integration into a broader supply and value chains, and especially given the region's economic potential and the need to align with EU standards? And are there any untapped potentials for elevating the existing partnerships there? Thank you very much.
I'm just going to grab a couple of more questions while we're... so there was also a gentleman that had a question over there, and I have a very active colleague who's going to run over and give you a microphone.
Thanks. Good evening. Thank you very much for this insightful panel. Kadri Tastan, I'm with the GMF, TOBB Brussels first, then GMF. So my question would be about those potential Chinese investments in Turkey. Actually, we have a lot of unknown. We hear from time to time the news that Chery or BYD, they will open factories or invest, etc. So how the industry see this? I mean, Karsan, Renault, or Ford, as Turkey, as you mentioned many times, is full part of European value chain. So those Chinese investment, how do you see those investments? How it will affect you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then if there is any last question in the room, otherwise I throw it back to our panel. So then, Lucas, let me come to you first. There was a question there about, and thank you also for, you talked about untapped potential, because I did want to make sure we pivot our discussion toward kind of a solution-based approach. So go ahead.
Thanks. And if I understood it correctly, it was about Central Asia, right? Yeah, well, I mean, what actually it is, there is a link, and you're speaking to me. I manage the Central Asia and Turkey business, so it's very, very helpful. I mean, Central Asia and Turkey are very different regions. I mean, Central Asia doesn't have nearly the advancement of the Turkish economy. It's not as close geographically to Europe. Its population is much more dispersed. So it's more challenging in many ways to invest there. But in terms of integration, I mean, there is this concept of the middle corridor, where we're certainly very active in investigating what we can do, because we certainly want to help really any transit and in any use of Central Asia across that vast continent. And we've even done some mapping that I'm sure everybody knows it, but I'm just aware some of the bottlenecks are. Interestingly, in that so anyway, to answer your question, is we're very, very, very aggressively pursuing opportunities, but it's also very challenging. I mean, I've been working in the region for a long time. It's again, just given the sheer geography and the lack of cooperation. But when you talk about middle corridor, often the discussion at IFC comes up of chicken and egg. Who's going to? Do you need the investors to come in and then people will come and the business will come? Or do you need the business and the demand to be created and then the investment will come? Because right now you kind of have neither, so there are challenges there. But interestingly, in that middle corridor, even within the Turkish sort of side of it, I mean, some of the Turkish logistics that requires investment, and IFC is very active in that as well. But for sure we're very interested in just continuing to increase the connectivity of Central Asia. Between all of its neighbors.
And of course, that's a reminder of just, we talked about, you mentioned a car made in Turkey is made in Europe, but just a reminder of just what a crossroads the geography is. I mean, there is no escaping looking at a map, and we're being reminded of talking about Central Asia as Turkey as a crossroads as well as anything else. Jean-André Barbosa of Renault Group. I would love to invite you to come back in here, either to respond to the gentleman's questions over there about investment, or to give us your broader thoughts on what you think is coming up for the future, anything that's making you optimistic, or indeed some of if you have any specific key asks for that key December 10th deadline, now's the chance to get them out.
You are taking big risks, huh? Because if you tell someone from the public affairs to give all his thoughts, then we can be here until tomorrow morning.
But I heard you're communications professional too, so I'm sure you've got your bullet points and you can do it in exceptional.
Well, actually, you can imagine that as a very European OEM, we are very much in discussions with different member states and with the Commission as well as with our partners on what is coming up on December 10th. Renault is probably the only OEM today that has clear positions on each of the topics I mentioned that are in the basket of the 10th of December. So yes, we have clear, let's say, we would like to see clear things in the package of the 10th of December. To make it very simple, as you mentioned, I will try to be as concise as possible. On the standards for CO2 vans and cars, I think it's very important that we take urgent measures on vans. Vans is really in a very, very bad, I mean, the development of the market is not following at all what was expected. So either we can take measures now or we will have a problem. And I think this is shared with my colleagues on the right side of the panel. On the cars, as I mentioned, we would like to see a real focus on how to come to small electric vehicles and affordable ones, and this to be recognized and therefore valued in a way or in another in these different regulations. On the local content, because this is really a topic which we understand is of concern for a lot of stakeholders, and you imagine that with the position of Renault Group, especially in Turkey, that it is of great interest for us, we need a balanced approach. And this balanced approach for us is an approach which takes not vehicle by vehicle, but the fleet of an OEM. So you would take the overall sales of a fleet in the EU for a year, and you would assign a minimum percentage of European content to this fleet. This would allow you at the same time to preserve the interests of what the EU is trying to achieve, and at the same time give flexibility not to close any kind of very important ecosystems that have been developed around Europe, and especially with Turkey. So these are, in a nutshell, the positions of Renault Group. Concerning investments from the Chinese OEMs, I would say that we are absolutely not against investments, but they have to be done in a fair way and probably with a principle of reciprocity. This is what Renault Group has been saying for a long time already. And what we want to avoid is, of course, unfair conditions in investments that would not help actually anybody at the end.
Thanks very much. Mitja Schulz of VDA. I would invite you to come in either on the question that you heard there, so about investment, or broader. I'd be interested in your point of view on what you think could really be a game changer. We've talked so much about some of the things which are holding the industry back. What would it, if it was changed overnight, that we could see a real radical shift?
Let's pick up on this exactly last point
Sure.
that you mentioned. We all want to go for a decarbonization of mobility, of transport, but this is not a one-dimensional road where we have to go. Right? If you look at the global electric vehicle market, 2/3 of this is happening in China. 20% is happening in Europe. And of this 20%, 20% is Germany. And 10% is the US, and then you can actually count how many states this is actually happening in. So a part of Europe, there are two big regions where electrification is happening, but this is not only happening for battery electric vehicles. They're also focusing on other technologies. In China, for instance, there's a big push and with big interest into plug-in hybrids, into range extender. So Europe would be very well advised to also be open and allow other technologies to play a role in delivering on the target for climate neutral mobility. And this is, of course, battery electric vehicles, but this is also plug-in hybrids, this is range extender, this is renewable fuels. There are so many opportunities and technologies that can play a role and should play a role, but at the moment, the regulatory framework does not allow it. So we have to do, overnight, make this change, put in flexibilities in the fleet regulation, and this is why we also look very much forward to the 10th of December and hope that the Commission is acting on this.
Okan Bash of Akarsan Automotive. I wonder if you want to come in on that point on the Chinese investment and/or give us your broader thoughts about the untapped.
Of course, as a country, we are open to new investments, but it's, I agree with my colleague, having fair and not having different incentives from the other makers to be given to the various investments, China or Korea, it doesn't matter. But Turkey is naturally in the interest of many other OEMs, also from the Asian side, because of its being competitivity level in the automotive industry. That's naturally, we are having interest from all the other makes around the world. But I agree, we have to be very careful in determining how to act to these type of investment proposals and decide on a fair basis, I would say.
So you say kind of approach with caution. Lucas Casey of the IFC, I wonder, some last thoughts from you. I guess if you're monitoring a lot of trends, as you said, to whether or not it's with your stakeholders that are governments of the world or with the industry. If you were gazing into your crystal ball right now, 10 years down the line, perhaps we'll be sitting here again. I heard already that there's a plan to reorganize this summit for next year, which is perhaps a vote of confidence in the very platform for having these discussions. What do you see in terms of the automotive sector, and what do you think we need to get to that kind of, if it's a positive vision, what do we need along the road?
It's very positive, but I mean, as with anything, I mean, like with any financier, I mean, if we had a crystal ball and could guarantee what was going to happen, we'd be very wealthy and we wouldn't have to work anymore. And so we don't know exactly. But I think, you know, going back to that earlier thing, I mean, I think the process has started and it's not going to change. So I would predict, I mean, this is what we're expecting, not because it's I mean, it is good from the environmental and social point of view. They'll reduce reliance on fossil fuels and that sort of thing, but it just does seem that this is where consumers are headed. I think people, when it comes to city buses, I think consumers like to be able to ride on a bus that doesn't emit gases. I think consumers who can afford and have a reliable ecosystem, and this is where the whole question of us all working together comes in. That you have a reliable infrastructure. The cost of the car is reliable. You've got the battery, the battery life. I mean, this is what's vexing a lot of EV producers. But I would expect. I mean, if you look at the trend, I would think the battery life is just going to keep increasing. I mean, this is so I have a very positive outlook. But to get there is going to require not just happy customers and great manufacturers, but a whole ecosystem of governments and other private providers to create like the charging network to create the battery infrastructure as well. But overall, I would expect a positive trajectory. Whether we're going to get to those lofty targets that Mitya was mentioning, I don't know. But in a way, I think, again, I'm paraphrasing, does it really matter? Because really this is where the market, where people are headed.
Well, I mean, allow me to paraphrase what I've heard from many campaigners on the other side of the debate, climate campaigners, people very concerned about Europe. What they would say is kind of taking a hammer to all the work that it did over the last few years in terms of making these climate targets happen. They're very concerned that if they're not in place, that as manufacturers, you simply will think, okay, well, you've got carte blanche now. How would you respond to that kind of criticism? Mitya, I know this is your day-to-day work to kind of argue this point of view.
I mean, I said this earlier, our companies invest 320 billion euros over the next 5 years and 220 billion euros into R&D and into remodeling our facilities. Do people really think that our companies do not want to make a business when they invest that much money? Of course they want to make a business. They want to make this work. They want to have this, to have electrification and climate neutral mobility to be a success story.
Nicola, I can see you nodding there. I know there's something you said earlier about technological neutrality. I mean, I had to decipher some of that jargon already myself when I first encountered this sector. It's like, what does that mean? Okay, it means we're not just talking about electrification solely. Is that more or less the...
Well, it means that customers are not going to go immediately from petrol and diesel to full electric cars necessarily, that there is a spectrum of technologies in between. And the reality is that many customers may dip their toe in the water. We're seeing this especially with our commercial vehicle customers, where they are very keen to explore hybrid technologies first, just to make sure that actually electrification can work for their business models. You know, we have some customers whose employees have to take their vans home every night and they don't have charge points at home, or some you know, some fleet customers who have a very high turnover of employees and therefore they can't afford to put charging into their homes, you know, time after time. So there are lots of different business models in play, and we have to try and find a technology to suit all our customers. And I would just say back to the point about you know, whether or not industry would kind of back off, or you know, whether this is kind of carte blanche, as you say, to do something different. The reality is that the investments are there for all to see, and we have transformed our industrial footprint. We are ready. We could have met some of those targets, you know, thinking back a few years, if those enabling conditions that we were all expecting to come through had actually been delivered. So if charging infrastructure had been rolled out at the speed at which we were hoping, if we'd have seen, you know, some of the promises made around incentivization, around, you know, the fiscal environment to support customers, some of those have been removed. So a lot of this is about trying to align those targets with the enabling conditions. And if that's not possible, for whatever reason, then we have to go back and course correct.
Well, thanks very much for breaking that down and explaining it, and I can see many of you were also nodding there, so I think some of the points of view that might have been reflected by others. I have to say my timer's gone red now, which means we're really at the very end of our time together, but I would ask you first of all to please give a very warm round of applause for all our panelists today. Yeah. And I've been your host, Rosie Burchard. We've been talking about electrification, electric vehicles, accelerating that kind of transition. And I would ask you all to stay put where you are, because we do have one more very interesting interview which is coming up with the permanent representative of Turkey to the European Union. So I'm sure we'll be diving deeper into some of the topics that we touched on here, but also looking at the relationship from a much broader perspective. So thanks once again to my panelists. Thank you to those of you that have joined us here in the room for the questions and for your presence and patience. And thank you to those of you who joined us online at what was the EU-Türkiye Business Summit. Thanks again, and wishing you a great rest of your day.
Love that jingle. Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to this final session of the European Business Summit with Türkiye. Today we've talked all day about trade, about digital, about mobility, about defense, about security. We'll touch on some of those aspects with Ambassador Faruk Ermace, who is the permanent representative of Türkiye to the European Union. Welcome, Ambassador. I have covered Turkey a number of times in different cases, earthquakes, financial crisis, and so forth. And I've seen the importance of the EU and Turkey working together in different cases, also economically as well. Do you have maybe a human story to tell about the importance of Turkey and the European Union working together?
Thank you very much for this occasion. Actually, I've been posted to the same mission, Turkish permanent delegation to the European Union 4 times.
4 times.
And actually, Turkish mission to the EU is the first ever mission to be opened in Brussels with the EU, with Greece. Actually, 2 candidate countries since 1964. Mm-hmm. Of course, for Turkish diplomats, you know, people say, what is the most challenging post? I served in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya.
Libya, yes.
But if you are a Turkish diplomat believing in Turkey's, you know, EU integration and EU accession process, I would say that the Brussels is the most challenging post. Because you have to deal with 27 member states.
Yes.
You have to deal with a parliament of 720 members with different groups. Yep. You have to deal with the council. You have to deal with other agencies, from health to trade, from consumer protection to security and defense, from foreign policy to environment. So it's quite challenging. But as a city, I think I like the city. I like the atmosphere here.
Yeah.
It is a EU bubble. But also during my, you know, I would say that when I look back, I see that the EU is also evolving a lot. When I was a third secretary here, some 25 years ago, I saw a European EU, you know, acting on behalf of Europe. But today, the EU that I am seeing is getting a bit nationalized. So, which means that the member states are pushing too much to have national lines, which may not be necessarily for the interest of the EU and of Europe in general.
So that makes your job even more difficult, right? I mean, we know that the accession negotiations have been frozen for a number of years, but there is this trade, this customs union, that dates back to 1995 and has to be revised. Can you talk about the urgency to make that work? Because the EU's 5th largest trading partner is Turkey. We have, and doing trade with 85 million consumers on your side and 450 million consumers on this side is very important that that works, right?
Yes. Actually, first, the accession negotiations are not really officially frozen or suspended or terminated. Unfortunately, they have been brought to standstill.
Yeah.
So this is not the same term in EU's judicial definition.
Okay.
This is why I wanted to underline this before I move to customs union modernization.
All right.
I think during the whole day we have seen many solid arguments, both from the EU business as well as Turkish business, that modernization of the customs union and extension of the customs union is a must.
Right.
For many reasons. I'm not going to repeat them. I mean, you know, this tectonic shifting in the world, both in terms of connectivity, trade, tariffs,
e-commerce,
public procurement, services,
dispute resolution,
and also dispute settlement issues is also something that we need to address.
Yeah.
So there are, I mean, all the reasons to modernize the customs union. And again, both the Turkish and EU business sector, they want it. And you have heard them, I mean, today.
We heard that all day, yeah.
So why we cannot still do it? If we ask these questions to our EU colleagues, they are listing 3 reasons. One is trade returns that we have from both sides, because the customs union is so old, and both sides try to protect themselves. And we had some restrictions against each other, but we made some progress thanks to our high-level trade dialogue and customs union joint committee. We got rid of some of these trade returns. The second reason is used by the EU is the EU sanctions against Russia. There, of course, the EU wants to be sure that there is no, circumvention of the sanctions by Turkey.
Right.
And actually, Turkey has done a lot. We have taken 2 important measures, which were also appreciated by the European Commission in its last report. The third reason actually is not a reason which is solid. That's the Cyprus issue. Because the Cyprus issue has not been a condition for the start of modernization negotiations.
Okay.
Because if you remember, in 2016, during the Maltese presidency, 2017 actually, later on, the Council, the presidency, asked the European Council to give a mandate to the European Commission to start modernization negotiations.
Okay.
So
Cyprus was not an issue?
Cyprus was not an issue, but later on, unfortunately, our Greek Cypriot neighbors, they abused their veto right, and now they are trying to put this as a condition. Of course, by the end of negotiations on the customs union, we need to find a way, but at least for the start of accession, so the modernization, update negotiations of the customs union, Cyprus issue is not and should not be an obstacle.
Can I jump ahead to what's going to happen next year? Is 2026 the beginning of the year? In fact, in January, Cyprus, Greek Cyprus, is going to hold the EU presidency. Now, what sort of hope do you have at all, if at all, that perhaps things could improve? Now, I just want to cite, there was an interview with the Financial Times by the Cyprus president, Nikos Christodoulides, where he says he was open to a close EU relationship with Turkey. Does that not give you hope?
Okay, I don't know how you can describe close relation, but I can tell you what they did in the last 6 years when they were not in the presidency. So they have blocked Turkey's participation, Turkish foreign minister's participation in the Gimnik meetings, which is a pity. Because while we have conflicts in Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine war, we have conflict in Gaza, we have developments in Libya, in Syria, we have developments in South Caucasia.
Yeah.
So, and you are preventing EU ministers to have exchanges and consultations with the Turkish diplomacy.
Right.
So this is what is done by the Greek Cypriots, unilaterally.
Okay, so as far as the first half of next year, you don't have much hope, or do you?
So I do not think that the Greek Cypriots are genuine in improving relations. I hope I am mistaken.
Yeah.
I would like to be mistaken.
Okay.
Their real intention is to impose their narrow-minded, very nationalistic, maximalist position, and they claim that this is also the EU position, which is not. But this is actually leading us to maybe a more complicated relation.
Okay, so that doesn't sound very optimistic, but
No.
let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's turn to security defense.
Yes.
What can how can Turkey contribute to EU security and defense mechanism concretely? Can you give an example of that?
Actually, our contribution to the EU has been already there. So far, Turkey has contributed to 19 common security and defense policy missions of the EU. Today, for example, Turkey is the second biggest contributor to Operation Althea in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Turkey used to contribute many CSTP missions.
You used to be You used to be a diplomat in the Balkans, right?
No, but I was in charge of the Balkans when I was deputy foreign minister.
Ah, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So, in terms of CSTP contributions, Turkey has contributed to the EU more than many member states of the EU. But today, what happens? Today, again, we have another Greek Cypriot blockage. So Turkey's participation in, for example, military mobility project of PESCO is blocked. Turkey's associate membership of European Defense Agency is blocked by the Greek Cypriots. And now we have SAFE regulation.
And that's being blocked too.
Security Action for Europe now.
150 billion.
Greek and Greek Cypriots are talking about, vetoing Turkey's full participation in SAFE. But Turkey can already participate in SAFE.
You have applied, yes, right?
We have applied, but there are different groups, the different categories.
Okay.
So for the time being, those Turkish companies, having factories or joint ventures in the EU countries, they can participate up to 35%.
Right.
But what we are working on is full participation of Turkish companies based in Turkey. And we believe that this is a win-win situation because you have a very competitive, battlefield-tested, weapon, based Turkish defense industry.
Right. Drones, for example, right?
Drones and other equipments.
Yeah.
And Turkey is exporting more or less $7.5 billion of defense industry equipments, which are actually half of it is towards NATO member states.
And regardless of that, there are companies that are cooperating or
yes,
working.
There are
and
joint
we heard
ventures
in
companies.
this last panel about Leonardo, about
Yes.
other companies, right?
So it would be, I think, in the best interest of the EU to have Turkey in SAFE because we have been a NATO ally for decades. We have been already contributing to both, EU and European security and defense for decades. And we were together in different battle fields from Afghanistan to the Balkans, and also in many missions in different parts of the world.
Can I turn to EU foreign policy and relations with Turkey on that? Where does Turkey stand in terms of EU's global gateway, for instance?
Yes. I mean, Global Gateway is a good project from the EU, from the European Commission. Of course, Global Gateway covers all parts of the world, from Africa to Central Asia. But especially when it comes to South Caucasia and Central Asia, we would like to work on connectivity, but the EU is quite narrow-mindedly selective.
Oh?
Because we are, of course, we have the middle corridor.
Yes.
Turkey has invested more than $200 billion in Anatolia, also on the Bosphorus and on the Dardanelles, the Çanakkale and Istanbul Straits. So we have already 5 seamless connections through the sea. We have highways, we have ports on the coast of the Black Sea. Basically, EU does not give that much of attention to these already existing seamless structures.
Why not? Why not?
Because they want to have connections through the sea.
I see.
Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia.
Right.
And they think that the Anatolia could be bypassed. And there we are telling that, yes, this can also be an alternative. There is nothing wrong with that. But why you are investing your money in those risky areas while we have alternatives which are functioning already?
Well, then, but there's the Black Sea strategy, right?
Yes,
the
actually,
Black Sea strategy,
so
including security, Pact for the Mediterranean.
Yes.
Right?
So the Black Sea strategy is again
That's another one.
is very narrow-minded, I would say.
Okay.
Because Black Sea strategy focuses on two things from the EU point of view. One is sea connections, which means bypassing Anatolia. The second part is that EU thinks that EU can create a hub of maritime security in the Black Sea, despite the fact that Turkey has the longest coastline on the Black Sea.
Right.
And we are already providing this maritime security to NATO almost for 75% of the Black Sea. So what is the point of creating another hub for maritime security in the Black Sea? So there we need to develop trust.
Right.
And we need to, not duplicate the mechanisms that we have through NATO or through some other Black Sea countries.
Let's turn to digital. There's the EU Digital Europe program, and that was part of the discussions today. How do you see the cooperation there?
Yeah, actually, Turkey is participating to 7 EU programs, including Digital Europe, Horizon Europe, European Environment Agency, European Customs Program, Internal Market. So we are all parts of these useful programs. In terms of Digital Europe, again, we have put forward many projects by our research institutes, by our companies, by our universities, but access to to some areas are limited, unfortunately.
Okay.
And we would like to again have full participation. For example, when it comes to quantum, when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to artificial intelligence a little bit. So the EU is a little bit discriminating against third countries, including the UK. But as a candidate country, we would like to be full part of the Digital Europe program.
Okay. Is there a question out there?
And we are going to discuss also this issue when we will have Turkey-EU high-level dialogue on science, research, technology on 27th of November in Brussels.
All right. Is there perhaps a question out there among someone? Okay. Another aspect was mobility, automotive. We just talked to, that was the last panel before you arrived. And can you see more cooperation, say, on electric vehicles, on batteries, that kind of thing?
Turkey has made a lot of investments in this area. We have already produced, our own mark. I think Turkish battery companies are also making a lot of progress. And I think Turkey is anyway very competitive in terms of automotive industry. As long as we are treated fairly, as long as we are not discriminated through emission trading system and carbon border adjustment mechanism, or made in Europe, the directive, I think there would be a huge contribution. Because I remember, like 20 years ago, new type of automobiles, Turkey was a good place for them to be produced. And this is why we had many EU companies investing in Turkey.
We just had Renault here, yeah.
Exactly, 20 years ago. But now this is another cycle, hopefully, with electric vehicles, environment-friendly vehicles.
Yeah.
And I think this, start of cycle can be turned into an advantage because, Turkey works hard. Turkey provides necessary incentives, but also Turkey is beyond Turkey. Turkey is also connecting Europe to
Central Asia,
South Caucasia, Middle East. Yeah. So these are, I think, good advantages that the EU should keep in mind because the world is not limited to Europe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there is a big space, and actually, we have maybe emerging superpowers. One is China, the dragon, US, I mean, is there as an elephant.
Yeah.
And then we have Russia as a wild bear. And we have a group of lion and lionesses, which is EU. But they are still not a strong group in the face of these, I think, three rather, groups which are shaping trade rules, which are shaping, I think, the regional developments in the world.
And in that context, I mean, there is this talk about strategic autonomy. Can you not help each other that way?
Exactly. I mean, this is why we are
resources
saying, yes,
and so forth, and supply line.
Turkey would be the best country to contribute to EU's strategic autonomy in the face of, other major powers.
Yeah.
Again, Turkey would be one of the important contributions in terms of EU's competitiveness.
Right.
Because also it provides, a good contribution regarding connectivity. So I always say, yes, Turkey's EU membership is quite complicated, is the most challenged, most questioned.
Yes.
For some reasons. But when it happens, it will be the most beneficial, most useful membership, turning the EU into a global actor. So
when do you think or hope that those talks could start again?
It's not a question of time, but it's a question of doing the right things and following a vision. And I hope the EU can come back to this vision, because this vision has been there. And I hope that, Turkey can accelerate reforms for EU alignment. And then I think...
which they had been doing.
It can happen, because the current conditions actually are quite enabling.
Yes. Okay.
If both sides can develop trust,
right,
and can do the right things, I think this is it
so
will not take too long.
So you don't rule that out, despite some of the headwinds we're talking about.
We are the most ready candidate country.
Okay.
Since 1964.
Since 64. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Giles, right?
If there is a will, there is a way. So that's yeah.
Yeah. Can you give your name, please? It's Giles. Okay. Can we turn that mic on, please?
Hello, my name is Sedat Erkin, a columnist with Turkish weekly Oxygen.
Okay.
Ambassador, can I get back to the question of, say, Turkey's contribution, participation in the SAFE program? Do you think the EU, the key players in the European Union, will be able to manage, overcome the obstructions, the hurdles created by Greece and by the Greek Cypriots for Turkey's accession to this program? Do you think this can be satisfactorily resolved? And also on the question of, you also refer to the reforms which need to be delivered by both sides. Could you please amplify on that question?
The reforms are not related to SAFE, but what is important in terms of SAFE? We are an integral part of European security and defense for decades. We spend a lot of money in our army, in our defense. Maybe, we could have spent a lot of money in our education. But because during the Cold War, we really spend a lot of money, I mean, in the army, in the defense, which also contributed to the security and defense of Europe. So all these, communist countries, so-called, today they are like liberal Democrats in the EU, but we aligned with, with democracy, with liberalism, with the West, but we are still not in the EU. So it is I mean, an awkward situation. So for this reason, Turkey believes that Turkey should naturally be part of SAFE. But we understand the SAFE is something of the EU. If it was kept only to the EU, we could have understood. But if you include Norway, Liechtenstein, Ukraine, but not Turkey, from the very beginning, is not the right message. And we, of course, understand that this is EU's money, 150 billion euros, to be borrowed by the European Commission and to be given to the member states that they have to pay one day. Yes, but the problem is, the reality is that many products, many pieces can be produced maybe 5 times cheaper in Turkey and 5 times faster in Turkey than the EU defense industry. And some of the weapons and ammunitions are desperately needed now. And if we don't have them today, if we do not produce them today, imagine that the war stops in Ukraine. How are we going to convince the EU citizens that their government should be, indebted for 150 billion euros? And, shifting the money from social security to security and defense. It's a complicated situation, and this is why we believe that for 2 main reasons. First, Turkey is a security and defense ally of Europe and NATO, and we should be part of it automatically, naturally. Second thing is that why are you wasting your time, and why are you wasting why are you spending too much time instead of the reality that Turkish defense industry can do it faster and cheaper. Right. So these are the 2 points. So for us, this will be a litmus test. What can we do with Greek positioning or Greek Cypriot positioning? Actually, the issues have nothing to do with SAFE. Greek Cypriots claim that we are occupying Cyprus. We all know that the Turkish army had to go there because of 2 attempts of enosis, both in 1964 and 74, and even the UN doesn't call the presence of Turkish army as an occupation or invasion. So how can we change this? There is no way. But the Greek Cypriots are basically abusing their veto right in the EU. Greece, casus belli. Casus belli was announced because of the fact that, some Greek politicians wanted to create, 12 miles of territorial waters for some, awkward islands in the Aegean. We have 2,000 of them, rocks, rocklets, and there are islands which are only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the Turkish mainland, and you claim 12 miles of territorial waters. So, in my view, casus belli provides stability and prevents any hot conflict between these 2 neighboring countries. What we are saying, if you come to terms, in international law, and if you negotiate, I think there is no need for any conflict or any war.
That's where negotiation is important in every case, right?
But again, and these issues have been there for many years. Why you are bringing these issues now? And this is not fair because, unfortunately, some of the member states of the EU, they are abusing their veto right, and unrelatedly, they are bringing these issues. Of course, the other member states, they are not very happy with this. As far as I know, 25 member states are in favor of Turkey's full participation. And already, there is a partial participation, which is possible. But if it doesn't work, full participation, we will go ahead with the one that we have. And, but, of course, if the EU member states realize that, these unrelated positions could be changed, of course, there is also this possibility.
So, Ambassador, you still have hope. You're in a difficult position, difficult job, and we wish you well.
Yes, of course.
Trying to navigate this.
Yes.
And thank you so much for being with us to discuss today and what happens ahead.
Thank you very much,
Ambassador.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Teşekkürler. And now I'd like to hand off to Alno Thyssen, the Director General of the European Business Summit, for wrapping up the day.
Sure, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Ambassador, for keeping this summit fascinating until the end of the day. So thank you so much for your participation today. We have spent the day by focusing on key aspects of this important alliance with Turkey. So updating customs union, we started the day with this important session. We discussed also how to advance the green and digital transition, but also how to build a more resilient and diversified supply chains. So that was very present in different conversation. It was very clear the discussion have underlined both the scales of opportunities, and we had also a very interesting conversation with the Belgian delegation of business representative, and the opportunities were so clear that we could easily improve. But also the seriousness of challenges, constraint, we just mentioned a few of them. So this is why it is important to continue the dialogue. This summit was co-organized with DEİK, and I would like to thank all the colleagues from EBS and from DEİK for this grateful and positive collaboration. Working together has been a real pleasure. And to make this truly impactful, we need to think in the long term, and that's why I'm very pleased to announce that there will be a second edition next year in October 26th of this EU-Turkey business summits. So thank you to all the speakers, to all the participants from coming over to Brussels. And I think now it's time for well-deserved cocktail reception downstairs in the tent. Thank you so much.